Chapter 23. Then. The wind tugged strands of Silver's hair from her messy bun and whipped them across her face as she stood back to back with Ash atop an enormous metal structure in the middle of a human city. Her arms were up, a bow positioned perfectly within her grasp, an arrow ready to fly. Heavy storm clouds had turned the afternoon sky dark and moody, and city lights twinkled at them from every direction. But now was not the time to admire the impressive cityscape. Silver's eyes were pinned to the creature that flapped clumsily through the air, darting toward the structure she and Ash were balanced upon before reeling away. A Naskril. There were two of them, and Ash, she knew, was following the other. Small but deadly, they had skinny arms and clawed feet, leathery black wings, and a snapping beak for a mouth. Definitely not attractive, though Silver did envy their ability to fly. Perched way up here, alarmingly high above the city, she felt almost as if she could fly too. As if she could step off this structure into the air and wings would sweep out behind her. The Naskril darted left, and she followed with her arrow. It was unclear how these two had ended up in the non-magic realm, but they'd already injured 3 humans on the viewing deck of this structure, and the sparkly necklaces around their scrawny necks meant there had been death at some point. Naskrils only took jewelry from those they managed to kill. A guardian had already been dispatched to attend to the memory removal of the injured humans and enchant the others to leave the area when Silver and Ash were given the assignment. A little late, Silver had thought. Shouldn't one of the seers have seen this before it happened? But then she knew it didn't always work out that way. We're going to have to shoot them down, Ash said from behind her. The singing won't work. They're not coming close enough. I know. I really thought they'd find our shiny bangles more attractive, but apparently they prefer chunky necklaces. This Naskril assignment was their final one before written exams began. Soon, they'd be done with 3rd year. Since it's our last, Ash had said that morning, we need to ace it. Let's not lose a single point. Silver had almost rolled her eyes, as if losing a single point was ever an option for Ash. He'd always been dedicated, but since his breakup with Kelly, he was even more focused on training and studying. It's just nice not to have that distraction, you know, he told Silver when she commented on it. So it's not like you're secretly depressed and trying to hide it by working harder? He'd laughed at that. No, I am completely fine. I chose to end things with Kelly, remember? You and Odette can stop worrying about me. So when Reese, Silver's mentor, had given them the assignment details that afternoon, Ash had been the first to remember Naskril's affinity for shiny objects. Silver, at least, had contributed by mentioning the singing. Good, Reese had said. I think you'll manage this one easily. But now they were here, with their glittery bangles doing little to draw the Naskrils closer, which meant singing wasn't going to work. But there was still the opportunity to ace this assignment, as long as they didn't shoot too many arrows astray and scare the Naskrils away. Attempting to hunt the creatures down across the city would lose them points. They're tiring, Ash said. We should be able to get them in just another few. Now, Silver murmured, releasing her arrow. It went straight through one of the Naskril's wings. A victorious yes behind her told her Ash had struck his target too. She released her bow as both creatures began falling toward the wide viewing deck below. Quickly, Ash said. They darted into the ferry paths and ran out a moment later onto the deck. Silver headed left toward the Naskril whose wing she had pierced. It had already snapped the arrow in half with its beak and was now flapping around, attempting to free the other half of the arrow. Silver skidded to a halt a few paces away and began singing. It was terrible, she knew, but this was the easiest way to defeat a Naskril. Somewhere behind her, Ash was doing the same, singing something completely different, and their jarring lack of harmony made the sound even worse, which was perfect. Both Naskrals screeched as they attempted to cover their ears with their skinny hands. The one in front of Silver began to crumple in on itself, but then, with seemingly colossal effort, it straightened and leaped at her. She gasped in surprise, her seeing coming to an abrupt halt as it struck her chest and knocked her down. She rolled, wrestling the creature away from her face as it tried to snap at her with its beak. "Silver!" Ash shouted. She gasped out another few words of the silly children's song she'd been singing, and finally the Naskral disintegrated into a puff of foul-smelling smoke. She rolled again and pushed herself up before taking a deep breath. "Got it," she said with a grin, as Ash moved toward her. "I assume you got the other one?" "Yes. Are you okay? I thought for a moment there that—" "Nah, I'm totally fine." Silver looked down as she splayed her fingers. "A few scratches on my hands, but that's nothing." "Good job, guys. That was fast." Reese stepped out from the shadows of the building constructed at the center of the viewing deck. Since Silver and Ash were still in their 3rd year, it was a guild requirement for a mentor to be present at their assignments. Probably safe to lift the enchantment on this place now. Reese tossed a glance over her shoulder. The building contained a small restaurant, an elevator, and a few offices, all of which were empty after whatever enchantment had been used to convince people they needed to immediately vacate this gigantic monument of crisscrossing metal pieces. "It may have been a little too easy for us," Ash said. "You should have given us a real challenge for our final assignment of the year." Reese laughed and gave Ash a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't you worry. There are plenty of challenges still to come in your training. It's not like you're in 5th year about to graduate, where the final assignment is this huge deal. This was just like any other assignment, really. I think this might have been easier than the average assignment." Reese sighed. "Stop complaining and be happy that you're going to get full points for this one." "I just enjoy a challenge, that's all," Ash said, while Silver tried to communicate using her eyes that he needed to stop talking before Reese gave them extra work for the evening. Ash, however, wasn't looking at her. "I like to know I've actually earned the points I'm getting." "Ash or Blackburn?" Reese said, as she removed her amber from her pocket. "I don't think there's anyone who doubts that, except you, perhaps." One of my 5th years has just finished a solo assignment," she added, staring at her amber screen. "His last one before the huge deal one." She waggled her eyebrows as she pushed her amber back into her pocket. "I need to go and assist with creature removal. You two can head back to the guild and leave your tracker bands on my desk." "Okay," Silver said. "See you tomorrow." The moment Reese was gone, Silver walked to the edge of the viewing deck and looked down toward the ground. Even though they weren't right at the top anymore, the ground still seemed very, very far below. She turned her gaze back to Ash and grinned. "Want to race me to the bottom?" He folded his arms over his chest. "You know this is a national monument, not a ladder." Silver made a show of sniffing the air. "Is that fear I smell, Blackburn 6? I thought we agreed to stop using those silly names, Ren 3, and no, you certainly do not smell fear. In that case..." She darted through an opening into the fairy paths and came out on the other side of the structure, stepping from the air straight onto the metal bars. Adrenaline raced through her veins, elevating her heart rate. She'd better be quick with her magic if she slipped from this thing. "This seems like a silly risk," Ash said, stepping closer to the bars that separated them and peering through at her. Though there was an edge of concern to his voice. She knew he desperately wanted to take her up on this challenge. "So you're giving me a head start then?" "Excellent. Never!" She grinned at him, the wind sending her hair sweeping across her face again. "Then come and get me." Ash vanished into the paths, appearing beside her barely a moment later. They raced each other all the way to the bottom, hands rushing from pole to pole, feet reaching down for more footholds, adrenaline spiking each time one of them slipped and then caught hold of part of the structure. Silver's shoes hit the paved ground at the bottom a second before Ash's. Yes! She jumped and clapped her hands. Oh, come on, it was so close, he said. It was, but I'm still the winner. Yeah, whatever. He rolled his eyes, then added, I mean, well done. Why, thank you. She took a bow, then laughed as she pulled her stylus out. I guess we should probably get back to the guild. Yes. Oh, wait. There's something I was supposed to give you yesterday. He patted his pockets, then dug inside one of them. Yesterday? You mean for my birthday? Yes, obviously. Why else would I be giving you things and referencing yesterday? I just mean that you already gave me something. That was from all of us. This gift? He produced a small black box. It's super special. I had to have it custom made. It only arrived last night. She eyed him suspiciously. Why do I get the feeling this is a prank? Not a prank. A priceless item of jewelry that I expect you to treasure for the remainder of your days. She placed her hands on her hips. Definitely a prank, or at the very least, a joke of some sort. The sweater my mom gave you was the joke gift. We all know you're never going to wear it as long as you can keep helping yourself to my clothes. Silver opened her mouth to protest, then shrugged. True. She should have given it to you. Not me. She should have. But this? Ash held the box out to her. Not a joke at all. She tilted her head, almost believing him, until she noticed the gleam in his eye. He was such a bad liar. Whatever was in this box, she was certain it was not, as he'd said, a priceless item of jewelry. She took it from him and opened it carefully, pulling her head back slightly in case something jumped out at her. When nothing did, she opened it fully. Inside the box, on a little black cushion, sat a tiny silver bird with the number 3 engraved on its side. Silver threw her head back and laughed loudly. Wren 3, she exclaimed. That's brilliant. I love it. She lifted the metal pendant, discovered it was attached to a silver chain, and handed Ash the box as she used both hands to place it around her neck. Also, she added as she did the clasp, I was totally right about the joke part. He smirked. You were. But now that you've permanently engraved the name Wren 3 onto something, it means I'm going to have to call you Blackburn 6 for all eternity. He groaned. That is not what I was going for. I thought if I put the name onto a piece of jewelry, then we wouldn't have to say it out loud. And if I'm not calling you Wren 3, then you don't have to call me Blackburn 6. She smiled sweetly and fluttered her eyelashes at him. Thank you, Blackburn 6, for this priceless item of jewelry that I will treasure for the rest of my days. He shook his head and turned away from her, but not before she saw the adorable pink tinge in his cheeks and the smile he was fighting so hard to hide. What? She teased as he opened a doorway to the paths. Isn't that what you said, that I must treasure it forever? Let's just get back to the guild. Sure thing, B6, she said, looping her arm through his. They left their tracker bands on the desk in Reese's office, then walked up to the next level, where their parents' offices were. Silver's mom had told her to check in when she was done with her evening assignment. We might be working late this evening, she'd said, so come by when you're done and check if we're still here. Iris said you can have dinner with them if your dad and I are still busy. Silver stepped outside her father's office door, which stood ajar, and raised her hand to knock. Confirmed it, her father was saying to someone. But I'm still anxious about telling her. Well, you can't exactly keep it from her, a second voice said. Lennox. She's been working this case for years, just like you. She'll find out soon enough if she hasn't found out already. Silver hesitated, her hand still raised. "What's wrong?" Ash asked quietly. He was leaning against the wall a few feet away. Silver shook her head, still not knocking. She knew she shouldn't eavesdrop, but she couldn't bring herself to step away. "Not just worried about her being triggered by memories of the past," Dad was saying. "It's these new rumors." "Which are just rumors," Lennox said. "And if they're true, you'll be as worried about Ash as we are about Silver." Silver's gaze jumped to meet Ash's. He was frowning now, a silent question on his parted lips. "If this woman is stealing Guardian trainees and turning them into assassins, we don't know for sure if that's true," Lennox said, even as Silver's heart pounded faster. "The cases with those 2 missing trainees from the Bloodwood Guild, they could be completely unrelated to the Scarlet Arrow. I know that, and they probably are unrelated. But I'm still concerned about Nell having a complete breakdown when she learns of this. Even if we can prove there's no link, I'm worried that the rumors, coupled with the fact that the Scarlet Arrow has finally struck again after more than a year of nothing, will be enough to send her over the edge again. I mean, the nightmares sometimes. Those black weapons." Lennox spoke again, but his voice was lower now. Silver leaned closer to the door. "Underestimate her," he was saying. "She's strong and a damn good guardian. You don't know what she went through." Dad's voice was quieter now, too. And by this point, Silver's pulse was almost too loud in her ears to make out anything. "Because neither of you will tell us anything," Lennox said. Silver's gaze bounced to Ash again. Their parents were close, and she'd just assumed that Iris and Lennox knew what Mom and Dad had been through during their confrontation with the Scarlet Arrow. "And I respect that," Lennox added. "I do. And obviously you know her better than we do, so all I'm saying is that you..." His voice grew even lower, and the only other word Silver could make out was trust. Then, footsteps were suddenly moving toward the door, and Ash grabbed Silver's hand, pulling her hastily down the corridor. They had just slipped around the corner when Silver heard a door swing open. She and Ash came to a breathless stop, flattening themselves against the wall, a wide-eyed, questioning look passing between them. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, they pushed away from the wall and continued walking, putting more distance between themselves and the conversation they'd just overheard. They made it all the way downstairs and outside before Silver realized Ash was still holding her hand. Chapter 24. Now. I release Ash's hand as we step from the fairy paths onto the moonlit sidewalk across the street from the Gilded Canary. It's hard to believe that only 2 days ago I sauntered confidently toward that dull brown door with no idea that my entire world was about to shift yet again. I look over at Ash. "How did you get in the first time?" "You're not the only one who knows how to cast a glamour strong enough to fool fairy eyes." He extends an arm, pulls his sleeve up, and reveals his bare wrist. "Ah, smart." "I didn't know anything about this place," he says as he lowers his arm. "All I knew was that I'd tracked Markham here. If I hadn't hung around long enough to see a group of fae cross the street and disappear, I wouldn't have known there was a glamour there. Once I figured out what was hiding behind it, though, my next thought was that guardians were most likely not welcome. I figured it was best to hide my markings." A good instinct. "I did some digging afterwards. After you vanished at the end of your fight, I mean. Found out a little bit more about this place then." "Digging? What exactly did that entail?" "Basically just me hanging around, chatting to the people behind the various bars, letting them know I was interested in the fighting ring. Most of them said I would have to try and get an interview with the owner, but I managed to have an early morning chat with the guy who's in charge of the fighting roster, and that ended up being my way in." "Clyde?" I ask. "Yeah, I think so. I shake my head, looking across the street again. What a hypocrite. Always reminding other people about Riven's rules, and then he goes and blatantly ignores them himself. Well, Ash says, I, for one, am grateful he ignored the rules, gave someone else the night off, and slotted me in. After I proved I could fight, of course. What you should really be grateful for, I tell him, is the fact that I'm Clyde's least favorite person. That's why he was so quick to let you into the fighting ring with me. I'm grateful whatever the reason. Ash says quietly. Shall we go? Yes. We step off the sidewalk together, and I resist the crazy urge to loop my arm through his. The glamour peels away as we pass through it, revealing the grand entrance and its gold lettering. We climb the steps to the glass doors, and I reach for one of the glossy doorknobs. Inside, we're greeted by 2 bouncers. I recognize the guy, but the woman stops me before we can walk forward. You just entered using an employee access charm, she says, brows lowering over her eyes. Yes. You should be using the employee entrance. It's my night off, and I brought a guest. Without stopping to consider whether it's a good idea or not, I slide my arm around Ash's and lean my head against his shoulder. I smile sweetly at the woman. I didn't think Riven would like it if I tried to bring a guest in through the back. The main entrance is so much more impressive. I smile up at Ash before looking at the woman again. He just got a promotion, and I told him I knew exactly where we should celebrate. It's fine. She's cool, the other guy says, nodding to me. Thanks. I give him an even sweeter smile as we walk past him. We cross the polished floor, pass beneath the water droplet curtain, and then we're inside the vibrant, dreamlike rainbow room. I release Ash's arms as we begin to make our way between the dancers. Bubbles drift past us. We dodge around a couple waving their arms in the air, and then we find ourselves walking into a cloud of butterflies glowing with their own pink light. I smile, my gaze caught by the many delicate fluttering wings. Odette's favorite, I say, my voice raised enough for it to be audible over the music. Ash nods but doesn't say anything. I look at him as we attempt to keep moving through the crowd. Are you guys still friends? He opens his mouth, then hesitates. I can't tell if the color in his cheeks is from the cloud of pink butterflies still surrounding us, or because he's blushing. Something like that. I'm confused for a moment, and then it hits me. What he's not saying. I almost trip over my own feet, which is quite something considering we're barely moving. I catch myself against him, then immediately remove my hand from his arm. Oh, right. You guys are together. That's possibly the worst thing that's ever happened in the entire world. That's great. I'm happy for the two of you. Oh, no, it's not like. We're not anymore. A spark of hope. I hate that my silly heart grabs onto it like a lifeline. I dare a quick glance at Ash as I try to get past the butterflies. Oh? He shakes his head and pushes a hand through his hair. I'm sorry. This isn't coming out well. Odette and I were together for a little while. She also worked on Fen Rock for a few months. But it just... He meets my gaze for a second before looking away. It didn't work out. Oh. This seems to be the only word in my vocabulary right now. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm so not sorry. And I hate myself for being so selfish. Odette is one of the best people I know, and so is Ash. On the surface of things, they're perfect for each other. They should be together. There's nothing to be sorry about, Ash says. It wasn't meant to be. And it ended a while ago. We don't really see each other much anymore. Right. I take a deep breath as we finally make it through the butterfly cloud and try to keep my tone light. What did you do wrong? He looks at me, one brow raised. Why do you assume it's something I did? I reply with my own raised brow. Was it something she did? He takes a breath, then deflates. No. Actually, I hold a hand up. You don't have to tell me anything. I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. It's none of my business. Wonderful. This is just wonderful. Ash is 2 years older than me. Odette's probably older than she's supposed to be as well. And they've dated each other. They've moved on without me. But then, what did I expect would happen when I ran from my old life and decided never to go back? That they would all remain frozen in time and nothing would change? I walk ahead of Ash, spying the mirrored passageway connecting the rainbow room to the gold floor, and wishing I could have a moment alone to deal with my small internal meltdown. But since that isn't an option, I force it to the back of my mind and hope it stays there. We make it to the end of the passageway without exchanging another word, and enter the glittering sophistication of the gold floor. The room is a gilded forest, with golden vines curving around mirrors and across the walls and ceiling, complete with little gold flower embellishments. The reflective surfaces and diamond edges might be garish in another setting. But not here, where elegantly dressed fae sip sparkling drinks and sway to a sultry beat, while soft golden light bathes the scene. Or perhaps it's simply the magic woven into this room that makes it feel as if this is the height of refinement. My chest constricts as I look up, my eyes immediately seeking out the chandelier as I wonder if my memory has tricked me. If I'll see the crystal hanging at its center and realize it's nothing like the drawing in Mom's journal. But there it is, the largest icicle drop hanging from an impressive arrangement of cut glass crystals. And, as always, it seems to me as if the tiny gold specks swim within it. What do you think? I say to Ash, lowering my gaze, so at least we aren't both staring at the crystal at the same time. I look toward the bar, curving elegantly along one side of the room. Mel doesn't appear to be working tonight. Thank goodness. She'd probably recognize me if she got close enough. That does look like the item your mother drew, Ash says. I suppose we won't know for sure until we take it. Tell everyone in the room, why don't you? I murmur. Trust me, Ash says, looking around. No one is listening to us. They're all caught up in the magical intoxication of this place. I follow his gaze, my eyes traveling over the people moving in slow, rhythmic motion on the sunken dance floor and the plush private booths around the edge of the room where heads are bent together. And that's when I see him. Riven, reclined in one of the booths, speaking to a man and woman. Keep walking, I say immediately to Ash, turning my head the other way as I step forward and walk as casually as I can across the room. Perhaps it was something in my expression, or maybe my tone of voice, but Ash doesn't say anything until we're through the arched passageway and beyond the private rooms. What's wrong? He asks as I turn swiftly past the employees-only door at the end of the passage. The same centaur from the other night is standing guard outside it, and I can feel his gaze on me as we continue along the corridor that leads to the small theater. I want to look over my shoulder to see if he really is watching us or if I'm simply being paranoid. But if his eyes are on me, I'll only look more suspicious if I glance back. When we turn a corner into an atrium with a high glass roof and cherry blossom trees filling the space, I come to a halt. I saw Riven, back there. He was sitting in one of the booths. I doubt he'd recognize me unless I got right up close to him, but I'd prefer to stay away from the area until he's gone. Probably a good idea, Ash says. Then he looks past me. Wait, this place has a theater? What kind of... Actually, never mind. I don't want to know what kind of shows are put on in a place like this. I turn to face the theater entrance, which is illuminated by bright moonlight, or the enchanted equivalent, streaming through the glass roof. Unlike everything else we've passed so far, which is colorful, polished, or glittering, the theater entrance is an aged stone archway, rough and uneven, with tendrils of ivy hanging from it and words in old faerie carved across the top. It evokes the feeling of stepping back in time. I can imagine walking beneath this archway and finding a world where fairies dance in flowing strips of fabric around stone circles and rings of toadstools. Instead, I see through the open archway to an empty stage on the other side of empty tables and chairs. Fortunately for us, there is no show tonight. "Bring this house down," Ash murmurs. "What?" I look over and see him frowning up at the archway. "The words carved into the stone." He gestures to the lettering in old faerie. "Ah." Of course, Ash would know what the words mean. Unlike me, he actually studied for that course we had on ancient Fae languages. Well, Riven is nothing if not arrogant. It's hardly surprising that he's etched a command into stone, telling people to respond with enormous enthusiasm to whatever show they see inside this theater, to bring the house down. I suppose not. Ash turns and looks back the way we came. "Okay, so the plan is this. We'll dance until we're directly beneath the center of the chandelier, and then you'll twist that tiny yellow stone on your bracelet to cast the enchantment that will cover the room in darkness. I'll lift you straight up, you'll grab the crystal, and then we'll push our way out through the crowd. Which will be easy," I continue, because I've walked through this place so many times I know exactly where the door is. I take a deep breath. "But we definitely need to wait for Riven to get out of there." "Yes, that seems like the sensible option." Silence descends between us, and Ash doesn't turn back to face me. I try to think of something to say. I try to tell myself this isn't awkward. I try not to think of Odette. Or, more specifically, Ash and Odette together. I open my mouth, on the verge of saying something about the precise amount of magic Ash needs to use to boost me into the air to grab the crystal, when I hear the clear clip-clop of hooves. A sound that seems to be moving closer. Crap. The centaur. We must have looked suspicious after all. My brain bounces back and forth between the two available options. Duck into the theater and hide, or pretend we came down this corridor for a good reason, which would be... "Is that a problem?" Ash murmurs, looking back at me and jerking his thumb in the direction of the sound. "Yes, it's a problem," I hiss. "And we need to..." I grab his arm and almost tug him toward the archway. "But if we hide inside the theater, the centaur will come looking for us, and we're going to have to sneak out without him seeing, and then if he returns to the gold floor and sees us before we manage to steal the..." "Silver," Ash says with more urgency, his voice tugging me from the turmoil of my thoughts as the clip-clop sound grows closer. "If you have no plan, then I'm going to make my own." "I have a plan," I mutter, my face warming, and I cannot believe I'm actually about to suggest it. I pull him toward me and place my arm around his waist. The motion forces him to take an awkward, involuntary step closer. "What are you, what? What good reason could we possibly have for sneaking down this passage on a night when there's nothing showing in the theater?" I demand in a whisper. He blinks, his face far too close to mine now. "Seriously, you want me to kiss you?" He says this like it's the most horrifying thing I've ever suggested. My face heats further. "You don't have to actually kiss me. Just pretend, you idiot." His expression darkens, and for a moment I think he's going to refuse. Then his hand tightens on my waist, while his other hand rises to my face. His eyes are still on mine as his fingers thread through my hair, pushing it over my shoulder. Then he's leaning closer, lowering his head toward my neck until he's so near I can feel his breath against my skin. But he stops there, lips barely an inch from the curve of my neck, and other than the one hand at my waist and the other tangled in my hair, there is absolutely no point of contact between us. The clip-clop comes to a halt. I hear the sound of a throat clearing, but Ash doesn't move away from me. His lips graze my neck as he murmurs, "Idiot, really? If you wanted me to kiss you, all you had to do was ask nicely." A shiver whispers across my skin. My eyes slide shut, and a breath escapes my lips. Ahem! The throat clearing is louder this time. My eyes fly open as I shove Ash away from me, a little harder than necessary. Sorry, I manage to say, and it takes zero acting effort on my part to sound flustered. "Apologies for interrupting," the centaur says in a bored tone. "This is not the appropriate place for—" He waves his hand in our general direction, his eyes focused somewhere past us. "Whatever this is." "Right, of course." I manage a high-pitched laugh as I tuck my hair behind one ear. "I'm so sorry. We'll just, head back to one of the dance floors." I reach out, catch Ash's hand in mine, and hurry past the centaur before he can take a closer look at us. Ash waits until we turn the first corner before dropping my hand. He hasn't said a word, and I feel as though I should apologize or explain that was obviously the easiest way out of there. The centaur barely looked at us once he realized we wanted nothing more than a quiet spot in which to make out. But I'm also flustered and defensive, and what the heck was that all you had to do was ask nicely, whisper, growl? Was that simply Ash getting back at me for putting him in such an awkward position? Because it was awkward. Super awkward. And hot. No, Silver. Not hot. By the time we reach the gold floor again, neither of us has said a word yet. So I decide, of course, that the most sensible thing to do is pretend the whole thing never happened. I'm just going to casually wander across the dance floor and see if Riven's gone. I say to Ash, leaning closer so he can hear me, but pointing my gaze firmly past him as I speak. No way I can meet his eyes right now. "Sure," he answers, his tone clipped. I slip through the crowd of swaying bodies, giving in to the urge to move my hips in time to the slow, heavy beat as I go. I've never stayed long in this room, and I've never been on the dance floor. The magic here is different, stronger. The rest of the world and its cares begin to fade away beneath the warm glow, and though my eyes are still traveling the booths around the edge of the room in search of Riven, it suddenly doesn't seem to matter as much whether I find him. And when I don't see him anywhere, I relax further, giving in to the beat that slides like liquid gold through my veins. I turn slowly, a lazy, languid motion, and see Ash coming toward me, not hurriedly. He merely weaves his way between dancers with casual ease, as if he belongs here. "Is he gone?" he asks when he's finally in front of me. I nod. His eyes are on mine, and I can't look away. And I'm reminded suddenly of the last time we danced together. That didn't end well. At least, it did and it didn't. I wonder if he's thinking of it too. I tear my gaze from his and let it slide over the crowd and up toward the chandelier. My arms lift away from my body, and my fingers trail through the air as I sway. I imagine I can almost feel the threads of magic trailing around us. "You look stupid," some tiny voice whispers at the back of my mind, but it's so small, so quiet, it's easy to ignore. I don't look stupid, I look like everyone else. And this was our plan, wasn't it? Dance until we're directly below the chandelier. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Ash is closer now, his body swaying in time with mine, and his head angled toward me. But just like before, among the cherry trees outside the theater, he keeps a careful few inches of space between us. The magic, of course, urges us closer. It tells me to let go, to close my eyes, to lean into him and press my body against his, to forget everything else. And I could. It would be so easy to lose myself in all of this. The beat of the music, the beat of my heart. Thump, 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 thump. His knuckles rise to brush against my jaw, my cheek. My eyelids slide so low they're almost closed. Thump, 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 thump. His face is so close to mine, his lips a breath away from my ear. Stay, he whispers. And whether it's magic or the fact that he's so near, I hear him clearly over the music. When all of this is over, please stay. Thump, 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 thump. I want this more than I can ever convey. I search my brain for all the reasons I'm supposed to stay away from him, from Storm's Drift. But here in this moment, everything is slipping away from me. Chapter 25. Then. Silver sat on the grass at the edge of the clearing, her knees pulled up to her chest, and her face turned toward the last warm rays of sunlight streaming through the trees. Ash was beside her, and Tobin sat a short distance away, smiling as he wrote message after message on his amber, probably to the guy he kept blushing about. Their moms were a little further away, on a picnic blanket, chatting with Flynn and Holly, and their dads were setting up the canopy enchantment for the storm that would inevitably roar through here before the evening was over. In the center of the clearing, Connor was dancing, terribly, with Rosie, a newly graduated seer who had moved to Storm's Drift a few months earlier. It was one of those perfect family evenings that had been so common when they were children, but were few and far between now that Flynn no longer lived at home. Connor and Tobin had begun working, and their parents all seemed to take on more and more hours at the guild. Silver was soaking up every golden second of it. The entire summer had passed with barely a whisper of the Scarlet Arrow, and Silver had heard almost nothing about the woman since the night she'd listened outside Dad's office. Mom hadn't suffered any kind of emotional breakdown, and her concern that Silver might be snatched away at any moment and turned into an assassin seemed silly now. She'd only brought it up once or twice, and that had been months ago, at the end of third year. Now, fourth year had begun. The Liberation Day ball was coming up, and life was continuing as normal. Oh my gosh, he is so bad at this, Silver said, barely containing her laughter as she watched Connor stepping stiffly back and forth, struggling not to trample on Rosie's toes. I know, Ash said. It's brilliant. After Connor had spent years making fun of Flynn and his undying devotion to Holly, it had been a bit of a shock to both him and everyone else when he'd fallen head over heels for Rosie after meeting her at the guild. Ash and Silver had taken great delight in teasing him mercilessly since the moment he'd begun sighing over her. On a scale of 1 to 10, Silver said, wiggling her toes in the grass as she watched Connor, how mad do you think he'll be if we disable the canopy enchantment just before the storm arrives and they both end up drenched? 100? No, 1,000. He's super into her. Silver smiled. It's kind of adorable. I guess. We should disable the canopy. We'd be doing them a favor. Kisses in the rain are so romantic, and I'm guessing Connor could use all the help he can get in that department. Ash leaned back on his hands, laughing. Kisses in the rain are so romantic? When did you kiss someone in the rain? I haven't, but I've read about it in plenty of my mom's romance novels. And Tobin told me that when he went on that date with that girl from... Okay, stop. If you're about to share a story of one of my brothers making out with someone, I definitely don't need to hear it. You're such a boy, Silver said, poking Ash in the side. He laughed again, leaning away from her and gripping his side. I think you're missing the real question, he said as his laughter subsided. Which is, How mad will our moms be if we disable the canopy enchantment? Okay, you're right. It's not worth it. Connor's on his own in the romance department. Yep. A chilly breeze brushed the loose strands of hair across her face, and she scooped them back behind her ears. I think that storm will be here earlier than predicted, she said, rubbing her hands up and down her arms. The temperature had dropped within the last few minutes. Ash sighed. Don't you ever bring anything warm with you? She stuck her tongue out at him before leaning back and grabbing the bundled-up gray hoodie from the grass behind him. Why would I when you always bring something for me? That's actually for me, nitwit. She smiled sweetly before pulling the hoodie over her head and pushing her arms through the too long sleeves. Good thing you don't feel the cold. He rolled his eyes, then returned his gaze to Connor, who was trying to twirl Rosie beneath his arm without tripping over his own feet. Try to loosen up a little, bro, he called out, barely hiding his laughter. Hey, if you're so good at it, smartass, Connor called back to Ash. Why don't you come over here and show us how it's done? No problem, Ash answered, pushing himself up. Silver? He asked, looking down at her. Oh, absolutely. She jumped to her feet without pause, striding ahead of Ash. I aced this one. That's not something to be proud of, Quicksilver, Connor said. You're just jealous, she answered with a sweet smile, before spinning on her heel to face Ash. They clasped hands, and Ash counted them in. As they began moving, perfectly in step with one another, the music played through Silver's mind. This wasn't one of the old traditional fairy dances that had been around for centuries, like the ones used at guild graduation balls, which had magic woven into the music. This one, like most of the dances that were included at Liberation Day balls, had steps that actually had to be learned. They couldn't rely on magic to guide their feet. There was always a bit of scramble every year in the weeks leading up to the ball, as some of the guild's training lessons were replaced with dancing lessons so that trainees who were attending wouldn't trip everyone else up. Ash, of course, had excelled at dancing the way he excelled at everything else, and Silver had found this one easy too. His hand pressed against her lower back, and she twirled easily beneath his arm. Then they both spun, turning back to back for a moment, stepping around one another, and then catching hold of each other's hands once more. She looked up and found him smiling down at her, his eyes warm, his dark hair falling across his brow. Their hands rose between them, palms pressed together, and as their fingers shifted and interlaced, she somehow couldn't pull her eyes away from his. Something inside her felt different. A flutter of wings in her chest, a swoop low in her belly, a quickening of her pulse. Their gazes remained locked together as Ash's right hand slid up over her arm, over her shoulder, and down to her waist, pressing her a fraction closer. That tiny movement was like a punch that knocked all the air from her chest. It hit her, out of nowhere, that this was exactly what she wanted. This moment, right here, with Ash, his arm around her, and his gaze burning into hers. She wanted this. Forever. Silver? She blinked and swallowed. Ash's expression had turned questioning. What's wrong? What? She croaked, then cleared her throat. You stopped dancing. Oh! She hadn't even noticed. Sorry. She tore her gaze away and forced her feet to start moving again, her face hot. And that's when she noticed all the aster pearls, those tiny white blossoms that permanently littered the forest floor, rising into the air around them. Instead of plain white, each one seemed to have a tiny glint of gold at its center, which was most certainly not normal. Crap! Was that her magic doing that? Bleeding out of her and creating fantastical things without her permission? Putting her intense emotion on display for everyone to see? Crap, 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 crap. This was so embarrassing. Had Ash noticed? Had anyone else noticed? "Thought you said you aced this one, Quicksilver," Connor shouted from the edge of the clearing. She looked over at him, trying to blink her way out of this strange daze she seemed to have found herself in. He was standing behind Rosie, both arms wrapped around her and his cheek pressed against hers. And now that they weren't attempting to dance, they looked entirely at ease with one another. Silver found herself wishing, with an intensity that shocked her, that she could stand like that with Ash. His arms tight around her, his lips so close to her skin. She sucked in a breath, returning her focus to her feet. Where the heck was this even coming from? Weren't they supposed to be friends? All around them, the twinkling aster pearls kept rising. "Hey, knock it off!" Ash shouted at Connor, though Silver could hear the laughter in his voice. "I'm not doing anything," Connor yelled back. Ash simply shook his head, as though he didn't believe Connor for a second. Thank goodness. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked in a quieter tone, looking down at Silver again. "Yes, of course." She smiled at him and took a deep breath, determining to finish the dance without paying any more attention to the earth-shattering realization that had just crashed into her. 2 days later, on Monday afternoon, Silver dragged a towel across the back of her damp neck as Odette entertained her with the tale of the disastrous session she'd just had in the simulation ring. They were in the training center at the Guild, and Silver had just finished a session of push-ups, pull-ups, planks, and weights, hence the layer of sweat she was now covered in. "I thought we were fighting against each other," Odette was saying, "because my mentor forgot to mention the fact that I was going in there with a partner, not an opponent, and we were supposed to save a group of kids on the side of the mountain, and because the setting included an earthquake, when this giant rift formed in front of us straight after we got in there, I was like, oh, cool, this'll be easy. And I managed to wrestle my partner to the edge and shove him right into it." She smacked a hand over her face. "And then, of course, I couldn't finish the simulation on my own, so the fictional kids didn't make it. So Jaren and I both lost points for that session." Jaren, Odette's unfortunate partner, appeared at that moment, and Odette peeked through her fingers at him. "I'm sorry about that." "Don't worry about it," he said with an easy grin, sliding a hand through his blonde and blue hair. "We could blame your mentor for leaving out some key details." Silver laughed along with them, but her gaze kept slipping past Odette to where Ash was doing archery practice on the other side of the training center. She'd spent the remainder of the weekend agonizing over whether to say anything to him, and had decided that her first, not-so-scary step would be to ask him if he wanted to go to the Liberation Day ball with her. In the past, they'd always gone as a group of friends, with Odette and Remy, but Remy had messed things up this year by asking someone else to go with him. Then Odette had begun talking about how much she hoped that guy in 5th year with the purple hair would ask her as his date. So perhaps it wouldn't be that awkward if Silver suggested she and Ash go together. Like, together. Even in her head it sounded awkward. She needed to figure out exactly what to say before she opened her mouth in front of him, which was not normal. When it came to Ash, she'd spent a decade saying whatever came to mind. "My mom put the finishing touches on mine yesterday, and it's perfect," Odette said. But Silver's still not happy with hers. At this rate, she'll be going naked. What? Silver's already flushed face grew warmer as she zoned back in on Odette and Jaren's conversation. "What did I miss?" "I was just asking if you guys are planning to go to the Lib Day ball," Jaren said. his lips quirked up on one side. "Apparently you won't be wearing much more than your underwear." Silver smacked Odette's arm. "She's talking nonsense. My dress is basically done. I was only hoping my mom could somehow add wings to it, but she said her clothes casting skills do not extend that far." "Silver wishes she could fly," Odette explained. "Like actually fly, not just boost herself into the air for short bursts with magic." Jaren nodded. "Flying would be cool." "Right?" Silver said, self-consciously rubbing the towel across her chest and around the side of her neck. "Thank you. Odette always thinks I'm being silly when I mention it, but that's because she was always too scared to jump off a rock and swing across the river, so she totally missed out on the thrill I'm always talking about." Odette stuck her tongue out. "I was not scared. Anyway, gotta get home. My mom asked me to do dinner tonight." "Okay, see you tomorrow," Silver said. "Oh, message me about that history essay question." "Oh, yes, will do." Odette walked away, and Silver looked past Jaren to the other side of the training center, about to make an excuse so she could go and talk to Ash. But Ash must have finished his session and left already, because she couldn't see him anywhere. Silver, can I talk to you?" Silver returned her attention to Jaren, who was now twisting his hands together. "Yeah, sure," she said, looping her towel around her neck and holding on to the two ends. "What's up?" So..." His gaze moved past her, paused on something, then returned to her face. "Would you like to go to the Lib Day ball with me?" Silver blinked. Of all the things she'd expected to come out of Jaren's mouth, this was not one of them. "Oh, She lifted a hand to her sweaty hair and tucked a few strands behind her ear. She honestly thought Jaren liked someone else, and she definitely liked someone else. All she could see in her mind's eye right now was Ash, so the obvious answer here was no. But Jaren was looking at her with such a hopeful expression, and somehow she found herself saying, "Can I get back to you?" Jaren grinned, as if she'd said yes. "Totally. Yeah. Thanks, Silver." Then he hugged her and hurried off, leaving Silver wondering if he'd genuinely misinterpreted her words or if he was simply relieved that the scary part, the part where he'd actually asked her, was over now. She was certainly looking forward to that part when she finally found the courage to ask Ash. It had been 3 days. 3 whole days. Silver had been trying to speak to Ash, the person she'd spoken to in some form or other, literally every day since they were old enough to get their own ambers, and somehow it hadn't happened. He'd been arriving at classes just as their lessons began, so she couldn't speak to him then. In the training center, he was too caught up in whatever session he was in or whatever in-depth discussion he was having with a mentor to exchange more than a few words with her. And apparently he was too busy studying at night to answer her messages with anything more than something brief and vague that included "chat later" or "see you tomorrow" or "can I get back to you?" Suddenly, and seemingly out of nowhere, there was more distance between them than there had ever been. Silver was starting to wonder if she'd done something wrong without realizing it. Had she been acting weird since her revelation while they'd been dancing? Crap. She'd tried so hard just to be normal, to act as though nothing had changed. This was why she hadn't been sure if she should say anything to him about how she felt. Because it would change things. It would ruin the easy, perfect friendship they'd always had. But perhaps she was being weird without knowing it, and now things were messed up anyway. She made it to Thursday evening before deciding she couldn't handle it anymore. She sent a quick message to Jaren, asking him to meet her the following morning. She had never meant to string him along, and she really needed to just get over the part where she felt bad and gently tell him no, then walked through the fairy paths to the Blackburn's house. In the garden, she hesitated, looking up at Ash's window. She'd climbed up there too many times to count. But suddenly, it didn't seem right. She walked around the side of the house instead and aimed for the front door. "Silver," Iris said, surprise creasing her features when she opened the door. She held a mug of steaming liquid in one hand. The scent of lemon reached Silver's nose. Did something happen to the wall?" What?" "The wall. You normally climb up to the window." Silver felt heat crawling up her neck. "You knew about that?" "Of course you knew about that." Iris's smile was gentle. "Of course I knew about that." Then she stepped back. "Sorry, come on in. Is everything okay?" "Yes, I just, came to see Ash." Iris nodded, watching Silver closely, as though she didn't believe for a second that things were okay. Silver crossed the living area, waving to Lennox, who was sitting on the couch, writing something on an amber tablet. She climbed the stairs slowly, her palms sweating and nerves chewing at her insides. This was ridiculous. So ridiculous. When had she ever been nervous about speaking to Ash? His bedroom door was ajar. She tapped her knuckles against it and waited. "Yeah?" he called. She took a breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. He was lying on his stomach on the bed, making notes in a textbook. "Silver?" He looked even more surprised than his mother. "Hi." "Hi." He hesitated, mouth half open, like he wasn't sure what else to say. Or perhaps he did know what he wanted to say, but he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. The sight of that uncertainty made Silver's stomach turn over again. What the heck was going on between them? "Are you mad at me?" she asked before he could try to fill the space with something meaningless. "What?" "I don't think you've ever been mad at me before, so I can't quite tell. But you're definitely not happy with me. What's going on?" He scooted to the edge of the bed and stood. "I'm not mad at you, but you've been avoiding me." He let out a short laugh. "I've just been really busy." "But you're always really busy." She waved to the space between them. "Something is different." "Well, it's..." He pushed both hands through his hair, his gaze landing somewhere past her. "I guess things would have to start changing now. They can't exactly stay the same." "What? Why? What are you talking about?" "Because..." There was color in his cheeks now, as his eyes returned to hers. He rubbed the back of his neck. "If you and I are seeing other people, if we're getting close to other people, then our friendship can't stay the same. It would be weird, inappropriate. If you're dating someone or if I'm dating someone, then that's supposed to be the person you're closest to, right?" Silver blinked and shook her head. What the heck? This was like reading a book and discovering she'd accidentally skipped a page. Skipped an entire chapter. She was definitely missing something. "What are you talking about? Are you dating someone new?" A gaping hole opened up inside her at the thought. He frowned. I meant you and Jaren, but also..." "What?" Relief and confusion collided inside her.
People are talking about it. He asked you out? You guys are together now?"
She was so confused. Did Ash seriously think something like this would happen and she wouldn't tell him about it? She'd never dated anyone before. If she suddenly said yes to someone, it would be a big deal. Of course she would tell him. "No, he asked me to the Liberation Day ball, and okay, that's great, because Odette and I are going together, so at least now..." "Wait, what?" "Yeah." Ash gave her an uncertain smile. "Cool, right?" No, not cool. Definitely not cool. But Silver couldn't say that out loud. She couldn't say anything. She was half convinced she'd wandered into a dream. Wait, She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, just backtrack a bit. You're saying that you and I can't have the friendship we've always had because I might be growing closer to someone else and you might be growing closer to someone else? Holy crap. Since when was there something going on between Ash and Odette? How had she completely missed that? I mean, what about Kelly? You were with her for months, and our friendship didn't change.
Well, yeah.
Ash let out a soft laugh.
Exactly. Why do you think things didn't work out with her? She was never comfortable with me having two close friends who were girls. And I didn't want to stop being friends with you guys, so I told Kelly we obviously weren't right for each other.
Two close friends who were girls. Silver had always thought she was Ash's closest friend. But maybe he'd spent more time with Odette than she'd realized. Maybe they hung out alone together, the same way Silver and Ash did. Maybe Odette had been here, in his bedroom, alone with him. Maybe he'd been alone with her, in her room. Bitter jealousy, hot and entirely unexpected, burned through Silver's veins. She was so startled she took a step backward. She didn't want to think of Odette like that. Odette was her friend. She didn't want to be jealous of her. Ugh, how did this become such a mess? I'm just a bit confused, Ash, she said eventually. Her voice was small, defeated. This wasn't her. She never sounded like this. Ash sat on the edge of his bed, staring down at the floor. I guess... He let out a long, slow breath. I guess this had to happen at some point. That you and I would start moving in different directions. That we wouldn't always be as close as we've been in the past. No. That was not what was supposed to happen. But now that this had all gone so completely sideways, Silver had no idea how to turn everything the right way up again. Perhaps it wasn't even possible. So you're fine with all of this? She asked carefully. This is what you want? He looked up at her. Well, if this is what you want, then of course this is what I want. Okay, that was not what she'd asked, but she felt stupid trying to ask again. And if he was happy with Odette, then she didn't want to take that away from him. She didn't want to make him feel guilty about it. Yes, she said eventually, though none of this was what she wanted. Okay, great, Ash breathed, looking somewhat relieved. No, not great, Silver wanted to shout. Not great at all. Yeah, she said instead, feeling suddenly horribly close to tears, which was ridiculous. She didn't cry, not often anyway, and certainly not because of Ash. He was the one who made her feel better when something was wrong. And this was all wrong. She cleared her throat. I need to finish some homework. She gestured over her shoulder, as if said homework was sitting in the passage behind her. So, I'll see you tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Chapter 26. Now. The music weaves around us, through us, beating in time with my heart. Ash's fingers slide into my hair. He's so close still, his lips beside my ear, and his whispered words landing softly, so convincingly in my muddled brain. Stay. When all of this is over, please stay. I could stay here forever. If I allowed myself to, I could sway the rest of my life away with him. Nothing else seems important. I blink. Something about that thought scares me, and the fear is enough to clear a fraction of the haziness from my mind. Other things are important. Storm's Drift is important, Ash's family is important. Isn't that why we're here? We're here to steal the... I blink again and shake my head. Ash, we need to focus. I'm breathless, lightheaded. I can barely think with him so near, with the intoxicating magic of this place threading its way through every thought. I tilt my head, my mouth so close to his skin that I'm a mere breath away from pressing my lips to the side of his neck. My eyelids beg to slide shut. The ice, I whisper. Icicle. Crystal. That's what we're here for. With an enormous amount of effort, I force myself to take a deep breath and step backward. He catches my wrist, his fingers warm against my skin, just above the leather cuff with the moonstone.
What happened, Silver?
What?
What happened?
He repeats, his voice low, earnest. I was expecting to see hooded eyes and the same sluggishness I've been trying so hard to fight off, but his gaze is clear.
There's a gap, a space of time, between when you fled the guild and when you decided to start a new life in the human world, approximately a year, as far as I can work out. What happened during that time? Where were you?
My heart pumps blood in a galloping rush through my veins, clearing the remaining cobwebs from my mind. Is that all it takes to fight the magic of this place? Terror? Adrenaline? I stare into Ash's eyes, so warm, so intense. Tell him. Some inner instinct urges. Tell him, tell him, tell him. Perhaps I can. Perhaps I'm brave enough. And if I tell him, and he understands, then maybe I can stay. 11 months, 2 days. I whisper, my mouth suddenly dry. To be more precise.
Okay, Ash says. What happened?
I shake my head. I can't have this conversation here, in this room that makes my brain feel like it's been tossed around and then put back inside my head at the wrong angle. Before I can change my mind, I grab Ash's hand and tug him through the crowd. I realize belatedly that I should be going slowly, not drawing attention by rushing out of here, but I guess it's too late for that. We reach the edge of the dance floor, and I pull him past the bar and back into the passageway with the private rooms. I aim for the first open doorway. There's no door at all, in fact, and let go of Ash's hand once we're inside. I realize then, at the sight of the soft blue light and tiny specks of neon blue floating in the air, that I recognize this room. Water runs down all 4 walls, and a stream travels from one side of the room to the other, tumbling over rocks and broken branches. The floor is earth and grass, and it smells real, fresh. There's no door, but I know that if I press the little metal flower set into the wall beside the doorway, a sheet of water will come down, sealing us off from the rest of the club. I saw Riven do it when I was last in here. This room is one of those that patrons pay extra to use, and once upon a time, back when I was the Diamond Knife, Riven hosted a private fight in here. A friend of his had taken a liking to both me and the Pink Lynx, and he paid a small fortune to see us face off against each other. I could have beaten her in under a minute, but that wasn't what Riven's friend was paying for, so I gave him a good show, dodging and dancing across the room, somersaulting over the river, sending magic streaking past the walls to create impressive arcs of water. And then, when I grew tired of throwing magic around and twirling out of the Pink Lynx's reach, I let her knock me out. I shut my eyes for a moment, blocking out the violent memory. This room is so serene, so calming. Why did Riven make us fight in here? I turn to face Ash. He hasn't said a word yet, which I assume means he's waiting for me to talk. My fingers can't stop fiddling anxiously with things, first turning my ring around and around, and then moving to the leather strips on my bracelet, twisting the beads and pearls as I try to figure out where to start. The next thing I know, silver white hair's tumbling over my shoulders. My fingers freeze. My eyes dart down to the bracelet and the pearl I've unintentionally squeezed too hard. Wonderful. I'll have to redo the enchantment before we leave this room. So, I force my hands to my sides and look up again, deciding to begin with the worst, because if Ash can't forgive me for that, then there's no point in telling him the rest of it. What if I told you I killed someone? He pauses, watching me closely, then says, I would tell you I've killed someone too. More than just one someone. It's kind of unavoidable when you're dealing with dangerous fae creatures and criminals on a near daily basis. A humorless breath of a laugh escapes me. I don't mean like that. Then, what do you mean? Was it self-defense? Were you helping someone else? He's so damn noble. He doesn't even question that my motives might have been anything other than pure. I inhale a shaky breath. I will be brave enough to tell him the truth, damn it. Not like that either. Okay. And it was more than one person. And I wanted them dead. They were bad people, I assume. They must have done terrible things if you wanted them dead. Still, he refuses to see me for what I truly am. The very opposite of everything I always dreamed of being. I think you're going to have to be a little more specific, he says. I can't really be sure what you're getting at otherwise. But I feel like you're trying to say that you're a terrible person because you've done terrible things, and maybe, for some people, that's true. But for you? He shakes his head. There's no way. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve him. He's far too good for me. Of course, at the heart of it all, I've only ever wanted to be exactly what he's describing. But looking back, knowing everything I know now, it was never going to be that way. I was never going to be that way. And I don't think Ash is capable of seeing that. I push my shoulders back and look past him through the doorway. We should go back to the gold floor and do what we came here to do. Wait, hang on. My head is clear now. As long as we're quick once we get back out there, we shouldn't be affected by the magic. Silver, you've barely told me anything. I still don't know what happened or what you went through. My eyes snap back to his. I am a monster, Ash. You're not a monster. He moves closer, lifting both hands, and before I know it, his palms are cupping my face. Out here, away from the intoxication of the gold floor, his nearness is startling. But his touch, it's warm, reassuring. I don't want to step away. Whatever you did to survive, he says gently, it was because you had no other choice. I shake my head and push his hands away as I step backward. I think this conversation is over. That's it? You refuse to tell me? You refuse to trust me? I don't look at him as I answer. That's it. What happened? He demands. And it isn't anger. It's something more like desperation. The memories rise like a tidal wave. Pain, sweat, blood, death, and red. Always red. But I beat them back down into the shadows. I step around Ash, aiming for the doorway. I don't want to talk about this anymore. So nothing has changed then, he says. And the hardness in his voice brings me to a stop. Not since the moment I found you and you tried to run from me. You're still running. I'm still running, and I still can't look at him. Correct. Nothing has changed. We're going to go back in there, steal that crystal, and then we're parting ways. I'm going off on my own again while you take that thing back to Storm's Drift and use it to destroy the door. And then what? What am I supposed to do after that? Carry on with my life as if nothing has changed? As if I don't know that you're out there somewhere, very much alive? Yes! I swing back around to face him. You can... I gesture helplessly around me, searching for an answer. I don't know, get back together with Odette. His head jerks back as if I've just slapped him. Seriously? Yes, seriously, she's amazing. She's clever and funny and a talented guardian and beautiful. I feel sick to my stomach even as I'm saying it, but that doesn't change the fact that I mean it. Ash deserves to be with someone like Odette. Stop, Silver. This has nothing to do with... she's basically perfect. She's not perfect. Oh, I'm sorry. Does she have some tiny flaw that means she isn't good enough for... She isn't you! He shouts. I stare at him. He stares back. I hear nothing but our heightened breaths and the whisper of falling water and his words ricocheting around my brain. She isn't you. She isn't you. He finally breaks eye contact, turning away with a shake of his head. Just forget it. Forget I said that. Forget everything else. Silver, He looks at me, and his shoulders lift in an almost helpless shrug. I just want my best friend back. Something about the way he says this, as if it's possible, as if it's a request I could actually grant, but I'm simply choosing not to, makes anger flare inside me at the unfairness of it all. You think I don't want her back, too? Your friend is gone, Ash. That fun, carefree, daring girl you grew up with, she's gone, and nobody is ever getting her back. Yeah, you've made that pretty damn clear. You're nothing like her. You're so angry, and you hate everyone. I hate myself! I roar. Then I slam my palm against the metal flower set into the wall. A sheet of water crashes down, closing us in, and I clench my fists, open my mouth, and scream and scream and scream. I keep going until the scream becomes a desperate chest-heaving sob and my body starts to shake. Do you have any idea what it was like? I gasp, barely able to breathe now. Watching the people you love literally cut down in front of you, and I did nothing. The last of the air is squeezed from my lungs, and I fight against the convulsive sobs, and as I try to draw more breath, but it's all too much now. I curl in on myself. My legs lower me down, and then I'm on my knees on the grass, my shoulders shaking, and my chest shuddering. I hate myself, who I am, and what I've done. The shuddering sobs won't stop, and tears keep streaking down my face. I lean forward and press my fingers into the grass, into the dirt. They gave up their lives, and then I became everything they hated, everything you hate. Ash's hand is on my shoulder. Then he's on the ground beside me, slipping an arm around my back and pulling me against him. I don't fight it. I wind my arms around him and press my tear-stained face against his shoulder, and for the first time in years, I hug him. He doesn't tell me everything's okay. He doesn't ask me to elaborate. In the end, all he whispers is, I will never hate you. And maybe it's true. Maybe he would forgive me if he knew everything. Maybe he would understand. But I will fall apart completely if I tell him now. I don't know how long we sit there, but eventually my sobs subside into shuddering breaths. Tell me about your family, I whisper. Ash lets out a confused laugh. What? You know I didn't mean it when I said I didn't want to know anything. I want to know every single detail, every single thing I missed. I carefully extricate myself from his embrace, sniffing as I swipe my hands beneath my eyes. Are Flynn and Holly still together? Is Connor still the biggest pain in everyone's ass? Ash lifts one hand, smiling as he gently brushes his knuckles across my still damp cheek.
Flynn and Holly broke up about a year ago, but it sounded like it was for the best. I think they grew up and grew apart.
He lifts his other hand and sweeps his thumb delicately beneath my eye, making me wonder just how much mascara mess is currently streaking my face.
Connor and Rosie broke up, and then Connor did this all-out grand gesture proposal, and now they're forming a union.
What?
I laugh in surprise.
Connor's getting married?
Right. Who would have thought he'd be the first? Mom made a bit of a fuss about him being young and impulsive. But you know Connor's adored Rosie since the minute he first laid eyes on her.
Yes. I scoop my hair behind my ears. And Tobin?
Tobin.
Ash's gaze shifts away from mine. I don't see him much anymore. He left the guild after... He trails off, then sighs.
Soon after what happened with your family. Mom and Dad spoke about leaving too. Not the guild as a whole, just the Stormstrift Guild. But then they decided to stay. It was just... things never entirely added up. Like the story about how you and your parents were unseelie spies, and we weren't really sure if we could trust everyone after that. But they decided in the end that if there was something suspicious going on at our guild, then it was better to stay than to leave. My mom's also taken up knitting recently, which is completely random and also kind of funny, because she's terrible at it, but she refuses to give up or use any spells to help her. I laugh again, and it sounds closer to normal this time. She'll be making you an ugly sweater any day now. His smile stretches wider. Yes, and then you'll steal it when you forget to... He cuts himself off, apparently remembering that we're no longer living in the past, that it's been years since I casually leaned over and helped myself to whatever warm item of clothing he brought with him for the evening. Well, anyway, he says, Mom's going to be utterly beside herself when she discovers you're alive. They all will. I look down at my hands as I nod. A few minutes ago, I was very firmly telling Ash that I'll be going off on my own again as soon as we get that crystal. Now I've allowed myself to soak up all the details I've longed to know for years, and all I want is to go home. Stormstrift home. Silver, Ash says gently, are you okay? That was a lot. I roll my eyes. That screaming meltdown? I ask lightly. That was nothing. His hand rests on my knee. It wasn't nothing. And also it wasn't your fault. What happened to your parents? You know that, right? I nod and try to swallow past the lump in my throat. But inside, I still wish I had done something. Guardians are trained to act in the blink of an eye, in the space between heartbeats. And that's what I should have done. Instead, I froze. I didn't even try to fight back. And the rest of it, Ash says slowly. Do you want to talk about that? I'm not sure which bit he's referring to now. The 11 months and 2 days that I still haven't shared any details about? Or the "she isn't you" declaration. I look up at him as those words bounce around my head again. She isn't you. She isn't you.
The words make me warm and giddy, and I feel again the desperate longing that almost consumed me on the dance floor. It wasn't just the magic. I want this. Ash, Storm's Drift, his family. I want to stay. I want a life there. I want a life with him. I look toward the sheet of water, rushing down over the doorway. It won't be hard to steal that crystal full of Seelie power. Even if we end up having to fight our way out of here, we can do it. And if it works, if it destroys the door, and Storm's Drift is safe again, and Ash and I go to another guild and tell them under the influence of Truth Potion what really happened 2 years ago, then I can stay. If I bury those 11 months and 2 days in the past and never speak of them, I can stay. Ash is watching me, waiting, giving me the space to speak when I'm ready. Perhaps he's hoping I'll finally talk about what happened after I ran from the guild. But I have something else I'd rather tell him. Something else I'm pretty sure he'd rather hear, if I'm brave enough. I take a deep breath, then another. Ash, I lied. When I told you I tried not to think about you at all the past 2 years, I was lying. A quiet moment passes between us as I dare to meet his eyes. Then he says, I know. His gaze moves down. His hand finds my wrist, and he gently lifts my arm. He turns the multi-layered bracelet of crisscrossing leather strips until the little silver bird is visible. He touches the tiny number 3, etched on its side. I saw it when I took you to Austin's, after you passed out. He was trying to heal you, and I was going just the tiniest bit out of my mind, thinking I might lose you all over again. And then this little bird caught my eye, and I figured perhaps you didn't hate me as much as you wanted me to believe. I let out a slow breath, my eyes still on the little bird, on Ash's hand, holding my wrist so carefully. I thought about you every day, I admit quietly. I missed you every single day. Sometimes I thought I must have been mistaken, that you weren't following Bergenfeld's orders. And other times, I remembered the magic you threw at me the second before those guardians tugged me into the fairy paths and tried to kill me. And I was so heartbroken, so angry. But mostly I just missed you. His finger moves from the tiny silver bird, tracing a path across the leather braids and over my palm. I can't help the shiver that dances across my skin and up the back of my neck. He interlaces his fingers with mine. No words exist in any language to describe how much I missed you. My next breath is a quiet shudder. Ash's eyes settle on mine, and his amber irises are like liquid fire. My blood rushes faster through my veins. My traitorous gaze dips, landing on his lips. It has been a very, very long time since I kissed him.
Silver.
I jerk away from Ash at the sound of the intrusive voice, my eyes darting around for the owner. The curtain of water over the doorway is gone. In its place stands Riven Zareth. Chapter 27. I scramble to my feet. A second later, Ash is standing too. He grips my hand firmly, reassuring me with a brief squeeze. Riven regards us in silence, his dark gaze sliding over me. Then Ash, then down to our joined hands, and then back to my face.
You know the use of this room comes at a price, he says,
his silky voice cold. I swallow. It's not as though I'm afraid of Riven. Not exactly. But there's something about him
that's always reminded me of... I blink and kick that thought clear out of my head. I'm not afraid of Riven, but my guard is always up when I'm around him. There's something unsettling about his direct gaze and the way he hardly blinks. And even though people say he's a faerie, he seems to have only one color, dark, almost black. It's a little strange, and while it's always seemed as though he wants to keep me around, I suspect that if I wound up on his bad side, by, let's say, stealing from him, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. We weren't using the room, I say, trying to keep my voice even. We just came in here to talk, away from all the noise, and then I guess the doorway malfunctioned, closed itself. Riven inhales, exhales, continues watching me. Talking, he says eventually. I have to admit, that's not what it looked like. Heat crawls up my neck and into my face. But before I can respond, he continues. I hope you're here to explain your exceedingly disappointing actions the other night. You can't simply jump up and run in the middle of a fight. The audience was most upset. I'm sure the audience loved the drama, and I'm sure Clyde wasted no time tossing the next pair of fighters into the ring. Clyde no longer works here. I hesitate, unsure what to say to that. Unsure what to think of that. Oh, indeed. My assistant tried to contact you, Silver. I lost my amber. A warning bell begins to ding softly at the back of my mind. Something isn't right here. I can't imagine Riven paying such close attention to all his employees. If people disappear, he just replaces them and moves on. At least, I always assumed he was that sort of person. You lost your amber? Riven repeats. Well, how convenient then that you wandered in for a night of conversation, because that's exactly what you and I are going to have now. A private chat. Without him around. He gestures at Ash before stepping into the room and moving to one side. People begin filing in from behind him. Men and women I don't recognize. My eyes dart back and forth, counting 5, 10, 15. Crappity crap, what is this? What's going on? Ash demands, as the newcomers move to stand around the edge of the room. He lets go of me, and I glance down to see him clamp his left hand tightly over his right. You, Riven says to him, are a guardian who does not have permission to be in my club. And you, my attention snaps back to him as he looks at me, did not have my permission to disappear. He knows Ash is a guardian? And who the heck does he think he is, talking to me like he owns me? We're vastly outnumbered, yet I can't help the indignation that burns in my chest. Excuse me? You may be my employer, but that doesn't mean I have to answer to. Riven snaps his fingers. At least half the men and women around the room move toward us. Ash's arms are up in a second, a crossbow in one hand, already loaded with a gleaming golden bolt, and a sword in the other. Try it, he says, low and deadly, his eyes still on Riven. A few people stop, sending questioning glances in Riven's direction. The others halt when I lift my hands, my own magic crackling around my fingers. What's going on, Riven? I ask, still trying to keep my tone calm, reasonable. More than a dozen people? This seems a bit like overkill. I don't think so, Riven answers. He's a guardian, and you... He trails off, a hint of a smile on his lips. Well, we both know what you are. I blink at him, my heart pattering even faster now. Does he know I spent several years being trained at a guild? Or does he somehow know more than that? Well, Riven snaps, looking around the room. What are you waiting for? They advance on us,
and I move one hand swiftly to the leather cuff on my wrist. Definitely time to get my crescent moon knife out. But I barely touch the moonstone when my thoughts leap to my other wrist and the tiny stone that contains the darkness charm. I'm supposed to be saving it for the gold floor, but what's the point if we never make it out of this blue-tinged, water-filled room? My hands cross over, my fingers aiming for the wrap bracelet instead, and Ash is shooting the crossbow, and his blade is sweeping through the air, and sparks of magic whiz past my head, and suddenly there are more people, more weapons, more bright, glittering gold. Guardians? Guardians I recognize. What the? Everything comes to a halt. Riven is standing at knife point, surrounded by 3 guardians. Another 4 have their weapons raised, aimed around the room. They're all counselors from the Stormsdrift Guild as far as I can tell. Riven's people are brandishing weapons too. Magic is poised above dozens of hands. I'm frozen with my fingers near the stone containing the darkness charm. I could do it. I could fill the room with complete, instant darkness. But chaos would descend, and at least half of us would likely end up dead. What if Ash and I are among that number? Riven is the first to move. His head whips back toward Ash. His dark gaze smolders with fury. "What did you do?" Ash spreads his arms wide, palms up. His tone is clipped as he says, "What does it look like? How dare you? This is not a part of my agreement with the guild." "Yeah, well, you should have thought about that before you brought a bunch of your people in here and tried to attack me. This case is bigger than whatever deal you've struck with the guild. We've been searching for her for years." He jerks his head in my direction. "And I can tell you right now there's no guild in the world that's about to let you disappear with her." I struggle to follow what he's saying. None of this was part of our plan, so he's obviously making this up on the spot, bluffing his ass off, except he's the one who called all these guardians here? "Asher Blackburn." A guardian steps forward. Greenwood? He was new on the council at the time I ran from the guild, but I think that's his name. "You have some nerve calling us here after you. We can sort everyone's nerves out once we're back at the guild," Ash says. And then he turns to me and snaps a pair of glittering cuffs onto my wrists. "Wait. What? What the actual freaking—" "Where's Ursula?" Ash asks. Ursula? Since when are Ash and Bergenfell on a first-name basis? I remind myself that Ash has been a qualified working guardian for some time. Years, from his perspective. So perhaps it's not weird that he calls her Ursula. They're basically colleagues. And this strange exchange is all part of an impromptu plan to get us safely out of here. Right? That has to be what's going on. Because Ash is on my side. I know he is. There's no way he faked everything we just talked about, everything we've been through over the past 2 days. Except, if he's on my side, why did he make sure I can't access my own magic? "Ursula would like me to remind you," Greenwood says, "that you're also under arrest." Ash sighs. "Yeah, we can fix up that little misunderstanding back at the guild as well." "Little misunderstanding? You tried to kill us when Singer and I showed up that's definitely an exaggeration. And I got Ursula the girl, didn't I? So it was all worth it." "Excuse me? The girl?" "You're not the one who was supposed to be going after the girl as far as I know," Greenwood says. "You're wanted for assault, another now that you've ruined the reputation of this place," Riven says loudly, speaking over both of them. "Might I suggest that you take your domestic squabbles back to your little guild and leave me and what's left of my club in peace?" "Your reputation is fine," Redwood snaps at him. "We came in quietly, no weapons drawn. Only your gatekeepers at the door and the people in this room know who we are." "And if you let us leave, just as quietly," Ash says, "your reputation will remain intact."
No one out there needs to know that a group of guardians walked right through your club.
Tiny neon blue specks float past Riven. His eyes glitter as he watches Ash.
You're playing a dangerous game, boy.
My eyes dart around the room, taking in the raised weapons, the tense postures, everyone waiting, watching, hardly daring to breathe. Game or not, this is dangerous indeed.
So that's a yes?
Greenwood says to Riven.
You'll stand back quietly while we leave?
While you take my silver girl? Riven asks in an icy tone that sends goosebumps across my skin.
She is not your silver girl,
Ash growls, and his hand rises to clamp, almost painfully, around my upper arm. Part of me wants to tug free, to fight back. But the rest of me is too confused to act. I'm still trying to figure out whether this is all a big trick to get us out of here, or if I'm the one who's being tricked.
You may not know this about me, boy,
Riven says, eyes flashing dangerously.
But I always get what I want in the end.
His gaze shifts to me, and somehow, without him saying another word, I know that what he wants is me. Ash pulls me roughly against his side.
Not this time,
he says to Riven before marching me forward.
Oh, and one more thing,
he adds, stopping and looking at Greenwood.
Actually, 2 more things. Firstly, she knows where the key is, so maybe don't kill her until you get that information out of her. And secondly, I noticed a stolen treasure from the Sealy court hanging from a chandelier in that gold room. We should probably take that with us.
My stomach drops down to my toes. He told them I know where the key is? Why the hell would he do that if he's on my side? I'm about to shove an elbow into his gut or jerk my head back hard enough to break his nose. But Riven speaks first.
You will not touch the icicle pendant of the first Sealy queen.
Despite my fury and confusion, I managed to be impressed by this. The first Sealy queen? That thing really is a priceless treasure? How on earth did Riven end up with it?
Well, Ash says, thank you for confirming that it is, in fact, the icicle pendant.
He drags me forward another few steps and stops in front of Riven.
How about this? You let us walk out of here with the girl and the pendant, and we all pretend we didn't see the highly addictive Glimex powder your bartender was busy sprinkling into every drink back there. You're happy, we're happy. Okay?
Riven presses his lips together for several tense seconds. Then he drops his gaze, inclining his head ever so slightly. Great, Ash says, and then he's dragging me out of the blue room. Ash, I say to him in a low voice, as I cling desperately to one last shred of hope. Please tell me this is all.
Don't,
he says. His tone short, his gaze pointed forward.
Please, Silver. You're only going to make this more difficult.
My mind spins. He's still acting, right? That's the difficult part he's referring to? The part where he pretends to betray me? I lower my voice further. Please, just give me some kind of sign.
There's no sign, Silver, he says abruptly. Just stop, okay?
Still, he won't look at me.
This isn't personal. This is my job. I swore an oath to the guild and the Sealy crown. And you?
He shakes his head as he steers me back onto the gold floor.
You're nothing but an un-Sealy spy.
My stomach drops. That has to be a lie. There's no way he believes that un-Sealy nonsense. But even as I'm thinking this, the cracks begin to form in my heart. I knew when he suddenly appeared in my life again that I shouldn't trust him, that I couldn't trust myself with him. I should have stuck firmly to my initial gut feeling. I shouldn't have let myself get close to him again. I'm such an idiot. Greenwood is suddenly in front of us, blocking our path.
Hold on, Blackburn. You're not leaving this club a free man. Are you kidding me right now? No. I have my orders. So do I, from the Sealy court, because I got tired of waiting for Ursula to deliver. Greenwood arches a brow. I'm fairly sure you're lying through your ass. And do you think I'm lying through my ass about that? Ash demands, pointing up at the chandelier. Greenwood follows his gaze. He sighs. I suppose not. Go ahead, Ash says, gesturing again to the icicle pendant of the first Sealy queen. We'll wait right here. Greenwood gives him a do-you-think-I-was-born-yesterday look, then issues a few instructions to two of the other counselors. He remains at my side while the two women head onto the dance floor. Together, with hands raised and strands of magic weaving carefully through the air, they detach the icicle pendant from the rest of the chandelier. If anyone in the crowd thinks it's strange that someone is removing part of the decor, they don't say or do anything. More likely they're too intoxicated to notice. I certainly wouldn't have, when I was the one swaying on the dance floor. The memory flickers across my mind. The beat of the music, the heat of Ash's body so close to mine. His lips whispering beside my ear. My face burns, and my heart breaks a little more. I push aside the pain and focus on the anger. No way in hell am I letting Ash haul me back to the guild with the rest of these guardians. He may have made it impossible for me to use my own magic, but the great thing about the enchantments I spent so much money on is that they all contain their own magic. The only thing I need to do is twist or squeeze the correct stone or pearl in the correct fashion. Not so easy, I discover, as I try to get the fingers of my left hand close enough to the items on my right wrist and fail miserably. And there's still the fact that once I escape, because I will escape, I'll be stuck with guardian cuffs on my wrists. Perfect, Greenwood says, as the counselors who retrieved the icicle pendant reach us. Now, Blackburn, I'm afraid I have to cuff you. Ash lets out a deep, low sigh that sounds almost like a growl. Fine. Can you at least wait until we're outside? Don't make a scene in here. The guild's deal with Riv and Zareth is, unfortunately, an important one. Greenwood shakes his head, but all he says is, fine. Then, his fingers wrap around my arm, the one not currently gripped by Ash, as he adds, but I'm escorting this one out. This one? Wow. I love the way they talk about me as if I'm not even here. If my brain wasn't so frantically preoccupied with trying to come up with a way out of this predicament, I'd be figuring out how to hurt this guy instead. At first, Ash doesn't let go of my arm. I'm stuck there feeling like the knotted rope at the center of the most ridiculous tug of war. I look up to see his jaw clenched, his eyes burning. Then, he releases me. Sure, he says, somehow managing to make that single word sound like a threat. Typical Asher Blackburn. He never liked to lose at anything. Greenwood pulls me forward, and Ash falls into step behind us, counselors flanking him. We make our way across the gold floor, through the mirrored passageway, and into the rainbow room. All the while, my fingers are scrabbling desperately at the multi-layer bracelet. The stupid cuffs keep getting in the way, but I'm managing to turn the bracelet fraction by fraction. At some point, though, I'm going to have to look down to see if my fingers are close enough to the correct stone. Some point very, very soon, because we're almost across the rainbow room. And that's when everything happens at once. Someone screams behind me, then another scream, and then Greenwood lurches forward, an arrow straight through his left arm. Then I'm tugged backward against something solid and warm, and a hand is reaching down, grabbing my wrist, lifting it, and fumbling with the bracelet, fumbling for a specific yellow stone. It takes my brain only a split second to put the pieces together. Ash shot Greenwood. He's aiming for the darkness charm. This was all an act. He's on my side. He's on my side.
And then the world vanishes. Chaos. Music and shrieks and angry voices. The sound of glass shattering and magic crackling in the air. Darkness pressing against my eyeballs. Ash's arm is around me, and I'm stumbling and skidding as he drags me across the floor, bumping into people, tripping over feet, fighting over elbows and hands and shoulders, until we collide abruptly with something solid. A wall? Then a voice in my ear. Warm lips moving like a caress against my earlobe. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?" "Yes," I answer without thinking. "You broke my heart. Again." His hands, which were busy sliding down my arms, go still. His warm breath against my neck vanishes. Complete pandemonium fills the darkness around us. But Ash is frozen. It feels as though we exist inside a bubble. Then he says, "Did you really think I would choose them over you a second time?" He presses his lips against the skin beneath my ear. A real kiss this time. A shiver zings down my spine. "I will never make that mistake again." His hands slide down to my wrists. Warmth. And then the cuffs are gone. I suck in a breath. "You alerted the guild," I accuse. "It was our only way out of here. You told them I know where the key is, to keep you alive as long as possible. You said I'm nothing but an unseelie. I love you." I stop. My lips are parted, but no sound comes out. I can't form words. "I love you," he says again, a fervent whisper against my neck, and suddenly all I want is to see him. It's so dark, so utterly, completely dark, that it makes me question whether any of this is even real. What if I'm dreaming? What if I'm dead? What if he really did betray me after all? Something shatters against the wall beside me, and I jerk away in fright. Ash's hand grips mine, and then he's pulling me behind him. I keep one hand up, sliding against the wall. He keeps bumping into people, and I, in turn, keep bumping into him. Shouts and cries fill the room. Magic zings invisibly through the air. Then suddenly, I feel water on my hands, my arms, my face, and then we burst through to the other side of the water droplet curtain and into the light. But I've barely taken a step when a large shape lurches out of the rainbow room behind me. There are hands on my shoulders, tugging me roughly backward. I'm slipping, falling, hitting the floor, water frothing and bubbling on my face, before I'm yanked back into the darkness. Chapter 28. Then. Bubbles whizzed around Silver as she spun in a giddy circle on the dance floor. Someone had decided on an undersea theme for the Liberation Day celebrations this year, and the ballroom inside Mirenvale Manor, the venue Storm's Drift Guild had hired for this year's ball, was filled with glittery blue-green flowers, frothy white layers of tulle, impressive water displays arcing across the room, and silvery bubbles that were surprisingly difficult to pop. Mirenvale Manor belonged to some disgustingly wealthy family, distant relatives of the Seelie King, who apparently had an even larger and more modern home somewhere else. So the manor house, situated in a part of the Fae realm that consisted of rolling green hills that went on for miles, sat empty most of the time. A pity, Silver had thought, when she stepped out of the fairy paths and took in the grand old house with its endless gardens of rose bushes, water features, and moss-covered sculptures. If she had a house this beautiful, she would never want to leave it. She had lingered outside for a few minutes, smelling the flowers and trailing her fingers over the edges of statues, putting off the moment when she would have to walk into the ballroom and face the rest of the evening. "It's going to be okay," she had whispered to herself. "This is all going to be okay." She had decided earlier that it was probably for the best, the way things had played out with Ash. Her friendship with him was one of the most important relationships in her life, and she did not want to mess it up any more than it was already messed up. But she knew that change was inevitable. Life couldn't stay as it was forever. Ash would find someone, whether it was Odette or someone else, who grew to be more important to him than Silver was. He and Silver would spend less time together, share fewer details of their lives with one another. It filled Silver with such deep sadness to think of it that she decided she'd rather not think of it at all. With time, she decided, she would get used to the idea of them growing apart. After her private pep talk in the garden, she'd wandered into the ballroom, where Remy had insisted on pulling her immediately onto the dance floor. "Okay, I think I'm done," she said breathlessly, as the music came to an end. A few wisps of hair had escaped the elegant knot at the back of her head, and she tucked them behind her ears. "Thanks, Remy," she grinned at him. "I think your date wants a turn now." Remy laughed and gulped in a breath. "I'm hoping my date will let me recover from this one first." "Hey, I haven't seen Jaren yet." "Oh, I'm sure he'll be here soon. We said we'd meet here and I was early. Oh, and there's Odette." She waved over Remy's shoulder as Odette entered the ballroom, her dark curls pulled into an elegant updo. Her dress, a deep shade of pink that was covered in thousands of tiny flowers, perfectly complemented her striking features. Ash wasn't with her, which caused a ridiculous amount of relief to flood Silver's veins. "I'm going to go and say hi." She stepped carefully around Remy. Her 2 high heels were one of the reasons she was grateful to get off the dance floor. She would have wiped out multiple times if she hadn't been holding on to him, and headed in Odette's direction. "Oh my gosh, Silver!" Odette squealed. "You look amazing! It all came together so beautifully. The little crystals on the bodice, and the lace on your arms, and turn around." She took Silver's arm and turned her carefully. "Ah, the back!" She clapped her hands. "It's so elegant. Your mom and I were totally right. This would have looked silly with wings." "Fine, I know," Silver grumbled, picturing the way the ice blue fabric swooped all the way down to her lower back, revealing a large amount of bare skin that Dad had said he wasn't exactly happy about. "You guys were both right. It does look amazing like this. The shoes are awful, though. They keep tripping me up." "Well, at least they look amazing." Odette sighed and clasped her hands together beneath her chin. "Ash is going to die when he sees you. He's honestly going to forget how to breathe." Silver blinked, blood rushing to fill her cheeks. "Ash? I mean Jaren! Oh, shoot." Odette pressed her hands over her face. "I'm so sorry, that was such a stupid slip. I totally meant Jaren." "Hey, stop that." Silver laughed as she reached over to pull Odette's hands away from her face. "You're going to smudge your makeup." "Ugh, that was embarrassing. I'm sorry." "Just a slip-up," Silver said with another laugh, though her insides were struggling to recover from the complete somersault they'd performed at the thought of Ash being breathless at the sight of her. Anyway, your dress looks incredible. I mean, I know my mom did a good job on mine, but your mom needs to win some kind of prize. All those tiny flowers, it's amazing. It totally looks like a professional clothes caster did it." "Thank you," Odette beamed. "I'm so in love with it. I just hope Aileron thinks I look amazing, too." Silver paused again. Was that another slip-up? But aren't you here with Ash?" "Oh, yes, kind of. He's meeting me here, but..." She peered a little closer at Silver. "You know we're only here together as friends, right? We're not even really here together. It's more because Remy's here with what's-her-name and you're here with Jaren, And I really wanted to come with Aileron, but he hardly even knows I exist, so... She rolled her eyes and shrugged. You know, Ash and I ended up coming together by default. Oh. An enormous weight lifted from Silver's shoulder. Right. Cool. Odette frowned. Didn't he tell you? He must have forgotten. Odette pressed her lips together and inhaled sharply through her nose. I'm going to kill that boy, she muttered. What? No, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Just a misunderstanding on my part. Though that wasn't really the way Ash had made it sound when he'd said he and Odette were coming together. He's still in big trouble, Odette muttered. Anyway, she cleared her throat and pulled a smile back onto her face. Speaking of dates, where's Jaren? Oh, I don't think he's arrived yet. We also said we'd meet here. Okay, cool. Odette twisted her hands together. I've actually been wanting to ask you something, but we always seem to be hanging out in a group these days, and I didn't want to make you feel awkward in front of the guys. Oh, dear, Silver said with a nervous laugh. What's this about? Nothing major, Odette said quickly. I just wanted to know how serious you are about Jaren. Like, are you guys dating now, or is it just a tonight thing? Oh, it's definitely just a tonight thing. I was actually going to say no to him, but Silver's mind flashed back to that awful conversation in Ash's bedroom. She forced her thoughts back to the present. And then, okay, this is going to sound weird, but Jaren and I have hung out a little bit since he asked me to be his date, and he keeps talking about this third-year girl. Like, all the time. I honestly think he only invited me to make her jealous. Oh! Odette started laughing, then shook her head. There's a surprising amount of that going around tonight. Silver frowned. What do you mean? Odette sighed. Instead of answering, she said, This is all so silly, you know? We should have just come as a group like we always do. Pairing off just makes everything a mess. You're telling me, Silver murmured. Oh, I think... She frowned as someone with blonde and blue hair disappeared through one of the open doorways and onto the terrace. I think I saw Jaren. Oh, cool. Well, see you on the dance floor. Yes, Silver answered, a little too brightly. Or not, she thought, as she hurried swiftly away, almost tripping on one of her stupid shoes. She caught herself against the edge of a fountain, wiggled her ankle a few times to check it was still okay, then set off again. The thought of having to watch Ash and Odette with their arms around each other on the dance floor made her feel a little nauseous. No, thank you, not putting myself through that. Water arced high overhead as Silver skirted the edge of the dance floor. After nodding politely at Counselor Bergenfell, and then stopping to greet Iris and Lennox and explaining that her parents would be here later, she reached the doorway she'd seen Jaren disappear through. She stepped out onto the moonlit terrace and stopped. Jaren and a blonde girl, kissing. Locked in such a passionate embrace, in fact, that it was difficult to tell at first whether it was even Jaren. But yes, it was definitely him. Silver stepped hastily back into the shadow of the curtains that framed the doorway, averting her gaze. She waited for hurt to pierce her chest, for anger to boil in her blood, but all she really felt was relief and annoyance. Did Jaren really have to cause such a mess in someone else's life just so he could get this silly girl to pay attention to him? Silver closed her eyes, leaned back into the folds of the curtain, and breathed out slowly. This is okay, she told herself. I'm okay. Honestly, she would probably have more fun this way. She would dance with Remy. She would dance with Odette. Perhaps she'd even dance with Ash. It would be like all the other Liberation Day balls they'd attended, if they could forget all the painful awkwardness of the past 2 weeks. She turned back toward the ballroom, and there was Ash, standing with Odette. A gap in the crowd provided Silver with a perfect view of the two of them. He looked amazing, of course, even more swoon-worthy than the last time she'd seen him in Fae formal wear. He and Odette were laughing, and his hand was on her shoulder. A knife of pain slid straight through Silver's chest. It seemed as if all the air was punched from her lungs. Tears burned behind her eyes, because of course that made sense. She saw her date kissing another girl, and it didn't bother her. Then she saw her two closest friends laughing together, and now she wanted to dissolve into tears. Flipping ridiculous. Breathe. Just breathe. She spun back around, ready to leave immediately. But of course, Jaren and his crush were still there, trying to absorb each other's faces. Silver was so desperate to flee the ballroom that she almost marched right past them. But it would make things even worse if they saw her. Jaren would apologize, and she would be crying, and he would think it was because of him, and no. Silver turned to face the ballroom again, and Ash was coming toward her. She froze, her breath catching. He slowed and stopped, a smile spreading on his face as he watched her. And she just stood there, unable to run, unable to think, wanting equally to wrap her arms around him and to get as far away from him as possible. He closed the distance between them, his smile growing wider. "Silver, you look..." Then he trailed off, his expression falling. He stepped closer, his hand moving immediately, automatically, to her arm. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she answered quickly, swiping at the tears on her cheeks. "Just... nothing." His eyes slid over her shoulder, and his expression turned thunderous in an instant. She knew without having to turn what he'd seen, who he'd seen. "I'm going to kill him," Ash said, already stepping past her. "Hey, no!" She grabbed his arm. "Ash, stop. I mean it." He swung around to face her. "You want me to just leave?" "Yes, just leave it. Him. Them." She sniffed, pulling him back inside the ballroom. "It doesn't matter." "Are you kidding? Some asshole makes you cry and it doesn't matter?" "He's not the asshole who made me cry," she yelled. He stared at her. Other people were staring too, she suspected, but she couldn't pull her gaze from him. His expression was frozen, confused. And then she saw the way it shifted the moment he realized she meant him. He cursed beneath his breath. "I'm sorry, Silver, Wait!" he called after her as she pushed past him. "Please just wait." She ducked past people, aiming for one of the other arched doorways. She had to get out. The gardens were extensive. She could lose herself out there, cry into the rose bushes, and then head back home through the fairy paths when she was ready. It was so stupid, really. How dare any single person have the ability to make her heart feel so crushed? It shouldn't be possible. "Silver, just wait!" Damn it, why was he still following her? She ducked past an arrangement of sparkly, seaweedy-looking plants and onto a different terrace. Her left heel twisted sideways and she almost toppled over. "Ugh! Stupid thing!" She kicked it off, then attempted to send the other shoe in the same direction, but the damn thing was somehow stuck to her foot. She reached down, tugged it off, and flung it sideways with a furious yell. "Whoa!" From the corner of her eye, she saw Ash duck low. "Did you just throw a shoe at me?" "No."
You were just in the way. Stop following me. She grabbed 2 fistfuls of her skirt and hurried across the terrace and down the steps, faster now that she didn't have to worry about her ridiculous footwear. The grass was cool and damp beneath her feet, and the evening air was fresh against her burning face. The moonlight was bright enough to illuminate her path between the roses and statues. "Would you just stop?" Ash shouted. "What is going on? Silver!" She came to a halt, her back still to him, breathing hard and forcing tears away. Just ahead of her lay a small round pool with a fountain at its center. 2 figures entwined, lips almost touching, rising from a frothing display of water that was probably supposed to be a wave. Wonderful. Completely freaking wonderful. Even the water feature was mocking her. She gritted her teeth and pointed her gaze determinedly at the ground. "I don't understand any of this," Ash said from behind her. "You told me you wanted to come to this thing with him, and now he's kissing some other girl, but you're upset with me, and—" She heard the sound of his hands falling to his sides. "I don't even know what we're fighting about. You don't know? You don't know?" She swung back around to face him. "You and I were supposed to come together." He paused, a completely bewildered expression on his face. "We were?" "Yes." Okay, I'm sorry, but I somehow missed that part because you were too busy being a silly, stubborn boy about Jaren. Because you said you were coming to the ball with him. He asked you out. You started dating. No, we did not. He asked me to come with him to this stupid thing, and I did not say yes. I came to talk to you. And wait, hang on." Ash held both hands up. "You said this was what you wanted, Silver. I'm really confused. The only thing I want is for you to be happy, and you said, seriously, that's the only thing you want? Yes, no. That cannot possibly be true. What about what you want?" He paused again, looking a little startled now. What do you want, Ash?" She hesitated, then blurted out, "Is it Odette? Is that who you want?" "No," he answered immediately. Then he shook his head. "I'm sorry, I can see how it might have seemed that way." How it might have seemed that way? Odette is definitely just a friend. In the same way that I'm a friend? No. Yes. This is all so stupid. Silver. What? He pointed above her head. She looked up. Oh. 1,000 fat droplets of water hung in the air above her, above Ash, above the space between them. She suddenly became distinctly aware of the absence of bubbling water behind her, and then, in the next moment, she became equally aware of the strands of magic bleeding invisibly from her body into the air above her. The magic that was holding all that water up there. She was well aware of the effort it was taking to keep it up there. Well, crap. "I assume that's you?" Ash asked carefully. "I don't think it's me." "Yes, Ash, it's me," she snapped, biting down her embarrassment. She was too old for this kind of uncontrolled release of magic. "Remember years ago when you concocted a layer of syrup and brought it down over my head? Well, I figured it was time to get you back." His eyes narrowed a fraction. "You wouldn't dare." She inhaled deeply, and her voice was low and steady when she answered. "You know there's nothing I wouldn't dare." His brows inched up. "Here? While you're wearing that dress? And with your hair and makeup all perfectly—" She let go. And even though she was expecting it, she still gasped and tensed as the deluge struck her. It was over within minutes, every droplet now soaking into the earth, leaving her and Ash completely drenched.
She couldn't help it. She started laughing. He blinked at her, through the water clinging to his eyelashes. "I can't believe you did that!" She laughed even harder. "Really? Do you even know me at all?" He shook his head, but there was an undeniable smile on his lips now. "Okay, you're right, I can totally believe you did that." He wiped a hand over his face, then sighed. "Silver, I'm really sorry about— Can we just pretend the last few weeks never happened?" She blurted out. He hesitated for barely a second before answering. "Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm so sorry. Things have been so weird and I hated it." "Ugh, me too. It was horrible. But I didn't know how to get things back to the way they were before." "I know. Me neither." He gave her a tentative smile. "So, are we okay?" Yes. If they could take a gigantic step over the past few weeks and all the embarrassing shouting she'd just done, then they were good. "I think we're okay. Or at least, we will be." She answered his smile with a hesitant one of her own. "Should we go back inside, or— I don't know, maybe you should go back and I'll go home? Pretty sure at least half the ballroom heard me yelling at you. I think I might get some strange looks if I go back in there." "Have you forgotten we're both dripping wet? I don't think either of us will be welcomed back into the ballroom." "Oh, right." Silver looked down at herself, then ran her hands over the damp lace that clung to her arms. Now that her anger had fizzled away, she felt terrible about soaking the dress Mom had spent her precious spare hours on. "You didn't ruin it," Ash said, as if he could read her mind. "You still look beautiful." "Oh, Her cheeks burned again. "Thanks. I mean, objectively. Of course. I'm sorry. We're supposed to be working on not being weird and I'm just making things worse." She laughed. "Don't worry about it. Maybe it'll take a little bit of time." He nodded. "Yeah, maybe." Then he took a deep breath, looked around, hesitated, and then asked, "Do you want to dance? Out here?" "Well, we've already established we're probably not welcome in the ballroom." "True. Okay, sure." She shrugged, hoping the movement looked natural. Inside, she was trying to figure out how her brain would continue sending commands to her feet with Ash standing so close to her. She forced herself to focus on other things: the damp grass tickling her feet, her wet dress brushing against her ankles, the music in the distance. Ash moved closer, took her right hand in his, and placed his other arm around her. His fingers skimmed over her bare skin before his hand settled at the small of her back. Also, bare skin. A tiny gasp of breath caught at the back of her throat. Oh, holy quartz, please tell me he didn't hear that. She swallowed and forced herself to take a normal breath. "Don't freak out, don't freak out, don't freak out." She concentrated on the music emanating from the ballroom and cleared her throat. What dance is this?" "I have no idea." "Really?" She looked up at him and forced her lips into a teasing smile. "I thought you knew everything." "I don't know everything." "Right, sure." She laughed and felt herself relax a little. This she could do. Teasing, joking. This was their thing. This was normal. Ash's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled back at her. "I honestly have no clue. Maybe we should just, sway?" "Okay." So they started swaying, and Silver kept breathing. And this was okay. This was enough. There didn't need to be more between them, as long as she had this, her best friend, not ignoring her. "I really am sorry," Ash said eventually. as Silver made sure to keep staring over his shoulder instead of up at his face.
About the past few weeks. I never wanted it to be like that. I know we were still hanging out in a group, but somehow I still missed you.
I know what you mean. I missed you too. But now, this? She dared to look up and meet his eyes. It feels almost normal again. That wasn't entirely true. But perhaps if she kept telling herself this, she would eventually believe it. What was more important was that Ash believed it.
Yeah, he said quietly,
his honey gold eyes never leaving hers.
Things feel right again.
Look away now, she told herself. Look away, look away. But she couldn't. Ash didn't look away either. A moment passed. Another moment. Another moment. Too long, Silver thought, as she sensed something change between them. But still, she held his gaze, and he held hers, and somehow she felt it all the way down to her toes. Her heart thrummed faster, and she was hyper-aware of his touch, the imprint of his hand against her lower back, almost like a brand. Her every nerve ending seemed to be on fire. And then he kissed her. It was feather-light, tentative, somehow both strangely foreign. This was Ash, and blissfully right. Her stomach dipped, her eyes glided shut. Ash's lips moved with more pressure against hers, and his hand pressed firmly against her back. She wasn't sure how it happened, but she was vaguely aware of her own hands sliding around his neck and tangling in his damp hair. Then his fingers slipped beneath the edge of the fabric that skirted her lower back and pressed into the skin at her waist. Her breath caught, far more audibly this time, as he pulled her tighter against him. This was what she wanted. How could she have ever thought that just friends was enough? It would never be enough. Not after this. His mouth was hot against hers, and something like the delicate crackle and zap of magic tingled on her tongue as it touched his. A shiver rushed up her spine as Ash deepened the kiss. Seconds, minutes, an eternity. She had zero concept of time right now. Then he was dragging his lips along her jaw and pressing kisses against her neck and beneath her ear. "You," he murmured breathlessly. "You are everything I want." And her heart exploded with happiness. "Silver?" She sprang away from Ash, her face flushed, blinking rapidly as if she'd woken abruptly from a dream. She cast her gaze about for the owner of the familiar voice. And there she was, standing beside one of the rose bushes, not dressed in her ball gown. "Mom?" Mom hesitated, her eyes moving back and forth between Silver and Ash. And the look on her face, was that sadness? Then she took a quick breath. "I'm sorry, Silver girl, but we have to go, right now." Silver frowned. "Now?" "But it's urgent. There you are." Now it was Dad, stepping around the rose bush, and Silver barely had a second for mortification to crawl across her skin before Dad was darting past Mom and grabbing Silver's arm. "Dad, what's not here? Let's go. But what about now, Silver?" It wasn't anger, but fear, and it was chilling enough to keep Silver from arguing any further as her father tugged her across the grass and away from Ash. "What happened? What's wrong?" Silver looked back to see him following hastily. "Go back to the ballroom, Ash," Dad said. "Now." Then he and Mom were dragging Silver through the gardens and around the side of the manor house, refusing to answer her questions, muttering shaky half-sentences to each other, and then, before Silver could process what was happening, before she could even look back in search of Ash, they were disappearing into the darkness of the fairy paths. Chapter 29. Now. A yelp escapes my lips as I'm dragged across the floor beneath the water droplet curtain and into the utter darkness of what is usually the vibrant, colorful rainbow room. Got you. The voice is a labored grunt in my ear. Greenwood. Figured I'd station myself by the door once I found it and wait for you to get there. His hands are hooked beneath my arms. You won't be making it out of this club. I swing both fists back as hard as I can. He cries out as I strike his head. Then, another set of hands grabs my ankles, and suddenly, I'm sliding swiftly back out across the polished floor of the entrance area. Unfortunately, Greenwood is with me this time, also on the floor now. Shouts greet my ears, and Greenwood scrambles close enough to hook an arm around my neck. His other hand is grabbing a guardian knife from the air, and my own hands are pulsing with magic, and... Twip! Something shoots past my face. There's a yell in my ear, and then Ash is pulling me swiftly onto my feet. I spin back around to face Greenwood, magic still sparking around my fingertips. A glittering gold arrow has pierced straight through his shoulder, adding a second wound to his left arm. With his right, he releases the knife and grabs a sword instead. Another thwip, and then another, and 2 more arrows protrude from his body. He collapses against the wall beside the water curtain. You! He gasps, glaring at Ash. You're a traitor to the put your dirty hands on anyone I love ever again, and I will kill you. Ash snarls. Then he reaches for my hand, and just before he can grab it, I release all the magic I've been gathering into a single shield layer that ripples across the whole foyer. Then we turn and make for the pair of glass doors. 2 bouncers stand with magic sparkling around their hands. Their expressions suggest they're considering attempting to stop us, but Ash lifts one arm, displaying the now visible guardian marking on his wrist. Guild business, he snaps, as we push past them. I suggest you don't get involved. We hurry down the steps. Fairy paths, I tell him. I know. He's already pulling a stylus out of his pocket. Once we're beyond the glamour layer, and I can no longer see the gilded canary, he stops and raises his hand to the wall. Quickly, 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 I mutter, half of my attention still back inside the foyer, where my shield magic feels like it's starting to take strain. If the other counselors found their way out of the rainbow room, if they're busy blasting my shield with their magic, we won't be safe for long. A doorway to the fairy path spreads across the wall, and then I feel an invisible snap. My shield is gone. Ash, hey! The shout comes from just behind us. Go! I shout, and we dive into the darkness together. Don't think, he tells me as we fall through the nothingness, and I struggle to keep glimpses of numerous locations from flickering through my mind. Oof! I strike the ground and roll a few times before coming to a halt. Earth, leaves, trees, moonlight, wisps of mist. I pull a breath into my lungs. Is this Storm's Drift? Yes, I recognize this spot. We're close to the river. Fairy paths must be working right now. Storm Fae, I say, pushing myself hurriedly to my feet. It's the first time I've uttered the word since reading Mom's journal. A good few paces away from me, Ash is on his feet, too. He has a crossbow raised. My hands are up, magic pouring to my fingertips again. We wait, breathing hard, eyes combing the shadows around us. I'm half expecting the counselors to follow us here. Wouldn't put it past Greenwood to have placed some kind of tracking magic on me while we were still in the club. But the seconds tick by and no one shows up. No shadowy black mist seeps across the ground to morph into a ferocious creature. No threatening fey beast leaps from the shadows. Still, we wait. I hear the quiet rush of the river, and the buzzing hum of insects, and the distant rumble of thunder. I see glow bugs dotting the fronds of a fern. Eventually, Ash lets his crossbow disappear. I lower my hands. Slowly, we face each other. I'm sorry again, he says. About everything back there. I'm sorry I couldn't warn you. And I know it was a huge risk, but we were completely outnumbered. We wouldn't have made it out of there without the guild's help. But look. He reaches behind him and lifts the back of his shirt. When he brings his hand back around, something sharp and glittering sits within his grip. The icicle pendant of the first Seelie Queen.
"We did it,"
he says. My lips part as I stare at it. We did it! We actually did it! Ash places it reverently on a pile of leaves and takes a step back.
I'm half afraid this thing might break and explode all over me. Though I suppose if it survived everything that happened back at the club, it's not as fragile as it looks.
He peers across the space at me.
"Silver, we did it," he says again.
"We did it," I repeat in a whisper. He was on my side all along, and we got the crystal, and we're both alive, and he said he loves me, and we can actually do this. We can fix this entire mess. I can get my life back. Not the same as it was before. It'll never be the same without Mom and Dad. But as close enough as possible.
"Are you okay?" Ash asks tentatively.
"Yes. I'm better than okay. So much better than okay. I love you." The words ring in my head. The glow in my chest is so warm, so expansive. It's a wonder it hasn't burst from my chest to bathe the entire forest in light. "You love me," I murmur. He hesitates, then says,
"Yes. I'm sorry if I freaked you out with that. You don't have to say anything back to me. I always regretted not telling you before. Another mistake I didn't want to repeat."
There is too much space between us right now. Way too much space. I start walking toward him, a smile tugging irresistibly at my lips. Handcuffing me. I keep walking, dragging me through a dark room. Still walking, threatening my enemies. Just another few steps. "If you wanted me to kiss you," I stop right in front of him and tilt my head up to meet his eyes. "All you had to do was ask nicely." He blinks, and then his lips curve into a wide smile. His hands rise to cut my cheeks, to slide into my hair, to pull me closer. His eyes travel my face, drinking in something.
"There you are,"
he whispers, and then he kisses me. I've spent so much time trying to convince myself I don't care about him anymore, that I'd almost forgotten how much I want this, how much I want him. But it comes back in a startling, heady, heart-pounding rush. My lips are pressed hard against his, and my arms are snaking around him, my fingers digging into the muscles of his back. It's nothing like our first kiss outside the ballroom, years ago, that began so tentatively. This kiss is fevered, desperate, as if we're trying to make up for all the time we've lost. His hands slide downward, moving from my back to my waist to my thighs. And then he's hoisting me up and my legs are wrapped around him. His lips drag kisses down my breastbone. My back is against something rough and uncomfortable. A tree? And I honestly couldn't care less. There is, however, a tiny voice at the back of my mind that tells me we might have other priorities right now. I struggle to focus on it. Should we, maybe save the world first? My breath hitches as he presses harder against me. Heat curls and liquefies low in my belly. I swallow, and then get back to this.
"You've chosen a very inconvenient time."
He presses his lips to my chest, just above my fluttering heart.
"To be right."
I didn't plan this. Trust me." He turns me away from the tree and lowers me gently to the ground. His hands rise to my face again as our brows press together and our heavy breathing fill the quiet.
"Okay," he says. "Okay, this is..." He takes another steadying breath. You're right. We need to get this done. Or... No, never mind. What? It's a very bad idea. My lips curve up before I press another kiss to the side of his mouth. Sounds like my kind of idea. He laughs. It's a low, breathless rumble. So, the fairy paths seem to be working right now, which means it would take only a few seconds to get to my place, and you've never been there before, so maybe you want a quick tour? My flushed cheeks burn even hotter. I bite my lip. A quick tour? He hesitates, swallows. Bad idea, I know. It definitely wouldn't be quick. I would probably forget the rest of the world exists, and we would never leave, and who knows what would happen to Storm's Drift while you and I were busy doing the tour. I fill in, unable to keep the laughter from my voice, of your house. Right. The idea is tempting. A little bit terrifying, but mostly oh so tempting. I'm about to tell him to hold that invitation for when we're finished with everything else, when pain, shocking, slicing, sudden pain, punches through my chest. Then again, jerking me against Ash. His gasp matches my own. I drag my eyes from his horrified gaze down to the sliver of space between us. There are two golden blades, long enough to pass through both my chest and his. I catch movement from the corner of my eye, then behind him, then to my right. Guardians surround us. I try to draw breath. Screaming fills my ears. And then darkness blots everything out. I blink. I'm standing in the forest. Moonlight still streaming through the trees. Dark shapes on the ground around me. It's like I'm waking from a dream, except... Was I asleep? How could I have been asleep if I'm standing? I look down at the ground. Blood and limbs and mangled. I gasp and stagger backward, slapping a hand over my mouth and forcing my eyes away as my stomach turns. What the holy heck happened here? My hand is wet. I pull it quickly away from my mouth. And... blood. There is blood on my hands. Both hands. And now it's on my mouth. My body heaves, and then I'm leaning over, palms pressed to my knees as I vomit on the grass. It's barely over when a sickening idea punches me in the gut. Did I do this? The thought is so horrendous I immediately reject it. No, there is no way this was me. I've done terrible things before, but I've never done anything like this. And I've always been aware of my actions. And wasn't I impaled by a sword? 2 swords? I would have been incapable of causing damage like this. The thought brings my attention suddenly and sharply to the pain throbbing in my abdomen just beneath my ribcage. I wonder how I'm even able to breathe right now, but I suppose I've started healing already. I'm not sure how long I blacked out for. I press my hand against the wounds, not wanting to take a closer look. I'm sure I'll be... Where is Ash? The question hits me with as much shock and terror as the sight of all this gore surrounding me. Ash should be here. Why isn't he here? Panic clambers up my throat as I look around. No, 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 no. Where is he? Why am I the only one standing here? Where is he? He can't be. I let my gaze fall slowly to the bodies that are literally torn to shreds. My vision begins to turn white, and I blink hastily. I can't pass out now. With a sob in the back of my throat, I force myself to crouch down and take a closer look. I see Sealy Guard uniforms, parts of them at least. Were all these guardians from the Sealy court? And then I see something that makes my blood drain instantly from my face. A hand with a simple gold band on the smallest finger. I'm breathing fast, too fast. I'm going to pass out. This isn't happening. This is a nightmare.
This can't be real. A snarling howl. A yip-yip, and then a screech. I scramble to my feet and whirl around. My head spins and my chest aches, and I can hardly breathe. And a dark shape leaps from the shadows. I throw myself sideways, trip over something, and land among the roots of a tree. The wound in my chest screams at me, and my lungs beg for air. My fingers fumble with my back pocket, trying to find my stylus, and in my peripheral vision, I catch a glimpse of the creature spinning around, kicking something aside and moving closer. I think it's the same type of creature that chased us through the gauntlet. Stormfae, my mind whispers. I finally get hold of the stylus, but my fingers are trembling so badly, I almost drop the darn thing. I write shakily, far too slowly, and then the thing lunges at me and I have to roll out of the way. It catches itself against the tree and swings itself around. Long claws rake the air. A doorway opens on the ground. I scramble toward it, and I tumble into the darkness, my broken mind clinging only to the thought of safety, of home. Chapter 30. Then.
They're accusing us of murder.
What? Silver blinked. She must have heard them wrong. That couldn't possibly be what Dad had just said.
2 counselors. Dead.
Dad rushed across the living room and into the home study he shared with Mom.
Because of some fae creature we've never encountered before, Bergenfell saw. She saw what happened, but she's blaming us for—
We don't have time for this, Mom interrupted as she grabbed a book from the shelf behind the couch. She turned back to Silver. You need to change. Quickly. You can't run in that dress. Grab any essentials. We'll shrink everything. And stop! Just stop! Silver said, her voice unnaturally high, her hands pressed to the sides of her face. I don't understand any of this. What are you talking about? What creature? Which counselors? Why are they blaming you? Mom ducked around the couch and stopped in front of Silver, taking her hand and gripping it tightly. There's a door. In the shadow crypt. A faerie door. Usually hidden by a glamour. We found it and Mom's eyes darted past Silver towards Dad, and Silver remembered, with sudden clarity, an evening long ago when she and Ash had snuck down to the shadow crypt, and it had seemed, in the moment just before they left, that one of the walls inside had vanished to reveal another room. Something came through, Mom said, looking at Silver again. This creature. It was— She shook her head and pushed a few tangles of silver hair out of her face. Her eyes squeezed shut. Her face crumpled a bit as she whispered, Storm and shadow. That's where they came from. That's what he told me. And he was right. But they're so much worse in reality. Dad strode across the room and turned both Mom and Silver toward the stairs. Like you said, we don't have time for this. We can explain everything later, and if we can't— Silver, there's a journal. What? Silver asked, as Dad steered them toward the stairs. Mom's journal. She wrote about all of this. All of what? I thought this only just happened tonight. This murder accusation. Dad was ahead of her now, dragging her up the stairs so quickly she would have tripped if she hadn't been hanging onto him. Yes, but there's more. They reached the landing between the bedrooms, and Mom darted ahead. She dropped the book she'd been carrying onto the bed and grabbed an empty bag from the wardrobe. Should have tried harder, she was muttering. Should have just destroyed the darn thing. We did try, Dad said. You know we did. We've tried everything we could think of except the one thing that was impossible to find. I know. Dad, you said there's more? Silver said, blinking and shaking her head. In a journal? None of this was making sense. Okay, Silver, listen to me. Dad stopped in the doorway to the bedroom and gripped Silver's shoulders.
If something happens to Mom and me, you need to go to our spot, the study spot, just off the Canopy Way. You'll find the journal there. It'll tell you everything about—
What do you mean if something happens to you? Dad, this is insane. Why are we running from this? If you're innocent, then you tell them that. You take a truth potion and answer questions. Everyone will know Bergenfell's lying.
His grip tightened on her shoulders, but his tone was gentle as he said, "We're running, Bug, because they want to kill us." All she could do was stare at him. Kill us? This made no sense. "Do you understand?" he asked. "They're coming for us, and not to lock us up. We have to go." She nodded.
"Oh, okay."
And then she ran to her room, already peeling her wet dress off. Such a waste of a beautiful gown when she'd been in the ballroom for less than half an hour. One half of her distracted, terrified, confused brain zeroed in on this silly thought, while the other half screamed at her that this was so not important right now. Who cared about a dress when people wanted to kill Mom and Dad? And what if she never saw Ash again? The thought hit her in the same way the deluge of water droplets had. Sudden, cold, shocking. She stared across the room, standing in nothing but her underwear, seeing the rose bushes and the sculptures and Ash walking toward her. Their kiss already felt like it had happened in another lifetime, to a person who had all the time in the world. Not someone who was— No. She and Ash would still have time. This wasn't the end. Mom and Dad would fix this. They would run, find somewhere safe to hide, and fix this. There were plenty of other trustworthy guardians out there. Silver shook herself back into the action, grabbing the clothes she'd been wearing earlier, which she'd tossed onto the bed before getting ready for the ball, and pulling them back on. Essentials, Mom had said. She needed to pack essentials. But what was truly essential when your life was at stake? Her eyes landed on the little silver bird from Ash, still attached to its chain and lying on the table beside her bed. She grabbed it and put it on. Of all the things she owned, this certainly felt essential. Her guardian trainee pendant was also on the table, and she looped that over her head, too. She would need it at whatever guild they ended up at. Another ache pierced her chest. The Stormsdrift Guild was where she was supposed to be. Not some other guild without Ash and Remy and Odette and the rest of the Blackburns. No, we're going to fix this, she told herself again. This is all just a horrible mistake. Silver freaking— She whipped around, one hand pressed to her chest, and the other reaching into the air for a knife. When she saw it was Ash standing behind her, she let go. The knife vanished with a faint sparkle. "Holy crap, you scared me," she breathed. Then she launched across the room and threw her arms around him. "What's going on?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her just as tightly. "I came from the guild. The things I overheard, I mean, none of it's true, is it? It can't be." She shook her head, still holding on to him, and as they stood there, arms around one another, she quickly told him the few garbled bits of information her parents had shared. "That's crazy," Ash said, stepping back when she was finished. He held her hands in his. "I didn't know what to believe when I heard Bergenfell addressing everyone." Ice crystallized in Silver's blood. "What was she saying? What did you hear?" "I went straight to the guild after your parents took you from the manor house gardens. I know I wasn't supposed to be listening in, but what did she say?" Silver asked with more urgency. "She was in one of the meeting rooms with a bunch of guardians, and she was saying that Nelina and Rowan Wren are highly dangerous and need to be brought in immediately. That 2 counselors discovered their spies, and because of this your parents killed those 2 counselors. Apparently your parents were already questioned under the influence of truth potion earlier this evening." "What?" "No, they weren't, and it was revealed that they've secretly been gathering information about various guilds and passing it back to the Unseelie court for the past 10 years. "What?"
and then they escaped the guilt. This is absolute insanity. Silver, are you? Ash searched her face, his beautiful amber eyes intent. His voice was lower when he continued. Are you sure your parents have told you the truth? Silver's heart dropped like a rock in ice water. Her hands, still clasping Ash's, went cold. You think I'm lying to you? His eyes widened. No, absolutely not. I'm wondering if they're not being entirely truthful with you. I don't understand why Bergenfell would say these things, why the whole council would say these things if they weren't true. Counselor Poppywood was there, and Counselor Aaron and 2 others, and they were all saying the same thing. What? Silver's hands slipped out of Ash's as she took a step backward. They're all lying, Ash. I don't know why, but they're lying about this. Silver, who are you? Dad was suddenly in the doorway, his startled expression quickly turning to something that looked a lot like anger. How did he get in here? He demanded, looking at Silver. I didn't hear anyone come up the stairs. Through the fairy paths, Silver stammered. He has access. From years ago, I gave him— You what, Silver? I told you never ever to do that. Your home is meant to be your sanctuary, the one place you can be certain you— Dad, it's just Ash. He would never— You need to go, Dad said to Ash as he strode across the room. He grabbed a stylus from among the dozens of items scattered across Silver's desk and used it to open a doorway against the wall. Okay, but now. After one last uncertain glance between Silver and her father, Ash moved toward the doorway. He turned to face her, walking backward into the paths. I'll see you soon, okay? I'll find you, I promise. Ash! She stepped toward him, her hand rising automatically, but the darkness of the fairy paths had already swallowed him up. She blinked at the wall, her eyes filling with tears. Silver. Dad, it's just Ash, she repeated in a whisper, tears in her eyes now. He would never do anything to us. I know, Bug. I'm sorry. Dad pulled her tight against him. I'm sorry. But we can't trust anyone. Not anymore. And we don't have time for lengthy conversations and goodbyes. Get whatever you need. You've got 2 minutes, and then we're leaving. Silver's brain was somewhere else as she grabbed a few items of clothing, her spare styluses, and some bottles from the bathing room. She had no idea if what she'd collected even made sense. All she could see inside her head was Ash's face as he disappeared into the paths. She kept replaying his words. I'll see you soon, okay? I'll find you. I promise. Back in her parents' room, she threw her things into the bag on Mom and Dad's bed. Dad zipped it and began the spell to shrink it, while Mom lifted the book she'd brought up here earlier. She flipped it open, and within a hollow space, cut into the pages, sat a small glass vial of orange-red liquid. It glowed, then shifted to black, then glowed again. It cycled repeatedly through these colors, like embers in a dying fire. What's that? Silver asked. Shadowfire potion. Shadowfire? Holy Faye, Mom, doesn't that take days to concoct? Yes, I brewed it months ago. I thought we might need to leave in a hurry at some point, and we can't have anyone finding any of the notes we may have left lying around. The journal isn't the only thing I wrote in, and there are the pages I tore out. Wait, you're going to burn our house down? Come on, Dad said before Mom could answer. He tucked the miniature bag into his pocket and took Silver's hand. They hurried downstairs, and before Silver could ask any more questions, Mom had pulled the stopper from the vial and tossed at least half the liquid into the center of their living room. The flames were instant, black and oddly translucent. They roared to life and devoured everything they touched. Silver took a hurried step back, along with Mom and Dad. She knew about Shadowfire, but she'd never seen it before. It was difficult to make and absolutely not to be messed around with. It couldn't be extinguished, not by anything. And now, it was burning through her home, her world, her everything. There was no going back from this. Chapter 31. Now. I land with a thump on the floor beside a familiar couch. Teddy shrieks and leaps off the couch in a single bound. Duke is up a moment later. They pause, blinking at me. "Silver?" they both say at the same time. Teddy and Duke. I thought of home, and the paths brought me to them. I sit up. Breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. But my chest is so tight, and my body won't stop shaking, and Ashes is he really dead? I realize Teddy's crouching on the floor beside me. He or Duke must have turned the TV off, because it's suddenly quiet in here. "Hey, it's okay. It's okay," he says. But it's not okay. He has no idea how very not okay everything is. "You need to calm down so you can breathe." But I can't breathe. Duke hunkers down in front of me and pulls me against his broad chest. One large hand presses my head gently against his shoulder, while his other arm comes around me. "Cupcakes," he says in a voice so low, I feel it more than hear it. "The ones with the rainbow frosting? Remember how you squashed one on top of my head when it was my birthday? And you know that TV show with the dumbass boss and all the useless employees? That one with the guy and the girl who took forever to figure out they should be together? Remember when we binged an entire day's worth of episodes and ate nothing but pizza?" My breaths start to come easier as my brain latches onto his words and follows them, picturing everything he's saying. Sunflowers. Teddy's ridiculous bunny slippers. That time I tried to swat a fly with a rolling pin and left a hole in the wall. I inhale another shaky breath. Part of my brain keeps forcing me to see those bodies and limbs lying in the forest. Horrific images competing with cupcakes and sunflowers and TV show characters. But Duke's soothing voice shuts them out again and again. I can't forget Ash, though. I can't forget that he's... "Whatever it is," Duke says, "you're going to be okay." I shake my head. Now that it's easier to breathe, it's also easier to cry. Tears start to fall down my cheeks. I take a sniffly breath and swipe them away. "Silver," Teddy says carefully. "There's blood on your face and your hands." I know. I swallow. "It isn't mine. At least, I suppose some of it is. 2 swords went clean through me, so what? I'll be fine," I say faintly. "It hurts, but it's already healing. It's not as though I'm... like you," I finish silently. "It's not as though I'm human. I'd probably be dead by now if I was like Teddy and Duke. If I had no magic pulsing through my body. My brain chooses this moment to remind me that I literally fell straight through the air onto their floor. Also something humans shouldn't be able to do. But if they're not going to mention it, then neither am I. Do you want to, maybe, clean your face?" Teddy suggests. "And your hands? All I really want is to curl up on the floor and never move again. But I suppose I should be grateful that they're not calling an ambulance and insisting I go to hospital. So I climb to my feet, take Teddy's arm, and let him lead me to the bathroom. After a brief, whispered discussion with Duke behind my back, he returns to my side. He fusses around me with a washcloth and some warm water, while I try not to look in the mirror. My eyes land on the bottle of mouthwash, which brings my attention to the vomit taste in my mouth. I twist the cap off the bottle and rinse a few times. When we return to the couch, Duke is busy moving aside a blue vase of flowers on the coffee table to make room for a sandwich on a plate and a glass of water. He hands me the water as I sit, and I take a small sip before leaning forward to set it beside the plate, and then I freeze. Like a shot of ice to my veins, I go instantly cold. There's something sitting on the other end of the coffee table. Two somethings, to be precise. Two somethings that should not be here. That's an amber and a stylus. Yes, Teddy says absently as he sits, tugging his fluffy robe tighter around himself. I look at him, really look at him, and I repeat the words slowly. And amber and a stylus? He frowns. I know, that's... He stops. His eyes grow wide. He draws in a slow breath. Shitness. You're not human, I whisper, and it's all I can do to get the words past my lips. As the foundation of my life I thought I'd built over the past year and a bit crumbles to dust, leaving a gaping hole for every happy memory I share with these two people to fall into and disappear. I am alone. I am truly alone. Teddy turns his panicked gaze toward Duke. You didn't put them away, he hisses. Duke ignores him. He steps closer, watching me. Firstly, he says carefully, lifting his hands and displaying his palms as if in surrender. You should know that it was nothing personal. Nothing personal? I start laughing, somewhat hysterically. And then as quickly as it appeared, the laughter is gone and I'm yelling, it sure as hell feels personal right now. Silver, wow. Wow. I'm vaguely aware that I should be getting the hell out of here. But I can't move. I can hardly think. Everything I thought I knew, the two most important relationships I've formed since leaving Storm's Drift, it's all been a lie. I thought I was finally the one in control, but that was never true. We didn't go looking for something like this, Duke says. I swear, she came to us, and she didn't exactly give us a choice. She. A shiver skitters across the back of my neck, and my hands are instantly sweaty. So she's known all along where I was? I can't believe this. It doesn't make sense. I try to blink away the image of painted lips and glossy hair, but it doesn't work. My ears ring with the sharp echo of pointed heels. Click, click, click. And even as I squeeze my eyes shut, I see her perfect silhouetted form sauntering down a shadowed hallway toward me. I whirl away from the memory and push myself up from the couch. When did she come to you? How long have you been spying on me for her? They exchange a glance before Duke answers. For as long as you've been living in this world. When you slipped into May's coffee corner that evening, Teddy continues. Lost and desperate. We followed you. We put up the notice about the available apartment when you weren't looking. We made sure there was someone friendly there to help you, to point out the vacant apartment, the apartment right next to ours that she made sure was vacant. Unbelievable. I'm shaking my head now, and my hands are twisting together. You guys are good. You know that? I believed all of it. You were so kind, so welcoming and friendly, and it was because you already knew that I was a broken mess. You knew I'd fall for your charms, because we didn't, Teddy says. We actually expected you to kick us out the first time we came over and offered, and when Ash showed up, and those blood tongues ripped half my apartment to bits a few days ago, I continue. You pretended to be so shocked, so concerned, demanding to know what was going on, what I had gotten myself mixed up in. I let out a quiet scoff. I believed every moment of it. We were concerned. Duke insists, his tone so earnest I almost believe him. So of course we asked. I didn't think you'd reveal anything magical, but I thought you might tell us something that would enable us to help you in some— Help me? Are you kidding? You've been spying on me since before I even knew the two of you existed, so why would you want to help me? Because, believe it or not, Teddy says, we actually care about you. Oh, please, don't even start. It may have seemed like that when you were calling the cops to report whoever had attacked me. I stop abruptly. Except, you didn't call them, did you? You wouldn't have. That was her. Another shiver climbs up my spine. Yes, Teddy says quietly. And we kept the rest of the nosy neighbors away. We obviously weren't the only ones who heard the commotion. We had multiple people up here wanting to know what was going on, and the cops showed up anyway because someone else must have called them. Oh, poor Teddy, having to lie to the cops. I'll bet that was just horrible for you. Silver, so what are you guys, what, halflings? Fairies whose colors I can't see? Teddy lets out a defeated sigh. Fairies. Right. Of course, I mutter. His hair is always dyed some shockingly bright color, and Duke's shiny head is always perfectly bald. There was no way for me to see the strands of fairy color in their hair that would have given them away. Are you guys even together? Or is your entire relationship a sham, too? Of course we're together, Teddy says, looking horrified. You think we could fake a love like this? I don't know, Teddy. You've been faking everything else, I shout. You pretended to believe that I was 18 when I first got here, and that I had escaped a cult, and that my evening job was at a university library, and that I was actually good at baking, which I'm not, by the way. The only reason I didn't totally mess up that job at the Frosted Tart was because I used magic whenever no one was looking, which you probably knew all about. And you got me fake documents and a bank account, and you even insisted I go to counseling after I told you I'd witnessed my own parents' deaths. I went there for 3 months. Teddy sniffs. That really helped you. I know. You played this act so well that it literally changed my life. That's because most of it wasn't an act, he says, blinking tears away. Don't, I tell him fiercely, pointing a finger at him. Don't you dare. You do not get to cry about this. I let my hand fall to my side. So what now? How does this end? Have you alerted her? Is she on her way? Duke shuts his eyes and shakes his head. But when he answers, it's in the affirmative. I've alerted her. Yes. She'll be here soon. Well, thanks for the head start. My own stylus is probably somewhere on the floor near where I landed. So I swipe the one from the coffee table. I expect Teddy or Duke to try to stop me as I move to the nearest wall. But they don't. The reason becomes clear very quickly. The fairy paths don't seem to be accessible anymore. Ugh! I throw the stylus onto the floor. What did you do? Some spell to keep me in here to block the paths? Is that what you were busy with while Teddy was so kindly helping me wash blood off my face? Silver, Duke says, a wretchedness etched on his face. You need to understand that I could kill you both. You know that, don't you? Even after being stabbed. Yes, he says. We're well aware of that. So what's to stop me from doing that then? Well, both their gazes land on the glass of water I barely took a sip of. I nod in resignation, pressing my shaky lips together. Fantastic, I whisper. Your plan is to drug me. And even though I doubt a single sip is enough to knock me out, I heave a shaky sigh and feel myself give in. I can't do this. It's too much, too hard. I have no family. Ash is dead, and my 2 dearest friends have been lying to me since the minute we met. I want out. Out, out, out. I don't want to live this life anymore. Guess I'd better get this over with then. I bend and pick up the glass. Perhaps you could be so kind as to top it up with whatever nasty potion you added. Like, put as much as you possibly can in here. If I'm lucky, maybe it'll kill me. They simply stare at me. I've never seen Teddy's gaze so wide. Duke's eyes shimmer with unshed tears. "Please," I whisper with shaking lips. "Please just make this all end." They don't move. I clench my jaw before taking a breath. "Fine." Then I lift the glass toward my lips. "Wait!" Teddy lunges forward and smacks it out of my hand. It hits the floor and shatters. There's a pause as we all stare at the broken pieces of glass scattered across a small pool of liquid. Then Teddy jumps into action. He produces a stylus, snatches up the blue vase from the coffee table, and dumps the flowers onto the floor. He crouches down and begins hurriedly drawing patterns around the flowers, while muttering at the same time. Anyone from this world would think him insane. Duke hesitates for another moment before his anguished expression smooths out, and he joins Teddy in repeating the words of whatever spell they're doing. I take a step back, just as a bright flash illuminates the room. I squint, but the light is gone, and something glitters on the walls. But that, too, vanishes a second later. Teddy rushes past me and writes on the wall, and this time, a doorway opens. He grabs my arm. "Go. You have to go. Now. Teddy, now!" He shoves me into the darkness. I see his lips moving, forming the words, "I'm sorry," as the edges of the doorway melt toward each other. And then, he's gone. Chapter 32. I tumble through the endless void of the fairy paths, and this time, when I think of a location, my thoughts turn to the only other place I've ever felt safe and at home. A faint yellow-orange glow appears ahead of me. I stumble as I lurch from the fairy paths, but my footsteps are silent on the rug. The very same rug that's sat on this living room floor since I was a child. A lamp is on in the corner, the type that has an enchanted flame burning within a decorative glass cylinder. It bathes the aged, mismatched items of furniture in a faintly flickering glow. I hold on to the arm of a couch and take a steadying breath. It smells like lemon tea and something warm and buttery sweet. The scent is so familiar that I'm instantly transported back in time. My breath hitches as 1,000 memories bombard me. Tears ache behind my eyes. I do my best to blink them away as I look around. Aside from a few new items, different cushions on the 2 armchairs, the basket on the floor containing balls of wool and knitting needles, new plants placed around the room. Everything I lay eyes on is achingly familiar. A sob rises in my throat, and I press a hand over my mouth, struggling to stifle it. This is all so wrong. Mom and Dad should be here. Ash should be here. How can this place, this perfect, cozy family room from my memories, exist in the same world where Mom, Dad, and Ash don't exist? The murmur of quiet voices reaches my ears. I turn, following the sound toward the kitchen. Iris and Flynn? The second voice doesn't sound quite deep enough to be Lennox.
Thought about contacting someone outside the guild.
Who?
Iris asks. I'll be honest, Mom, the less you know, the better. I'll do it when I get home later.
Flynn?
Okay, look. As far as I can tell, it's someone connected with those Griffin-gifted rebels. Someone with a special, gift for finding people. I don't think that's why I don't want to tell you anything more. Look, I don't want to go outside the law any more than you do, but he's my brother. I'll do whatever I can to find him.
I squeeze my eyes closed, and tears fall down my cheeks.
What if they never find Ash? Because he's dead.
I hope you're not suggesting that I wouldn't do anything. No, Mom. All I'm saying is that we need to tread very carefully now. We're all involved with the guild. Well, aside from Tobin, but I'm sure they'd find a way to implicate him too. If we're seen to be going against the guild, it won't end well for any of us. I'm close enough to see her now, sitting at the kitchen table with her hands wrapped around a mug. Again, this scene is so familiar that I feel for a moment as if I've been flung back into the past. But that deep frown, the way she's staring into the steaming contents of her mug, that's the part that pulls me back to the present. The Iris in my memories never stared at her lemon tea like that. I haven't quite reached the doorway yet, but if they look up, they'll see me. A ghost, shrouded in the warm glow of their living room. I take one more step. Iris? My voice is smaller now than it's ever been inside this house. Flynn? They're on their feet the second they lay eyes on me, chairs crashing to the floor, Iris's mug following a split second later. It shatters, sending steaming hot liquid across the floor. Flynn has a crossbow in his hand, glittering and deadly, pointed straight at me. Iris seems too horrified to do anything but stare. My next word is little more than a wobbly whisper. Hi. Silver? Iris says in a shaky tone. It can't be. I press my trembling lips together as I nod. It's me. All they do is stare. Flynn doesn't release his weapon. I imagine what I must look like to them. A slightly older version of the girl who died more than 2 years ago, with puffy eyes, streaked makeup, and a torn, blood-stained, glittery top. I need to say something else. I need to explain. They lied, the counselors. They killed Mom and Dad, but I got away. I've been hiding, and I press a hand to my mouth as more tears fall and speaking becomes harder. And, Ash found me. Flynn's crossbow vanishes. Quicksilver, he murmurs. Iris shoves her way past the fallen chairs, and then she's across the kitchen faster than anyone should be able to move, scooping me into her arms. I can't believe it, she whispers into my ear. I can't believe it. I can't speak anymore. I wrap my arms around her and let myself cry, the way I did when Ash held me in the water-filled room at the Gilded Canary. I cry the way I wish I could have cried straight after my parents died. I cry for all the time I've lost with these people I love so dearly. I cry for the life I used to dream of but will never have. I feel more arms around me, but my eyes are squeezed shut, so it's only when my tears finally subside and I blink through puffy eyes that I see Lennox is here as well. He and Flynn lower their arms and move back as I attempt to disentangle myself from Iris. She wipes her fingers beneath her eyes, and when I turn to Lennox, he takes my face gently in his hands. I thought I must have been imagining things when I heard Iris say your name. I can't believe it's really you. I sniff and manage to say, I kind of can't believe I'm here either. But, I shake my head as a fresh wave of tears threatens to spill from my eyes. I haven't told them the worst part yet. Ash, I whisper. I think he's... I can't get the word out, but from the expressions on their faces, they figured out what I'm trying to say. Iris goes pale as she grips the edge of the table and lowers herself into a chair, but Lennox remains steady. His hand moves to my arm as he guides me to one of the other chairs that's still standing. Why do you think that? Tell me exactly what happened. He sits beside me while Flynn rights the 2 fallen chairs. In halting tones, I tell them about how we were ambushed in the Stormsdrift forest by guardians, and when I get to the part about seeing a disembodied hand with a gold ring on the smallest finger, I can hardly get the words past my shaking lips. That doesn't mean anything, Lennox says immediately.
Everyone at the Stormsdrift Guild has a ring like that now.
He lifts his right hand to display his fingers, and I see the simple gold band he's wearing. My eyes dart to Iris's hand, and then Flynn's, and I see the same thing.
Because of the monsters, Lennox says. The unusual fae creatures. It's an emergency alert thing. So it could have been anyone from our guild.
Oh. The relief that floods me is so powerful I feel lightheaded. Or perhaps that's due to the fact that the only decent meal I've had in the past 2 days is now sitting on the forest floor. Or because of the 2 swords that were shoved through my body not that long ago. I press a hand gingerly to my abdomen, but the pain isn't as bad as I expected. You said you were stabbed? Iris says, her gaze following my hand. She stands quickly and moves around the side of the table. Her tone is businesslike now that we've established Ash might not be dead. But if that wasn't him, then where is he? And what if it was him? Silver, Iris prompts. She's standing beside me, leaning down. Oh, here. I lift the lower edge of my top. Come and lie down on the couch. I can't see properly while you're sitting like that. Flynn, please get my emergency kit from on it, Flynn says, already halfway out of the kitchen. And Lennox, we should probably contact the guild to find out what they know about that attack. Definitely doing that now. Iris, I say, gripping her hand hard as she leads me out of the kitchen to one of the couches in the living room. What if it was him? I saw Sealy Court uniforms on the Guardians that attacked us, and they wouldn't have had those rings, would they? They're not from our guild. I don't want to believe that that hand belongs to him. But what if— just lie down, please, Iris says. Though her voice is still gentle, there's a tightness to it. Lennox will find out as much as he can. Here, Mom, Flynn says, hurrying into the living room and dumping something I can't see onto one of the armchairs. And I figured you'd ask for this in about 5 seconds, so. He hands her a glass containing clear liquid. My brain immediately conjures an image of the glass Duke handed to me. The glass Teddy shattered. I blink the image away. Iris and Flynn are certainly not about to drug me. Thanks, Iris says, taking the glass while I carefully prop myself up on a pillow so I'm at enough of an angle to drink. Oh, that's disgusting, I tell her after one sip. She manages a smile as she digs through her emergency kit. That's how you know it's the good stuff. I assume you want me to drink it all? Yes. It's the equivalent of a hearty meal with extra healing properties. She pushes my top up a little higher and examines the wounds I still haven't looked at myself. These don't seem to be that bad, she says. How long ago did this happen? I'm not sure. Like I said, I blacked out for a bit, but I don't think it's been that long. These should be far worse. The kind of wound you're talking about. It should take you several hours at the very least to heal from something like that. Maybe even a day or more. That's kind of weird. Maybe I just heal really quickly? Maybe, Iris says, though she looks doubtful. And I'm guessing we're both wondering what exactly happened to me during the time I blacked out. Anyway, I don't think you need any extra healing magic. Just some food and a good sleep. Does that mean I don't have to drink this? I ask, raising the glass I've had little more than a few sips from. Instead of answering, her face twists with emotion and tears fill her eyes. She takes my face gently in both her hands and presses her brow to mine. Silver, Silver, Silver girl. I can't believe it's you, here on my couch, as if the last 2 years didn't even happen. She hesitates, then says, Your parents. I shut my eyes and take a deep breath, willing myself not to start crying all over again. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine what you've been through. We miss them every single day. We never believed what the guild told us. It just didn't make sense. The details didn't fit the people we knew your parents to be. And I know you must have found it almost impossible to keep going after losing them. But I'm so glad you survived, precious girl. I fail. No way can I hold back tears when she's saying things like this. I lean forward and hug her again, careful not to spill the contents of the glass. Thanks, Iris. I managed to whisper. I missed you too, like, so much. I let out a snuffly laugh. I was, confused about so many things after I left. I decided to leave it at that instead of bringing up the fact that I believed Ash may have tried to kill me. I didn't know who I could trust, so I never came back. I almost ran again when Ash found me, but, well, he convinced me things were getting bad here. Things are getting bad here. These monsters. She pulls back, shaking her head. Sorry, they're technically fae, but they're so savage, so bloodthirsty. Everyone around here just calls them monsters now. I've, met one or two, I say, as I sit up properly and swing my legs over the side of the couch. And I'm pretty sure it was one of them who tore all those Seelie Court guardians to shreds. I add quietly. Yes, Flynn says, and I realize he's still in the room, sitting on one of the armchairs. I was thinking the same thing. Same here, Iris says. And as for your question about that, she points to the glass in my hand. I strongly suggest you drink it all and eat some food. We've had dinner already, but I can heat up leftovers for you if you'd like. I just spoke with Ursula, Lennox says, walking into the living room before I can answer Iris. At the sound of Bergenfell's name, a chill crawls across my body. I lift the glass to my lips, shut my eyes, and force myself to focus on the revolting flavor and not on the image of Counselor Bergenfell swinging a sword down toward my mother's. I swallow, try not to gag, and force myself to drink again. And what did she say? Iris asks. Does the guild know about the attack in the forest? Yes, they're aware of it. She wouldn't confirm any names, but she said they don't believe Ash was one of the victims. Iris sucks in a breath and gasps. Oh, thank goodness. I press my hand to my mouth as tears threaten yet again. I honestly shouldn't have any left at this point. Part of me feels terrible for the guardians whose lives ended out there in the forest tonight. I'm sure they had families, loved ones. But they also tried to kill us, so I can't muster complete heartbreak for them. Mostly my relief that Ash wasn't among them is blotting everything else out. She made some subtle comment, Lennox adds, insinuating Ash might be partly responsible. What? Iris demands, but I ended the call before I could ask her if she really meant what it sounded like she meant. How dare she? Well, she's already made accusations about Ash over the past few days. It's hardly surprising she's adding one more. Wait, I say, leaning forward and resting my elbows on my knees. Those rings you were talking about? You said there's some kind of emergency alert? So that means they can be tracked, right? Can we use Ash's ring to find him? They're already shaking their heads before I'm finished. And I realize this is so obvious that if it were possible, they would of course have done it by now. They don't work that way. Lennox says, at least they can be tracked, but only when the emergency charm inside a particular ring is triggered. I think back to that moment inside the Gilded Canary, when Riven's people surrounded us and Ash let go of me so he could press one hand tightly over the other. He must have been doing something with his ring. That's why a bunch of counselors from the Stormsdrift Guild showed up soon afterward. Someone at the guild crafted them after the monster started getting out of control. Flynn explains. So we can call for assistance if we're out in Stormsdrift alone and happen to be attacked. Everyone else wearing a ring is alerted. Whoever's available can respond. Okay, so I think Ash triggered his emergency alert charm earlier this evening. We were at a club in, a difficult position. He figured it was the only way out, but it was only counselors who showed up. Were you all busy then?
Ash was the one who sent that? Lennox says. He looks at Iris. We didn't know. When the signal comes through, we can't see who sent it. We can only follow it to its origin if we choose to. But the council can see who sent it. So they must have seen it was Ash and then immediately disabled the alert. We were about to respond and then it disappeared.
Because they all know by now that I'm with him, I murmur. And no one except the council is supposed to know that I'm not actually dead. With a decisive sigh, Flynn pushes himself to his feet.
I'm going to contact someone about finding Ash.
Wait, Flynn, Iris says, as he moves toward the kitchen door. Is that the person you mentioned earlier? Someone Griffin gifted? Because, Mom, we're desperate, okay?
I don't care if we have to go outside the guild for this.
I know, honey. I was only going to say that there's a... She lowers her voice slightly, as if someone might be listening in on this conversation. There's a new amber in the drawer on your dad's side of the bed. Use that one. No one knows it's linked to us. Flynn gives her a small smile.
Thanks, Mom. Silver, Lennox says to me. Do you know what happened a few days ago to make Ash just disappear without any explanation? Did he tell you?
I hesitate before nodding. I do, but he wanted to keep you guys out of it, to keep you safe, so you wouldn't end up like my parents. And now I've messed that all up by coming here. Hey, Iris reaches over and grips my hand. Don't you dare think like that. I wish Ash had come to us sooner. I wish you both had. Instead, you were out there on your own trying to deal with whatever this is. And now he's... She presses her lips together before inhaling deeply. He's still alive. We'll find him. I nod, but before I can begin explaining anything, we hear the sound of a chair scraping loudly across the kitchen floor.
Darn stupid. Who left this thing here? Doesn't anybody push chairs back in around here?
I sit up straighter. Was that Connor? Flynn's voice reaches us next.
Oh, you're here. I thought you might call first. You send a message like that, and you think I'm not going to get my ass over here immediately? I swear, man, if this is some kind of sick joke, you think I joke about this?
Flynn demands. I release Iris's hand and rise quickly. Connor stops in the doorway. He stares at me. Then he curses. Loudly. Then again and again. And then his eyes begin to well with tears, and I'm crying too, as we meet halfway across the room and he pulls me tightly against him. You little brat. How are you alive right now? He says hoarsely into my hair. It's a long and unpleasant story. I mumble against his shoulder. Somebody tell me this isn't a dream. A quiet voice says, from somewhere behind me. I pull away slightly from Connor and see a duplicate of him on the other side of the room.
Tobin, Flynn says in surprise.
You came. Tobin doesn't answer. He presses his lips tightly together, walks around the furniture, and wraps both Connor and me in a tight embrace. His face is buried in my neck, and though it doesn't sound like he's crying, he's inhaling deep, shuddering breaths. I shift so I can get one arm around each twin, and for an unknown amount of time, we simply stand there. It's only when I hear Iris's voice, a little further away now, that I open my eyes and lift my head. Where have you been? She demands, her voice thick with emotion. Do you have any idea how worried we've been? Don't you dare disappear like that ever again. My heart leaps, and I turn abruptly within the circle of Connor and Tobin's arms, and then I hear his voice. Ash's voice.
figured it might be time to ask my family for help.
Chapter 33.
You're here,
Ash says, his entire expression changing the moment he sees me.
Thank the courts.
He exhales in a single breath. He reaches for me, and I want to throw myself at him and never let go. But he's leaning heavily against the wall and appears to be having difficulty breathing. So I hover anxiously beside him as Lennox and Flynn rush to help him to the couch.
What happened?
I ask. Where were you?
I was hoping you might be able to tell me what happened. And how are you so fine? Weren't we both stabbed? Twice? Ow! Wait. Mom!
Iris is trying to get him to lie down, but he reaches behind him and removes something. The crystal. The icicle pendant of the first Seelie Queen, which I somehow managed to completely forget about until this moment.
You still have it,
I say in surprise.
It was lying next to me when I woke up.
Woke up where? He leans back on the same cushions I was lying against not long ago.
Somewhere in Stormstrift. A short distance away from...
He shuts his eyes and swallows.
I managed to stagger back there. The whole area was sealed off. Guardians all over the place. I saw bits of bodies. I thought...
He places a hand over his eyes as Iris leans over him to examine his injuries.
I thought you might be one of them, he whispers.
I move to kneel beside the arm of the couch, where Ash's head is resting on a cushion. I take hold of the hand he's currently covering his face with and wrap my hand around it. Thought the same about you, I tell him quietly. I want to kiss his brow, his fingers, his lips, but his entire family is in the room with us, so I settle for holding his hand against my cheek as I speak. I couldn't even think straight. I ended up at my friend's place, Teddy and Duke. Another ache pierces my chest as I remember the truth about them. But that's a story for another time. And then I came here. I know you didn't want to get your family involved, but I didn't know where else to go. And I've already told you that was the right thing to do, Iris says. Now, this looks more like what I'd expect to see if you were run through with a sword or two, she adds quietly, frowning at Ash's abdomen. You'll be fine, of course. It'll just take some extra magic and rest. Ash, I say to him, you said you woke up a short distance away. Do you remember how you got there? For some reason, I blacked out, and when I became conscious of things again, you were gone. So I'm not sure what happened.
I don't know. I think I was hit on the head, so things got kind of fuzzy. And then it was so odd. I think I remember flying. Lennox repeats sharply.
I look around at him, like something was carrying me through the air. Iris and Lennox exchange a worried glance. I'm worried if their concern is to do with whatever creature could have carried Ash away, or the fact that this tale speaks more to his mental state. I look at Flynn, Connor, and Tobin. Flynn is sitting again, Connor is standing beside his chair, and Tobin is leaning against a wall, arms folded tightly over his chest. It's unusual that they're all so quiet. Well, unusual for Connor and Flynn, at least. The Blackburn boys used to talk over each other all the time. It was almost impossible to get a word in. My gaze shifts back to Lennox. Do you know what it could have been? I ask. If something was carrying him, do some of the Stormfae have wings?
Stormfae?
The monsters, I add quickly, realizing he wouldn't know that word.
Possibly, Lennox says. Some of them we haven't seen up close. They dart through the shadows, strike quickly, and then they're gone. What did you call them?
He frowns at me.
Stormfae? And what is this crystal thing?
He turns the icicle pendant carefully in his hands, examining it,
And you were about to tell us why Ash disappeared in the first place days ago. I'm hoping one of you can explain why half the council thinks Ash attacked a fellow guardian."
Ash sighs.
"Probably because I did."
"Ash!" Iris admonishes quietly, her hands still pressed against either side of his abdomen as she sends magic into his body.
"He was going to kill Silver, so, he should be grateful I didn't kill him." "Sounds like a good enough reason to me,"
Connor mutters.
"Indeed,"
Tobin adds quietly, which might be the first word he's uttered since he got here. "Can I tell them everything?" I ask Ash. When he nods, I start at the beginning, with the night he first saw the faerie door and discovered I was still alive. It's all happened over the course of only a few days, but I'm exhausted by the time I finish telling Ash's family everything. Well, not everything. I leave out a few, intimate moments that occurred along the way. Silence fills the room after I'm finished. Iris has completed whatever healing magic she was performing on Ash, and he's sitting up now, breathing a little more easily. I'm on the couch beside him now, still holding his hand. Everyone else seems somewhat at a loss for words.
"So let me get this straight," Lennox says eventually. "The first guild made these creatures that are currently wandering around our forest, tearing people limb from limb? The faerie door Ash told us about years ago, that none of us has ever been able to see despite sneaking into the Shadow Crypt multiple times, is real, and that's where these storm fae are coming from, and that," he points at the icicle crystal, "is supposed to be able to destroy it?"
I nod. Yes, I think that pretty much sums it up. He lets out a long breath and shakes his head.
"This is a lot. I think we need to go to another guild. Tell them everything. This feels bigger than us. I think we need different counselors from a different guild and the head counselor who oversees all the guilds to decide on a course of action once we presented the truth. We can wait until tomorrow. I think you both need to rest tonight. But then, if the fairy paths are still functioning, we can go straight to another guild. The one your parents worked at before moving to Stormsdrift might be a good option."
After a pause, in which no one else says anything, I ask, "Do you think that's wise?" I agree that this feels bigger than us, but if the Seelie court is involved, if they're killing people who know about the door and the key and all of this, people like Austin, and if every guild answers to the Seelie court, then... I look at Ash, then back at Lennox. I just don't want us all to go off to another guild, wind up locked away in a cell while they contact the Seelie court to find out what's really going on, and that's the end of us. Lennox rubs a hand across his brow.
"Yes, I agree. That would be less than ideal."
From the corner of the room, Tobin lets out a frustrated sound.
"I hope that wasn't an I told you so, dear brother," Connor says. "Because we already knew something fishy was going on. This just confirms it."
Tobin raises both hands, eyes still pinned to the floor.
"I'm not looking to argue with anyone.
Although," I add, "we did wonder if perhaps the Seelie Court guardians who killed Austin and who tried to kill us were acting on their own, without the knowledge or permission of the court."
"That would certainly be less alarming," Lennox says. "I'd obviously prefer to believe we can still trust the other guilds and the Seelie court."
Ash says quietly,
"We could do it ourselves. Take that icicle pendant thing down there, smash it against the door, and destroy it. Or I could. I'm already in trouble with the guild. Now that I'm breaking rules instead of following them, I may as well continue the streak."
"Ash," Iris chides quietly. At the same time, Connor says, "That's a spirit, little bro." Lennox frowns at Ash, angling his head slightly.
"How were you able to see the door? We've been down there numerous times. We could never see anything beyond that wall." I'm not sure. Perhaps because the counselors were down there? Bergenfeld and Poppywood? Perhaps they had lifted some sort of glamour. So if we go down there ourselves, how are we going to get through this glamour to where the door is? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Wait. He looks at me. Your mom got through. Before she even found the key. She thought it was just a wall at first. She touched it and nothing happened. But eventually it just vanished. I think that's what she wrote in the journal, so it must be possible. He looks at his father again. Maybe we just didn't wait long enough. Or maybe we need to send some magic into the wall. Perhaps. Lennox murmurs, still frowning. Am I the only one wondering if we're still safe in our own homes? Connor asks. We now know that at least one type of monster, storm fae creature, can become some sort of shadowy mist and pass through the protective enchantments on buildings, not to mention through a fairy's shield. Flynn adds quietly. Right, Connor says. So we should be worried about them getting into our homes and slaughtering us while we're safely tucked in bed? They've been around for almost 2 years, Lennox says, and that's never happened before. Fairy homes are well protected. The gauntlet-changing house won't have the same level of magic on it, since no one's ever lived there. Connor doesn't look convinced. You sure about that, Dad? Yes. I'm the one who made certain you all had the most up-to-date protective enchantments on each of your homes when Ash moved out. And I know for a fact that the Guild hasn't done anything to the security of that gauntlet building in decades. Connor hesitates, then says, Okay, thanks, Dad. I'm still offering to take the crystal right now and get rid of that door. Ash says, Sure, because you're in peak health right now, Connor points out. So when the Guardians, who are watching the Shadow Crypt, because I'm sure Bergenfell would have posted someone there by now, try to kill you, you'll totally be able to fight them off. Ash flicks his hand and sends a cushion flying through the air to whack Connor on the side of the head. Fine. So maybe I need a few more hours of recovery time before I do that. Okay, how about this? Iris says as she stands. Catching the cushion, Connor promptly tossed right back. We all go into the kitchen and sit at the table together because we haven't done that in, more than 2 years. Ash and Silver can eat something, and so can the rest of you if you're still hungry. And then they can go to bed. Because being stabbed is no joke, even if Silver's pretending to be fine and Ash is breathing normally again. Then in the morning, when everyone's thinking a little more clearly, we can decide what to do. I suck in a breath and decide not to wait for anyone else to answer. Honestly, that sounds amazing. We all stand and begin filing through to the kitchen. Halfway there, I glance up at Ash, and the moment our eyes meet, I remember the last moment we were alone. In the forest, breathless, a kiss that was trying to make up for several years' worth of kisses we never got the chance to experience. I almost pull his face down toward mine and kiss him again. But then, Connor swings an arm around my shoulders and says, So what exactly have you been doing for the past 2 years? For a second, I'm paralyzed by an image of red. But I blink it away and force a laugh. Hey, can you let a girl eat some food before interrogating her? I shove him playfully away. And congratulations, by the way. I heard you're getting married, of all things. Thank you. Crazy, right? I'm such a grown-up. Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that. I roll my eyes, and my laugh is genuine this time. Where's Rosie tonight? Oh, she has this extra training thing, some kind of seer conference. She'll be back in 2 days. We sit at the table, and Iris bustles around the kitchen, grabbing plates and food, until Lennox gently takes her elbow and guides her to a chair, telling her he'll sort the food out. When there's a moment of quiet among the boys, Tobin leans forward on his elbows and says, This is so weird. So weird. Well, if you came home more often, Iris said, it wouldn't feel so weird to you.
I do invite you every time we have a family meal, you know, which is at least once a week.
He looks at me, then back at the table. You know that's not what I'm talking about, Mom.
Iris laughs.
Yes, I know.
Her eyes move to mine. It is strange to have you here, Silver. And yet, her expression turns thoughtful. On some level, it feels like you never left. I know what you mean, I say to her. And then I meet Ash's eyes again, because somehow my gaze keeps getting drawn back to him. His hand is on my knee beneath the table. His right thigh is pressed against my left thigh. My fingers slide down his wrist to entwine with his. We're like the opposite ends of two magnets, unable to resist the physical pull toward one another. With his eyes still on me, he lifts our joined hands and kisses mine.
Oh, thank goodness that finally happened, Connor says, loud enough to startle me. What? Ash says. That, Connor says,
pointing to our interlaced hands, which are still only a few inches away from Ash's mouth.
Oh,
Iris exclaimed. I completely missed that earlier.
I don't know how, Mom, since you were probably the first one who predicted they would end up together one day.
You did? Ash asks, looking at Iris. Before she can answer, Connor leans across the table toward Flynn, hand outstretched, palm up.
Time to pay up, bro.
Oh, come on, Flynn says, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms.
That was years ago. A bet's a bet. I can't believe you even remember that nonsense, Tobin says, elbowing Connor in the ribs. You remember it too, you bet the same thing as me.
Tobin turns a little red.
Okay, fine, he admits. Maybe I did.
I can't believe you were betting about your brother's relationships, Iris says. I don't think we want to hear anything more about this.
I do, I say, a wide grin stretching my lips.
Connor pulls his arm back and turns to me.
Okay, so it was obvious Ash was hopelessly in love with you. It was not, Ash objects, but he was always so darn sensible. So we made a bet with Flynn that Ash would be too scared to say anything to you while you were both still training. That it would definitely take him until after graduation to work up the courage to tell you he was totally heart-eyed. You are such an ass, Ash says, but he's fighting a smile. And Flynn said, oh, please, Flynn interrupts, like you remember what I said 3 years ago. I remember exactly what you said. You said, no way he'll last that long. They'll be together by 5th year. Trust me. And now look, Ash's graduation is months behind us. Years, actually, if you take into account that weird time-warping stint he did on Fenrock. And he's only now got up the courage to tell her.
Yeah, because he only just found me, I argue. My gaze turns back to Ash as my mind conjures up our first kiss in the gardens at Mirenvale Manor. But at the Liberation Day ball 2 years ago, the night everything went so horribly wrong, everyone goes quiet around me, but I'm determined not to turn that night into a taboo subject that everyone's too afraid to speak of. Something else went very, very right that night, I say quietly, smiling at Ash. I squeeze his hand. He smiles back at me and leans closer to gently press his brow to mine. For a moment or two, it feels like we're the only two people in the room. Then,
Connor says loudly, aren't they just the cutest?
There's a commotion under the table, most likely someone or multiple someones kicking Connor as everyone starts laughing. So what I'm getting at, Connor, I say to him, is that I think you lost that bet. He tries to glare at me, but I can tell he's too happy to make it work.
You're still a little brat, you know that?
Yes.
Connor, stop it, Iris scolds.
I can't believe I have to tell you not to call people names when you're supposed to be an adult now.
I'll never be an adult, Mom.
She sighs and shakes her head. Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. I lean back, watching them all. The smile on my lips is so wide, it might actually split my face. And the ache in my heart is equal parts brokenness and absolute joy. It hurts so much that Mom and Dad aren't here. But I have dreamed of sitting at the Blackburn kitchen table with Ash's family for so very long. When Lennox brings plates of food to the table, I pull mine closer, pretend the past 2 years never happened, and dig in. Chapter 34. After we say goodnight to Ash's brothers, and they head off through the fairy paths, Iris gives me some clean clothes and insists on getting the bathing room ready for me, despite my protests that I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself.
She just wants to look after you,
Ash whispers to me, before Iris tugs him away and tells him he'll be sleeping on the couch tonight. It's his turn to protest then, reminding her that he has his own place he could sleep at, and that he has a spare bedroom I'm totally welcome to use. Though Iris doesn't see me roll my eyes at that, I doubt she believes for even a second that I would actually use that spare room. I hear her firm voice just before I close the bathing room door. And if something goes wrong with your recovery, or someone finds a way to break through the protective magic on your home, and the fairy paths stop working and we can't help you? Nope, sorry. After the past few days of being sick to my stomach, worrying where you were and what happened, I'm not letting you disappear again tonight. Not while there are people out there who apparently don't give a second thought to ending your life. I float in the steaming water amid mounds of bubbles, trying not to think of the 2 faint scars just below my ribs. The scars that will probably be gone by morning. A quiet sense of dread nudges the back of my mind. Fairies have impressive healing powers, but these wounds should not have healed so quickly. I don't have answers, though, so I slide beneath the bubbles and focus on the fact that I'm here. I'm safe. We didn't go looking for something like this. She came to us. With a jolt, I open my eyes beneath the water. I push against the bottom of the pool, breaking the water's surface with a loud splash. Even inside my own head, I can't escape her. Even when I want to believe I'm safe, my memories step in to remind me that this will never be true. I wipe water off my face and rub my eyes. I have to tell Ash. I have to tell Iris and Lennox. They will never look at me the same way again, but perhaps that's better than living in fear for the rest of my life. When I'm finished in the pool, I dress in the clothes Iris gave me. They're not pajamas, but they're comfortable enough to sleep in. Though, after everything that's happened recently, I could probably wear a chest-constricting corset and have no problem sleeping. It's been too many hours, too many time zones, too many near-death experiences since I last had a restful sleep. I step into Ash's old bedroom just as thunder cracks and rumbles. After leaving my shoes and dirty clothes in a pile beside the door, I pad toward the window and look out, trying to see past the rain slamming against the window. Is it misty out there? Are storm fae prowling around, looking for something or someone to rip their claws into? How many more of them have seeped their way through the fairy door? We're going to fix this, I tell myself. The same words I repeated years ago, the night we tried to run. I believed those words then. I believed my parents could fix anything. And then, well, then I didn't believe anything could be fixed for a long time after that. But now, here, inside this safe, cozy bubble that is the Blackburns' home, I somehow find it in myself to truly believe that everything will be okay. Thunder booms again, and I shut my eyes and let the grumbling rumble wrap around me like a blanket, familiar and comforting. That sound will always mean home to me. I turn away from the window and look around. Ash's bedroom is even neater now than it used to be, given that he doesn't live here anymore. My eyes pause when they land on the wardrobe. If I open those doors and find an old sweater or a hoodie inside there, I'm so putting it on. Just for old time's sake. Okay, maybe not just for old time's sake. Maybe because I'm completely aware now of just how much I want to snuggle up inside something of his, whereas back then, it was something I did without even thinking. I open the wardrobe doors, and yes, on one of the shelves is a pile of old clothes. I lift the edge of a pair of pants and then a t-shirt, and then I recognize the gray hoodie I wore the evening we danced in the clearing. And it hit me like a kick to the chest that I was in love with this person I'd been friends with almost my whole life. I may not remember what I wore 3 days ago, a week ago, a month ago, but I remember precisely what I was wearing that evening. I pull the hoodie out and leave the rest of the clothes on the shelf. There's a tear along the bottom edge at the back, which might be why Ash didn't take it with him when he moved his things, but that doesn't matter to me. I push my arms through the sleeves and pull it over my head. It smells a little bit musty and a little bit him, soft and well-worn, with sleeves that are too long for my arms. It's perfect. Stealing my clothes again? I turn to see him standing in the doorway, smiling in a way that makes my stomach do a flip. Heat crawls up my neck as I tug the sleeves over my hands and attempt a teasing smile. Aren't you supposed to be on the couch? He leans in the doorway. Are you asking me to leave? I close the wardrobe doors and press my back against them, tilting my head to the side. What do you think? He pushes away from the doorframe, strides across the room, and picks me up. A squeal escapes my lips as he tosses me onto the bed. Then he's on his hands and knees beside me, covering my mouth with his hand as he laughs, not exactly silently, into my neck. You should have closed the door, moron, I try to whisper through my giggles. His hand slips away from my mouth, and I turn my head in an attempt to muffle my laughter in the pillow. That actually really hurt, he gasps, only half laughing now, as he curls in on himself and presses a hand beneath his ribs. Yeah, well, nobody told you to pick me up and throw me across the room, Tarzan. Tarzan? Never mind. I prop myself up on one arm. Seriously, are you okay? Do you need me to call your mom? He inhales slowly, eyes closed. When he looks at me again, his amber gaze is burning. I definitely don't need you to call my mom. He pushes himself up into a sitting position and glances at the door as he slides one hand slowly through the air. The door closes with a quiet click. Then he looks down at me. I look back up at him. This is kind of strange, isn't it? I say quietly. In some ways, being back here, lying on your bed and wearing your clothes, it feels like no time has passed. And then I blink and remember that so much has changed. He leans the tiniest bit closer to me, lying on my bed and wearing my clothes. He repeats slowly, his tone low, the beginnings of a smile on his lips. Were you aware that you were driving me crazy? Or were you totally oblivious? What? I ask, laughing again. You talk such nonsense. Instead of answering, he pushes a hand into my hair and lowers his lips to mine. I respond instantly, my hands winding around his neck to pull him down over me. Not nonsense. he murmurs against my lips as his hand slides down my side and grips my hip. Definitely not nonsense. I don't believe you. His hand finds the edge of the hoodie and slips beneath it, and then he's trailing his fingers slowly over the curve of my waist and the side of my ribs, sending a shiver dancing across my skin. You have no idea, he breathes, his lips on my neck now. How many times I longed to reach across his bed, pull you closer, and do exactly this. That surprises me enough that I pull away slightly, just enough to properly see his face. Really? Yes, really. He's somehow frowning and smiling at the same time. Why is that surprising? I thought it was only near the end, around about the time of the ball, when Jaren asked me to go with him, and then everything became really weird between us. I thought you only realized then at the ball after we yelled at each other that maybe you liked me as more than, a friend. Wow, my eloquence is astounding. I blame it on the fact that Ash's hand is still beneath my clothing, tracing patterns across the bare skin of my back. It's distracting in the best possible way. Nope, he says with a quiet chuckle. That's not when it happened. I smile at him. You loved me before then? I watch the color rise in his face, but he doesn't look away. I have loved you forever, he says simply. I shift closer, kiss him, and whisper, that can't be true. We met when we were 6. He laughs again. Okay, fine, I wasn't in love with you back then. I guess it happened slowly over time until one day I just knew. Somewhere near the end of 3rd year, I think. Oh, wow. I had no idea. Yes, I know. That was the point. Why? I ask, though I remember my own reasons for wanting to keep quiet, and I suspect his are probably the same. Why? He repeats, looking at me like this should be obvious. Silver, you were everything to me. Our friendship was so easy, so perfect. What if I had told you and it messed things up? I couldn't face that. I wanted more, but I also really, really didn't want to lose what we already had. I just wanted you hanging out in my room forever, totally oblivious to how amazing you truly were. Wild and adventurous, bold and daring, always up for a challenge. That was you, I point out. Physically incapable of backing down from a challenge. He rolls his eyes. I suppose we spurred each other on in that department. And then there was my family. What do you mean? I bat my eyelashes. They're crazy about me. Exactly. My parents love you. My brothers are scarily protective of you, even if they always liked to pretend that you were a pain in the ass. On some level, it felt like you were already a part of our family. What if I had started something with you and then messed things up? It wouldn't have been just our friendship that was ruined. The way my entire family interacted with you would have changed. Or at least that's what I imagined. It felt like a huge amount of pressure. I lift a hand and run my finger along his eyebrow and then down over his cheekbone. You always used to think things through far too much. And you didn't think at all. Blindly leaping into everything with unabashed zeal, which I adore about you, by the way. A small sigh leaves my lips. I don't think I'm like that anymore. Life has taught me to be careful. His eyes travel my face. I'm sure. This is it. The perfect opening to tell him more. To try to explain all the awful things I did after I first left Storm's Drift. The things that changed me. But this moment, This moment, I want to hang on to it forever. So I continue the path I'm tracing across his face, my forefinger following the curve of his lips, dipping over his chin, traveling up the line of his jaw.
"What are you doing, Ren 3?
He whispers. I smile at his use of that old nickname. I don't know, just savoring the fact that I get to do this, that I can lie this close to you and touch you like this, and it isn't weird because I know you love me. His hand traces down to my lower back before pressing me closer to him. I shift my head across the pillow, so our lips are almost touching. I don't think I told you in words earlier, I whisper, but I love you too. When our lips meet, his fingers splay across my back, pressing me even closer. I know we should both be old enough by now to control our magic, but I'm fairly certain the delicious tingles dancing across my skin are tiny sparks. Light flickers at the edge of my vision. Faint gold wisps looping and tangling in the air close to our faces. Perhaps I should be embarrassed by this, but I'm so lost in a dozen other sensations that I can barely focus on a little bit of escaped magic. My fingers tangle in his hair, his tongue moves across mine, and my heart pounds a heavy beat in my chest. Isella, he whispers against my mouth, sending a shiver across my skin. Silver. How did you end up with not one, but two beautiful names? My laugh is quiet, breathless. You know, you're the only one who's called me that in years. I'm not even sure when my parents last used that name. His lips are on my cheek, then below my ear.
I think I like the fact that I'm the only one who calls you that. Except,
he goes still, and a second later I remember something. The same something most likely that's just occurred to him. He's not the only one to call me Isella recently. The Storm Fae, I murmur. He breathes out slowly, then says,
well, that killed the mood.
Yeah. I manage another breathy laugh. Probably a good thing, though. I pull slightly away from Ash. I hate to be the sensible one. You're definitely not the sensible one. But we were both badly injured, and we need to sleep instead of, wherever this is heading if we don't stop now. He pauses, considering my words. Okay, perhaps you are the sensible one when it comes to this. Though I would like to point out that kissing you is an excellent distraction from the rather intense pain still piercing through my abdomen. So perhaps we should continue. I frown. You're still in a lot of pain?
Yes. How are you not in a lot of pain?
I don't know. We simply watch each other for another few moments, and then he says, It's unsettling, isn't it? Losing a gap of time like that. He's talking about the moments, minutes, hours, during which I blacked out. But I suspect he's also talking about his time on Fenrock. All the work he did at that guild that he has no memory of. Yes, I answer. It is. I stare at him a moment longer, then turn over and shift closer to him so that my back is against his chest. His arm tightens around me, and I lace my fingers between his.
I've only dreamed of sleeping next to you like this 100,000 times.
He murmurs against the back of my neck. I lift our joined hands and press a kiss against his knuckles. Rain patters against the window. My eyes slide closed. You probably don't remember this, I say quietly, but there was an evening,
at the beginning of 4th year, when we were dancing in the clearing. Our families were there. Connor and Rosie were practicing, and they were terrible. I remember. And we volunteered to show them how it was done. Before, of course, we had perfected that dance. And then you ended up stumbling through the second half of it. Yes, I take a breath. Because I had just realized, quite suddenly, and totally out of the blue, that you were everything I wanted. Oh. He's quiet a moment, and then, all those little flowers in the air. That was you. Yes. Possibly. Probably. I bite my lip. Almost certainly. So it was my dancing skills that won you over. I laugh quietly. Yes, that must have been it. He's quiet for a while before speaking again. Okay, things are starting to make sense now. You started acting strange soon after that, and I thought it was because you liked someone else. That you'd started dating that guy who asked you to the ball, so you were pulling away from me, because our friendship was, well, very close. Yes, I'm sorry. I say, I should have been brave enough to tell you. I should have been brave enough to tell you. He shifts a little closer and says, for me, it was one night when you were sleeping over here, near the end of 3rd year sometime. Definitely after Kelly and I broke up. You'd fallen asleep on my bed while your parents were working late unexpectedly. I went downstairs to sleep on the couch because, we were 15, almost 16. Sharing a bed was not appropriate. Obviously. The next morning, Tobin got up early to go out running or something, and he asked if I wanted to join him. I came in here to quietly grab some things, and I looked at you, lying here, fast asleep in my bed, in my clothes. He lets out a quiet chuckle. Because you were always wearing my clothes. And I don't know. I just suddenly felt different. Different? I tease, squeezing his fingers with mine. Like I wanted to climb into bed next to you and wrap my arm around you and pull you against me. Exactly the way we're lying right now. Like, all of a sudden, even though I'd never considered it before, I really wanted to kiss you. I turn enough to see him over my shoulder. And you managed to not kiss me for several months? I'm impressed, right? I mean, how did I manage to resist your charms for so long? He leans far enough over my shoulder that his lips just graze mine. It's unfathomable. I truly don't know how you lasted until the Lib Day ball. I plan to make up for it in the very near future. Trust me. Except, he lies back down with a groan. Maybe not right now, because that was a super uncomfortable angle. I told you, you need to rest, old man. Hush you. I mean, who says hush unless they're at least 137 years old? 20. I am effectively 20. I laugh silently and pull his arm tighter around me. And though I know there are many things I still need to tell him, I decide rest is better for both of us right now. I shut my eyes, breathe them in, and let myself fall asleep. Chapter 35. I wake with a jolt. Ash? Ash? I'm disoriented for a second, unsure who's calling Ash's name or where I am, or why something heavy is draped over my middle. Oh, Ash's arm. We're in his bedroom. We fell asleep next to one another. I push myself up, slow enough that his arm doesn't slide away from me. My body, my brain, my face. Everything floods with a happy warmth. And then the bedroom door bangs open. Ash, there you are, Iris gasps. For a moment, I think we're in trouble because we ended up sleeping in the same bed.
Such a silly thing, but still kind of embarrassing. Since Iris clearly wasn't comfortable with us, something slams against the window. I jerk back instinctively. Long claws scrape at the glass, and a snarling snout with bared teeth snaps viciously. Holy crap! I gaze. Ash is up too, and the arm that was loose around me is now tight. He's pulling me off the bed and toward the doorway before I can even comprehend that this creature is right here, on the other side of a pane of glass, and an enchantment that's supposedly strong enough to keep any creature out. "They're surrounding the house," Lennox calls to us. Over Iris's shoulder, I see him reach the top of the stairs and stride toward us. I counted at least 6, but it's difficult to know for sure while it's still dark out there. And they keep moving. I've never heard of so many in one place. 2, perhaps 3, max, but this? And you think the protection on this house is enough to keep them out? Ash asks. "We're not sticking around to find out," Iris says. "The paths are still working. Grab shoes and something warm and let's go." I dart back into the room, snatch up my sneakers from just inside the doorway. The clothes I'm already wearing are fine. The storm fae at the window, the same type that found us at the gauntlet, as far as I can tell, is still slashing and snarling at the window. I step hurriedly back out of the room and grab Ash's hand as we make for the stairs behind Iris and Lennox. "What's the time?" Ash asks as we descend. "About an hour before dawn," Lennox answers. "Are you feeling okay?" Iris asks, directing the question over her shoulder at Ash. "You must have got a good few hours of sleep. I mean, assuming you... I wasn't trying to pry or suggest that, though the fact that Ash and I shared a bed last night is the least of anyone's concerns right now, Iris still manages to get flustered over it. Never mind," she mutters quickly as we reach the living room. She drops onto a couch and summons a pair of boots with a flick of her hand. "Yes, we slept," Ash confirms. "I feel fine. No more pain." "Good," Iris says, tugging her boots on. "Did we decide which guild we're going to?" she asks Lennox, as I sit on the edge of an armchair and shove my feet into my sneakers. "Yes, I think Bloodwood is a good option. And there's that woman who is friends with Nell who still works there. Yes." "Oh, here, don't forget this." I stand as she throws an amber across the room. Lennox catches it neatly. "I saw yours in the..." "Got it already." This speaking over each other, the rushing around, grabbing things, it all reminds me far too much of the night I fled with Mom and Dad. I can almost see their shadowy figures darting around. Can almost hear the fear in their voices. "We're running, Bug, because they want to kill us." I press my hands to my cheeks, panic clamping around my throat and squeezing. "Hey, it's okay," Ash says, taking one of my hands and pulling it away from my face. "This isn't like that night, I promise." Then he kisses the back of my hand. I blink and focus on him. He's wearing a jacket now, one of Lennox's, I assume, and I can just make out something bright and sparkling behind the top of the zip. Is that the crystal, the icicle pendant? "Oh yeah." He pulls the zip down to reveal the icicle pendant of the first Seelie Queen. A chain has been threaded through the hole in the blunt end, so that now it really does look like a pendant, albeit a ridiculously large one. Once again, in the panic of things, I'd forgotten all about it. "Please don't let that thing explode all over you." After what it's been through since we stole it, I'm guessing it's going to take a big jolt of magic at the very least to break this thing. "Okay, everyone ready?" Lennox says. There's a pause as we all look at each other. I notice all of a sudden that the scratching of claws against glass and the muted snarling sounds have vanished. The rain is a soft patter against the windows. And then we hear it, a whisper from somewhere outside. "Isella." My skin prickles. A shiver crawls up my neck and into my hair. "Not again," I murmur. Lennox is frozen, with his mouth half open. Iris looks utterly horrified. "Did one of those creatures just say your name?" she asks. So, I may have left that part out when I was giving you the summarized version of everything that's happened over the past few days. I tell her. When one of the storm fae broke into the gauntlet changing house, it seemed to know who I am. How? Iris whispers. I don't know. I'm guessing, that my parents went through the fairy door. It's the only thing I can think of. How else would these storm fae know my name? Iris closes her eyes and shakes her head. Okay, but even if they did go through, why would they tell these monsters about their daughter?
I'm guessing they didn't give the information willingly, Mom.
Ash says. And even if they know your name, how do they know that name belongs to you? And how did they know you were here?
Okay, as disturbing as this is, Lennox says, we don't have time to stand here and discuss it right now.
We all freeze as a strange sound reaches us over the quiet thrum of the rain. I look around, trying to figure out where it's coming from, what it is. Then I realize, a moment before my eyes land on one of the windows, exactly what I'm hearing. The slow, splintering crack of glass. Lennox curses under his breath. We're going. Now. He's at the wall in a second, writing quickly with his stylus. I half expect the doorway that opens to blink out of existence before we can run through it, because that's the way life works, right? But it remains open, a yawning hole of darkness. Iris grabs Ash's other hand, then lunges for Lennox's outstretched arm, and as glass shatters behind us, we dive into the fairy paths. Chapter 36. Then. Tangled trees and beams of moonlight materialized up ahead, and Silver hurried out of the fairy paths with Mom and Dad. Wait, she said, tugging them to a stop without thinking. This wasn't some unfamiliar forest in some distant part of the world. They were still in Stormsdrift, close to the Guild and the Shadow Crypt. Close enough, in fact, that if she squinted through the trees, she could see the spot where a hole in the ground led to the crypt's ancient stone staircase. Why are we here? You said we have to run, that they want to kill you. Dad ushered Silver and Mom behind a tree before taking a deep breath and facing Silver.
Mom and I had to leave earlier before we could properly lock the door. So, I need to go back and do that. If I don't, more terrible things are going to come through it. So you and Mom are going to hide here while I run back down there. I'll be quick.
It sounded so simple, but Silver knew, with a cold sense of dread, that it would not be that easy. Do you think Ursula's stationed someone there by now? Mom said.
Possibly. I'll gather enough magic for a stunner spell. Just give me a minute and then I'll have enough.
And if there's more than one person, I should go with you.
No, Dad said firmly. You can't go near that door again.
I won't enter the crypt. I'll just go with you to the entrance, with stunner magic gathered. There'll probably be at least 2 guardians hanging around. If there are more, we'll have to find out the rest. Mom, Silver said, her voice shaking. Dad, is this worth it? Why don't we just leave? Mom looked at her. We have to do this. I don't know why Ursula wants to open that door, but if she does... Mom shook her head. She can't control what will come through. None of them can. She turned to Dad, reaching with one hand to pull a chain from beneath her sweater. At the end of it hung a key Silver had never seen before. Longer than the average key, a dull metallic gray, with the head of some kind of beast on one end. I'll hide it as soon as you're done, she said to Dad. No one will ever find it. Don't think you should. I've been practicing. I know the words perfectly by now. It isn't our kind of magic, Nell, and that's why no one will ever find it. Here. Mom pressed the key into Dad's hands. Just lock the darn thing and let's be done with this. You remember all the motions and the magic? Yes, of course. Okay. Silver. Mom looked at her again. You need to hide here while... Actually, perhaps you should wait somewhere else, far from here. We'll decide on a meeting spot. You can go through the paths. No, Silver interrupted. She couldn't bear the thought of being separated from them, not knowing what was happening, not knowing if she would ever see them again. I'll hide here. I'll be fine. Silver, Mom, just go. Quickly. Okay. Mom looked at Dad, her hands raised as magic began to leak from her fingertips. "Let's go. I'll have enough magic gathered by the time we get there." Dad nodded. He already had a sparkling mass of magic collected above one palm. With his other hand, he pulled Silver closer and pressed a hurried kiss to her head. "Love you, Bug," he whispered. And as he dashed away through the shadows with Mom, she wanted to shout, "Why did you say that?" Why, if he thought everything was going to be fine, would he tell her that he loved her? She crouched behind the tree and began counting, her lips moving silently as she tried to focus on the numbers instead of whatever was happening in the shadow crypt. But it wasn't long before she realized her lips had stopped moving, and her eyes were fixed on a tree with oddly interlaced branches, and her brain was conjuring up images of her parents lying dead on the... No, stop. We're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. Everything's going to be fine. A light mist of rain began to fall. Silver peered around the side of the tree. What was taking so long? It was just a door. Surely all they had to do was turn the key and leave. She pulled her head back around and shut her eyes again, wondering if she should bother trying to shield herself from the rain, or if she should reserve her magic. Perhaps she should follow her parents' lead and gather enough for a stunner spell, just in case someone shouts. The sizzle of magic, an agonized cry. Silver's heart slammed against her chest, pounding with such ferocity that it almost hurt. But she was a guardian, almost a guardian, and she was trained to act, not hide. She gripped the tree and peered around it once more. Her parents were racing toward her, Dad in front, Mom hobbling slightly behind him, a bloody gash on her forehead. Then Dad spun around, hurling blade after blade he grabbed straight from the air. Mom ran past him, and she was close enough now that Silver could see her eyes, wide and wild. Shock froze Silver to the spot. Never in her life had she seen that kind of fear, raw and untamed, in either of her parents. "Doorway!" Mom screamed at her. The cry jolted Silver to life. Her hand fumbled over her pocket, then her other pocket. But she didn't have a stylus. She didn't have a stylus. She'd been in such a rush, such a panic, and she'd thrown several into the bag that Dad had shrunk. But then she hadn't grabbed another one before they left. How had she left the damn house without a stylus? Mom crashed into her. And then they were both kneeling on the ground, hands grasping for each other, and Dad was skidding to a halt, not far away, both hands sweeping overhead in an arcing motion. The shield he created was almost invisible, but moonlight caught on it here and there, and Silver saw enough to know that it formed a dome, covering the three of them and the tree she and Mom crouched beside. "I don't have a stylus," Silver gasped. "Where's yours?" "Jacket, left pocket." Silver's hands went to Mom's pocket immediately and pulled out 2 halves of a single stylus. Mom breathed out a curse. "Must have snapped. When I fell, someone pushed me down the stairs." Well, that probably explained the gash on her forehead. "Crap! Dad!" Silver shouted. "Stylus!" He shook his head and didn't answer, grunting as he held both hands up to reinforce the shield. On the other side of the near-transparent layer of magic, 3 guardians were hurling magic, shooting arrows, slicing at it with their golden swords. "His is gone," Mom gasped. "He tried to open a way to the paths after he locked the door, but someone blasted it out of his hand. Okay, the bag he shrank. Here." Mom patted her other pocket, pushed her hand inside, but all she withdrew was the vial of leftover Shadowfire potion. Damn it. Must have fallen." She sucked in a breath. "I will kill whoever pushed me down those stairs," she hissed. "So we have no stylus?" The reality of what this meant for them sank into Silver's being with sickening clarity. "We're running, Bug, because they want to kill us." "Okay, Mom, I had to help Dad with the shield. Can you draw enough magic for another stunner spell?" "I don't think..." She sagged against Silver, one hand forming a fist that she pressed tightly against her middle. Blood seeped through her clothing and dribbled over her fingers. An alarming amount of blood. "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm fine." But she was blinking repeatedly in a way that certainly didn't seem fine. "You and I, we're stronger. I'll be fine, but if I'm not, you'll have to take this." She uncurled her clenched fist to reveal the key, now covered in blood, in her palm. "And don't ever let them get it." "What?" "No, just hold on to it for now." Still kneeling beside Mom, Silver raised her hands and pushed magic up and out, sending it into the shield her father had created. "Or just destroy the darn thing," she added, not looking down. "Then no one can use it." "We tried that. Your dad can't, and I think I can, but I can't. I just can't. Mom, that doesn't make Silver. I need to tell you. Mom, Mom, please just sit, okay?" Silver tried to make her tone firm, but all she heard was the shudder in her voice. "So I can help Dad, so they don't get through that. Just listen to me. Listen." Then, Mom pulled Silver closer and began whispering into her ear, and all Silver could do was stare at her father, straining beneath the onslaught of magic pummeling his shield as Mom's words sank heavily, one by one, into her mind. A story that surely belonged to someone else, a secret that couldn't possibly be hers. "Swear to me you will never come back here," Mom said when she reached the end of her tale. "Swear to me you will take this secret to your end." And still, all Silver could do was stare. A dozen questions battered her mind, but she couldn't bring a single one to pass her lips. She was vaguely aware that magic was still bleeding out of her into the shield, but she couldn't focus on that either. "Silver, did you hear me?" Mom gasped, her breathing growing more labored. In the end, the only words Silver could utter were the same words Mom had begged of her. I will take this secret to my end." Mom pulled back, passed one hand to Silver's cheek, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and kissed her brow. "My beautiful, brave, determined girl," she managed to say. "My Silver girl. May it be many, many years before you meet your end." Then she looked down at her clenched fist. "Don't ever come back here," she whispered again. "Don't ever let them get the key." Silver swallowed and nodded. "I'll take this secret to my end." Then Mom pulled her close again and pressed a hand above Silver's heart. "Forgive me," she whispered. And then Silver's body was burning, and she was screaming, and her flesh felt as if it would melt off her bones. And then, in an instant, the pain was gone. She knelt there, breathless, utterly spent. And in that moment, with a small and entirely anticlimactic pop, Dad's shield vanished. Things happened almost too quickly to follow then. Dad dodged a blade, then grabbed a bow from the air and shot an arrow. A guardian jerked backward. He threw a knife, dodged again, threw two knives in quick succession, and the other two guardians staggered backward. A second arrow, a third arrow. The other two guardians were down. There was just enough time, perhaps a second or two, for hope to flare inside Silver's chest. Was it possible they might actually survive this? And then, a figure in an ivory ball gown stepped straight out of the air, a guardian's sword gripped in both hands. She swung with all her might, and the glittering, deadly blade sliced clean through Dad's neck. Silver couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Screaming filled her ears. She wondered distantly if it was coming from her. But then, Mom pushed herself up and lunged past Silver, her scream turning into a guttural cry. as she grabbed a sword from the air and slashed wildly at Counselor Ursula Bergenfell. There was a darkness at the edge of Silver's vision, trying to pull her under. Things seemed to flicker out of view, something growling inside her head, the sound of wings fluttering. Then she could see again, and that long, gleaming blade was cutting through the air, and then... Mom. Her head there, her body there, separate. And Silver wished the darkness would take her forever. But it didn't. Time kept ticking. Her heart kept beating. Counselor Bergenfell, still in the dress she'd been wearing at the Liberation Day ball earlier that evening, dropped onto one knee, breathing heavily. Silver dragged her gaze a little higher and saw that there were multiple body slashes all the way down her front. When had that happened? Had Mom somehow done that before? The other 3 guardians, all of them counselors, Silver saw now, were attempting to stand, gingerly removing arrows and knives from their bodies. In the distance, other guardians were gathering, shouting, moving closer, some of them starting to run. Flee, a tiny distant voice whispered to Silver. But still she couldn't move. Counselor Bergenfell looked up. Her gaze landed on Silver's. With a rasping breath, she said, "Kill her." As if suddenly released from an iron grip, Silver staggered backward. She tripped over something, a root or a fallen branch, and landed hard on her left wrist. And there, on the ground, barely a few inches from her fingers, was the vial of remaining Shadowfire potion. She grabbed it, pulled the stopper out, and tossed some in Counselor Bergenfell's direction. Translucent flames leaped into existence in an instant. Silver shoved the stopper back in, pushed herself up, and ran. Chapter 37. Now. Something is wrong. We're falling through the fairy paths when I feel as if I've been jerked to a halt. I see a flicker of something, which shouldn't be possible. The fairy paths are meant to be utterly black. Then another tug and stutter. Sideways this time. Silver, are you? I'm here. My hand is still in ashes, but I reach over blindly with my other hand and make sure I'm hanging on to him with both. And then we're dropping. We fall out of the fairy paths with such force that I stagger forward and drop onto my hands and knees. Ash is on the ground beside me. What happened? I gasp as my eyes do a quick scan of the area. No guardians, no fey creatures, but I'm pretty sure we're still in Storm's Drift. Trees surround us, moonlight struggles to filter through the branches, and a thick fog is creeping in. And, yes, we're definitely in Storm's Drift. Without even looking, I know the Shadow Crypt is close, so very, very close. I feel the pull now in a way I never felt it when I was growing up. Don't ever come back here. Don't ever let them get the key. I think the paths stopped working, Ash says, pushing himself up into a crouch. I blink and try to clear my jumbled thoughts, watching him as he tries a doorway spell on the ground. Nothing happens. Yep, it was the paths, but I think... He looks around. I think we're close to the Shadow Crypt, which is odd. If the paths aren't working, we generally find ourselves thrown out somewhere outside of Storm's Drift. He puts his stylus away and stands, extending a hand toward me. I think maybe it was me, I say, as I take his hand and let him pull me up. I can't get the memories of that night out of my head. I was thinking about how we hid here just before, you know. His hand, still holding mine, squeezes a little. So maybe in the moment before the path stopped working, I broadcast my thoughts a little too loudly. But your parents... It's my turn to look around. If I'm the one who ended up directing the paths, then they should have come through with us. Mom's hand was pulled out of mine when that jolting feeling happened inside the paths. That seems to happen if you're trying to travel when they stop working. Mom and Dad must have dropped out somewhere else. We wait, listening, but there's no sound aside from a distant chirrup, chirrup. And there's that tug, that silent, invisible, inexorable tug toward the door that ruined my life. Ash looks at me. Silver, this is where it happened, isn't it? My eyes slide over the misty scene and land on a tree with branches that are interlaced in an almost braid-like pattern. My chest tightens. My throat begins to close. Ash is right. This is exactly where it happened. Because that tree, that's the one I stared at while I counted desperately in my head, waiting for Mom and Dad to come back. Which means that tree over there, my gaze slides to the left. That's the one Mom and I knelt beside. That's where Dad stood, trying with everything in him to hold back the counselors. That's where he and Mom, my chest is heaving rapidly, trying to draw air in. And Ash's arms are around me now as he presses my head gently to his shoulder. All the thoughts that have tormented me for the past 2 years. The thoughts I usually stamp down the second they try to surface, flood my brain. If only I'd had a stylus. If only I'd helped Dad hold the shield for longer. If only I'd reacted as quickly as a guardian is meant to react and thrown a weapon at Bergenfell the instant she stepped out of the paths. If only, if only, if only. Instead of forcing aside the memories like I usually do, I let them filter in. I let them overlay my vision as my eyes dart back and forth across the area. I see where we hid. I see Bergenfell stepping from the fairy paths. I see where Mom fell, where Dad fell. And for the first time, I let myself think of other if-onlys. If only someone hadn't pushed Mom down the crypt steps and broken her stylus. If only Mom and Dad hadn't opened that door. If only Mom had never saved Anvi's life and become his friend and discovered he had the key. For the first time, I let myself think of all the things that were beyond my control. For the first time, I think, perhaps it wasn't my fault the way things turned out. My next breath shudders its way through my body. I wind my arms around Ash's waist and hold on tight. Tears slip down my cheeks as the fog shifts around us, revealing more of the forest. My heart still aches. But eventually, the tears stop falling. Eventually, my breath no longer hitches. Eventually, we're simply standing here, quietly.
Are you okay?
Ash asks. I think I am.
You know,
he says hesitantly,
we're so close to the crypt. We should just finish this. Take the crystal down there and destroy the door. We can stop more of these monsters from getting through. Stop them before they overrun our home entirely.
I shift enough to look up at him. Doesn't he remember what I told him at the start of all this? Ash, I can't go down there, to the shadow crypt. I can't go near the fairy door. I already told you that. He frowns at me.
You mean you physically can't go down there? I thought it was more because of the memories of this place, that you didn't want to face any of this.
That was part of it. I stare firmly past him, my heart pattering faster.
Silver, what are you not telling me?
I press a hand to my collarbone, where the tattoo that is a reminder of my mother is inked into my skin. I picture the slender stem with its tiny leaves and flowers, the same flowers that so often adorned her hair. I will take this secret to my end.
Silver, Ash prompts.
I exhale slowly. Remember how my mom said she felt drawn to the door? How it became harder and harder to resist? Well, I feel it too. His eyes travel my face, his brows pulled low. I'm assuming that whatever he guessed I might say, it wasn't this.
You never said anything when we were growing up. Did you always feel it?
No, I didn't feel anything when I was younger, except there was that one time we snuck down there when I dared you to go inside. I remember feeling. I looked past him, thinking of that night. Something. A sort of pull. And if we ever played or trained in this area, I felt like I wanted to be closer to the crypt. I always thought it was simply curiosity. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe you're imagining this pull because of everything you read in your mother's journal. I shake my head. What I'm feeling now, being so close to it, I'm not imagining this, Ash. Okay. And you're worried that if you get too close to the door that you'll... What, want to go through it? Maybe, yes? I don't know. I think that's what happened to my mom, and I don't want to repeat her mistake. Okay. He runs his hands up and down the sides of my arms. That's fine. You don't have to go down there. I can do it. Ash, I can. It's not a big deal. My only concern is, but whatever he was about to say, it's lost, as a piercing shriek cuts through the quiet. A storm rumbles nearby. I swing around to face the ruffling, flapping sound, instantly alert. The creature that lands a short distance away is like a giant bat. Its wings, however, are covered in shiny black feathers. When it extends those wings, I hear a sort of thrumming sound. Falling rain, I realize. That, Ash says, his hands already gripping a crossbow. My only concern is leaving you out here alone with things like that. I quickly pull his hoodie over my head and toss the oversized garment to the side. Perfect for snuggling in, not so perfect for fighting dangerous fae in. The top I have underneath, the one Iris gave me to sleep in, is simple, dark, long-sleeved. Not about to flap around and get in the way. I'm offended, I say, keeping my tone light as my thumb brushes an X over the moonstone on my wrist. You think I can't take that thing down on my own? A moment later, the two interlocking curved blades of my crescent moon knife are tight within my grip. The bird-bat storm fae creature rears up, flapping in a way that causes a sound like rumbling thunder, then darts forward with needle-sharp fangs bared, lightning flashing from its tongue. Ash and I jump aside, and the lightning strikes the spot we just vacated. Would you prefer me to stand back and leave this one to you? Ash asks. I suppose I can share. I swing my knife in a figure-8 pattern. Wouldn't want you to feel left out. How very generous of you. He then lifts his crossbow and shoots. The creature bleeds instantly into the shadows, and the bolt flies straight through black mist. The mist slides closer to us, and then suddenly it's shifting into feathery bat form again, and it's right there. It leaps off the ground, clawed feet coming at me, and I slash wide with my knife. It falls back with a high-pitched shriek, and I catch a glimpse of glittering gold in its right wing. Ash must have shot it. With an angry sweep of the creature's wings, the sounds of rain and thunder intensify, and the bolt flies loose and vanishes. But Ash is on its other side now, and as the creature rebounds between the two of us, flitting from bat to shadow and back again, I let myself sink into that state of flow, where my limbs and magic act on instinct rather than directed by conscious thought. I swipe, dodge, leap away, and hurl magic. And all the while, the creature continues shifting form, evading our weapons and magic with apparent ease. We're going to have to get more creative if we hope to defeat this thing. This thought has barely crossed my mind when the bird bat swipes a little too close to Ash with one enormous wing, and he slams hard into the ground. Ash! I shout as I lunge closer and swing my knife in a wide arc. My blade meets the creature's furry chest, but then it has my arm wrapped in the oversized claws of one of its feet, and suddenly it's launching upward, lifting me from the ground. I switch my knife to my free hand and swing wildly at the creature's leg while sending magical heat into my other hand, hot, 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 hot. And then its claws open, and I'm falling toward the earth. I manage to slow my fall so that when I strike the ground, I can tumble and leap straight back up. Ash! I look around. I'm so close to the crypt now that I can almost see the opening in the ground where the stone steps lead down. The pull is even stronger here, something inside me longing to move closer, to walk down those steps. Stop it! I shout silently at myself. Focus! The creature swoops overhead, and I throw up a layer of shield magic before remembering it's most likely useless. Here, Ash calls, shouting from a short distance away. I'm pretty sure he was calling me, but the bird bat seems to take this as an invitation to send a bolt of lightning streaking in Ash's direction. Then it sweeps back around toward me, just in time for me to fling a hailstorm of sharp stones straight toward it. It banks sharply to avoid the stones, but they slice through part of its wing. I'm already gathering more magic as it lands heavily not too far from me. Ash yells, catching its attention again with a few throwing stars and magical flames. Get creative, I tell myself again. I throw my hand out, magic shooting across the ground ahead of me and scattering into a spray of water. Ice, I think, and it transforms in an instant. The bird bat wheels around, clearly surprised by the temperature drop near its feet, but I'm already running, skidding, sliding. I drop. My crescent moon knife sweeps up, and I slide clear beneath the creature and slice right through its belly. The shriek it emits is unearthly. As I reach the end of my ice skating maneuver and leap to my feet beside Ash, the creature tries to become shadowy mist again, but its form seems to flicker and remain bird bat instead. Looks like it's too injured to change form now, Ash says, a little breathlessly. We jump apart as another bolt of lightning strikes the ground between us. Can you gather stunner magic? He asks me. I'll keep it away from you. Otherwise, we might be fighting it all night. Can you handle it on your own while I do that? Ash grunts out a laugh. Should I be offended by that? Okay, hang on. I dart around a tree and press my back against the rough bark as I release my knife near the moonstone and let it shrink itself back into hiding. I gather power above my palms as fast as I can draw it from my core, trying not to focus too much on the grunts and cries coming from the other side of the tree. I want to yell out every few moments and ask if he's okay, but I also don't want to distract him. When I've gathered what I estimate to be enough power to stun the bird bat stormfae, I peer around the tree to see what's happening. The two of them are near the crypt entrance again, and in the moment that I step out around the tree, the creature slashes across Ash's side with one of its clawed feet. He cries out, stumbling 1 or 2 steps to the side. I'm ready, I shout, running closer. Move out of the way. Wait, he gasps. And as the creature rears back again, he jumps up, thrusting his hand forward in an upward motion. A sword is in his grip a second later, and then the blade is driving straight through the creature's chest. It staggers backward. The sound of rain thrashing against a hard surface fills the air as its wings shudder, and then it crashes down. After a few twitches, it stops moving. Ash collapses onto his knees, breathing hard. He presses a hand to his side. Ash! And then, up from the crypt staircase just behind him, emerges a figure. Counselor Ursula Bergenfell. Her red hair is shorter, and she obviously isn't wearing an ivory ball gown. But this is so close to the way it happened last time that I freeze. The past and the present are merging in my mind again. I'm that terrified 16-year-old, rooted to the spot, too horrified by what she's just done to my parents to even breathe. No, I'm not. I am deadlier than she can ever imagine, and this time I'm not running. I raise my hands and hurl everything at her. My magic, my pain, my anger. The ball of stunner magic hits her square in the chest. She staggers backward, shock registering on her face for an instant, before her eyes slide shut. She collapses on the ground beside the crypt entrance. She doesn't move. I exhale in a rush. I just stunned Counselor Bergenfell. I stunned her. I stride past Ash as he pushes himself up from the ground, his hand still against his side as he breathes heavily. It's been barely moments since the fight with the bird-bat Stormfae ended. I stare down at her expression that seems almost peaceful. How dare she feel any sort of peace after what she did to Mom and Dad? I could kill her. Silver, Ash says, almost cautiously. I know that's what you want to do. I know she took everything from you. But killing her isn't going to end any of this. It will only make things worse. My lips tremble. My jaw clenches. I just want her to pay for all the pain she caused me. I whisper. She will pay. Trust me on that. If it's the last thing I do, I will make sure every counselor at this guild pays for what they did that night. He steps around me and hunches down to snap a pair of golden handcuffs onto her wrists. This ends now. He stands, moves behind her, grabs hold of her beneath her arms, and pulls her away from the crypt entrance. With a grunt, he drops her and presses a hand to his side again. Don't know why I'm not using magic for this, he mutters. I lift my hand, about to help him with my own magic, when I hear the voice. Hello, little bird. Ash looks around, but I go utterly still at the memory of that silky voice, that whisper in my mind, emerging suddenly from the depths of my nightmares to taunt me. It's been too long, she says. Ash's head jerks to the side, his eyes darting about. And I realize, no. Her voice isn't in my head. It's here. She's here. I stop breathing. My body begins to shake, and I know I need to act, to run, to fight, to move, damn it, move! Turn around, Silver. Turn around. Turn around! Too late. I feel cool fingers on the back of my neck. Cool fingers pressing the tiny bird tattoo. And everything inside me relaxes. My eyes slide shut. Warmth spreads throughout my body, down my arms, my legs, reaching to my fingertips and toes. And then I am suddenly awake, vibrating with life. A tight coil, ready to spring open. I inhale, exhale. Oh, it is so good to be myself again. When I open my eyes, everything is brighter, sharper. My gaze travels along my arms to my fingers. I turn my wrists, loosening my joints, and then I reach into the air with both hands. When I pull them back, I hold a dagger within each fist, glittery, black like polished shards of obsidian. My gaze rises slowly. Vivian is standing behind Ash, a black blade against his throat. She must have moved lightning fast to get so close to him without fighting back. Then again, she mastered the art of killing a very long time ago. Asher Blackburn may be good, but he's no match for a woman who can step literally in and out of shadows. I meet Ash's eyes, and in them, I see the story unfolding. His shock is replaced by understanding, resignation, as he puts the pieces together, as he figures out exactly where I ended up when I ran from Storm's Drift. I know who you are, he says through gritted teeth. Scarlet Assassin. Vivian's glossy black hair slides over her shoulder as she rolls her glittering eyes. I have to admit, I agree with her. The Scarlet Assassin is one of the stupidest names the guild ever came up with. And I know who you are, she says to Ash, tracing the tip of her blade along his jawline. Nothing but a silly guardian. She looks at me. We don't need him, do we? Well, I don't know about her, but I certainly never needed him. Thank goodness Vivian showed up to remind me of this. My lips curve into the smallest smile. Vivian shoves away from Ash, her blade leaving a thin red line across his cheek and vanishes into the shadows behind him. I asked her once to teach me how to do that, and all she said was, "It can't be taught. You simply can, or you can't." Ash grabs hold of a sword the instant he's free. He's breathing fast now, tilting his head a fraction lower, watching me with uncertainty. My gaze slides lazily down to my weapons again. I spin both blades. Sparks of magic fall like tiny black diamonds. Then I brace myself, lift my gaze to his, and utter the words I know will pierce his heart. "Come and get me." Chapter 38. I swipe my blades through the air, but Ash doesn't move.
"I won't fight you," he says.
"Then I guess this will be easy for me."
11 months, 2 days.
He repeats my words from the club, from a time that already feels like ages ago.
You were with her, the Scarlet Assassin. That's what happened.
I smile at him, slow and savage. Bingo.
"Little bird," he says quietly. "The tattoo on the back of your neck."
"Little bird," I repeat, my smile twisting. I toss both daggers into the air, watch them spin for a second, then grab a bow and shoot an arrow at one and then the other. Twinkling black sparks rain down as the blades and arrows vanish. I twirl on the spot and take a bow. That's me.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
"Why didn't you figure it out, Asher Blackburn?" I counter, dancing around him. I fling the bow aside and grab a sword from the air instead. It's as black and glittering and deadly as the daggers. "You know, for all your skill and intellect, you can be rather slow at times." He shakes his head. "Did you think I wouldn't understand? That I would look at you differently?" He's looking at me differently already, the stupid sappy boy.
"I wish you had told me. And then I could have told you the things I've done. The things that haunt my nightmares."
Nightmares. For a brief moment, a flicker of something cold and clammy and terrifying presses against my mind, but it's gone a second later. If that sad, pale version of myself, the one who's lost without Vivian, experienced nightmares, I have no concept of them. To have nightmares, I would have to be afraid of something, and I am afraid of nothing. Sounds like a sad, boring conversation we'll never get to have. I lunge closer and slice an X through the air, but Ash dodges backward.
"I won't do this."
I let out a heavy sigh. "Do you know why you were always top of the class, Ash?"
"Not because you were the best."
I toss both blades aside and grab a throwing star in each hand. "But because I never even tried." My hands flash forward, releasing both stars, and though Ash swings aside, they skim the top of his shoulder before vanishing. His hiss of breath makes me smile.
"I know,"
he answers, and I hear the sting of pain in his voice.
"Didn't I always tell you that?"
"You did. And I was always polite enough to pretend to deny it." I reach for another sword and swing it back and forth between us. But every time I dart toward him, he steps sideways or lunges back. It's a ridiculous dance I need to put to an end quickly. Vivian will be growing tired of this. "I'm disappointed, Ash. I've heard you're one of the best around here. I was hoping you could show me what you're made of. Come on. I want to show you what I'm made of."
"I already know what you're made of."
My laugh is bold, wild. "You have no idea. This isn't you." "Is that really what you think?" "Don't be deceived. This is the real me. All my doubts and insecurities peeled away to reveal the true monster I am inside. I was made to hunt, to maim, to kill. No, you weren't. I was. This is my nature, Ash."
"This is not your nature, Silver,"
he says fiercely. I smile at his anger. Perhaps if he loses his temper, he'll fight back.
"Yes, it is," I say simply. "So kill me then." He throws his weapons aside and spreads his arms wide. "If that's what you were made to do, then do it. I would rather you kill me than I let myself hurt you again. So go ahead."
I breathe out a sigh. He thinks he's calling my bluff. He thinks I won't do it. Or perhaps he thinks that I can't. Somewhere, not too far away, a howl rises above the quiet, answered immediately by a hiss, 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 and then a distinctly non-monster-like shout. Well, sounds like this place is keeping Vivian busy. I'll take care of Ash, and then help her with the rest of the storm fae. You are so sure, Asher Blackburn, that you're right. Interesting. When you were always so afraid of being wrong, so afraid of failure. Well, guess what? I drag the tip of the sword lazily across the ground as I saunter toward him. This? I lift the sword and bring the tip of the blade to rest against his chest. Is the moment you fail. Then, I drop the sword, grab a knife from the air, and swing my arm back and swipe, fast and vicious, straight across his throat. Chapter 39. Then. Screams echoed in Silver's head as she ran blindly through the forest, the tiny glass vial clenched in her closed fist. All she could see was Mom's head, Dad's body. Don't think, don't think, don't think, don't think, don't. There were shouts behind her, shouts all around her, guardians catching up. They could travel through the paths and she couldn't. They could show up anywhere, at any moment, stepping out of the darkness with a sword exactly the way Counselor Bergenfell had done. A golden blade. Dad's head falling. No, 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 no. With a gasping sob, she forced herself to see the forest, the branches she had to duck beneath, the leaves and twigs her feet were slamming against, the rocks she had to jump over. Silver! Silver? She whirled around at the sound of her name on Ash's lips. Her breath was ragged in her chest. She felt so sick, so utterly sick, and nothing in this world would ever be right again, but if she could just get to Ash. Silver! He called again. And this time she heard running footsteps. She turned toward the sound, shoved a leafy branch aside, and there he was, a shadow among the trees. Though he was too far away for her to clearly make out his expression, she knew the moment he saw her, the moment he turned toward her. And then, instead of racing faster, he stopped. He lifted his hand, and above his palm blazed a mass of sparkling magic. She jerked around to look over her shoulder because Ash must surely be aiming for someone behind her, someone about to attack her. But there was no one there. She looked back at him, and his magic was flying straight at her. Straight at her. She flinched aside at the last split second, feeling the heat of the magic before it struck a branch and burned a hole right through it. Before she had time to process the fact that Ash had tried to strike her with magic, a yawning black hole opened up beside her. She yelped in fright as arms tugged her into the darkness of the fairy paths. She kicked, elbowed, and yelled, jerked her head back hard, and struck something fleshy. But she couldn't escape the numerous hands that held her tightly within their grip, keeping her from reaching into the air to take a weapon. Everything became a jumble as she fell out of the fairy paths along with her captors. Herbs and flowers and dozens of tables covered in plants, glass panels all around, arms and fists and elbows and teeth, hands clamping fiercely around hers, golden cuffs snapping wildly and missing her wrists multiple times. And then, a stabbing pain in her side, a blade sinking deep before pulling back out again. She shrieked, and the sound was unlike anything that had ever escaped her lips. It was piercing, and it seemed to reverberate almost visibly in the air. She felt herself shoved backward against her assailants. They crashed into a table of plants together, and Silver took the opportunity to jam her elbow backward yet again. The Guardian's grips were looser now, and she finally managed to tear free. Her knees and palms hit the floor. The glass vial rolled away. She scooted around to face the Guardians as she felt once again that strange sense of darkness gathering at the edge of her vision. Something pulling irresistibly at her. I will not pass out now. I will kill these people before I let myself pass out at their feet. There were 3 of them, she saw now. The same 3 who'd been battering Dad's shield magic. All lunging toward her, weapons glittering, magic sparking. She threw a shaky hand up, releasing as much shield magic as she could manage. They slammed against it as her other hand groped wildly for the fallen vial. And there, at her feet, was somebody's stylus. Her fingers wrapped around the tiny cylinder of glass. Then she lurched forward and grabbed the stylus. Her shield magic was already slipping away from her mental grasp, stretching as if it were a balloon, and someone was pressing a finger further and further into its surface. She pulled the stopper from the vial. Her shield popped. She tossed the vial onto the floor and whirled away. Behind her, flames whooshed and crackled to life. Without another thought, she scribbled as quickly as possible across the floor. When the doorway opened, she didn't look back. She fell into the darkness and pleaded with the paths to take her far from Storm's Drift. Chapter 40. Now. I suck in a quick breath and blink as my feet skid across the ground. I stumble to a halt, utterly confused, as the whisper beat of wings sounds behind me. I whip around, but I'm off balance somehow, and I land in an ungraceful heap on the ground. My eyes dart around as I hurriedly push myself up, searching for a creature with wings. But whatever it was is gone. Like last time, several motionless shapes lie on the ground around me. Bergenfell, the bird-like storm fae creature, and Ash. I race toward him, fear clamping around my heart with an icy fist. I remember what I did to him, with frightening clarity. That's the way it always happens with Vivian's control. There is no escaping what I've done when it's over. The blacking out, though, that part's never happened with Vivian before. I look around for her as I drop to my knees beside Ash, but she's nowhere in sight. I know there's no possible way she's gone, but I can't focus on her when the last thing I remember doing is slicing a blade through Ash's neck. I lean over him, my hands shaking against my thighs as I take a closer look. Blood stains his skin, but the wound only goes partway across his neck. Something must have stopped me before I could slit his throat completely. Disappointing, Vivian's voice whispers in my mind. You can do better than that. You know how to remove a head from a body. I do know. And I came terrifyingly close to doing it to the person I love more than anyone else in either world. I shove aside that memory, which will no doubt haunt me for the rest of my days, as I feel for a pulse on the uninjured side of his neck. Either it's too weak for me to find or there's nothing there. And like the last time I blacked out, I have no idea how much time has passed. Perhaps his heart stopped beating a while ago. No, 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 no! A voice screams inside my head. It is not too late. It's hard to kill a faerie. That's what I was taught. And despite the fact that I now know precisely how easy it actually is, I refuse to give up hope as I slice carefully through the collar of Ash's t-shirt with a spark of magic. I pull the 2 sides of the fabric apart and press my palms just below his neck, my fingers spreading across his collarbones. Magic bleeds through my skin and into his. Please, please, please. My heart beats out. Please let it not be too late. I can't do what a healer would do, sending specific types of magic to different areas within a person's body to guide the healing of organs and tissue. And I can't do whatever Iris was doing last night to rapidly heal a specific site. but I can at least send as much of my own magic as I can spare into Ash's body to give him a chance to heal before his own magic reserves run dry. That is, assuming they didn't run dry a while ago. I lean down and press my brow to his chest, pleading with him to be okay as I continue pouring magic into his body. I keep going for longer than I should, longer than any of the guild mentors would ever have advised, especially given the distinct possibility that Vivian will show up again soon, and I won't stand a chance against her if I've exhausted myself. A tiny, taunting part of my brain reminds me that I don't stand a chance against her, even in peak physical and magical condition. True. So either way, I'm screwed. And I'm too tired now to stop the flow of magic. Too lethargic. Too cold. Ash's chest moves. A gasping breath shudders from his lips. The sound is enough to jolt some sense back into me. I raise my head quickly, pulling my hands back. The world spins, begins to turn white, but I blink furiously a few times, and things come slowly back into focus. Silver, Ash mumbles, his voice raspy. It's possibly the best sound I've ever heard. Oh my gosh, are you okay? He lets out a long, low groan. Lifting one hand to his neck, he prods gently at his skin, which, as far as I can tell, looks like a thick scar now. I don't think I've ever been so gravely injured so many times in such a short space of time. I half laugh, half cry. Yeah, I don't think I'm particularly good for your general health and well-being. He sits up and pulls me against his chest. His breath is ragged against my cheek when he speaks. You are good for me in every possible way. I will never regret finding you. I'm crying now, so it's difficult to get the words out. But I manage. Ash, I almost killed you. No, you didn't. She did. His voice is starting to sound a little more like normal. Silver. All that time, you were with her. I'm so sorry. I manage to whisper as I shake my head against his chest. I'm so. No. Stop. I can't even begin to imagine. You had just witnessed your parents' deaths, and you were all alone. And then she took you. Why didn't you tell me? I'm still shaking my head. All those memories are flashing through my brain again. Running, tears, heartbreak, slamming into her in the dark. That room we used to train in, with the sweat and blood-stained mats on the floor, and the stained glass window that turned everything red. The rewards, the punishments, the way we had to outcompete each other. I tried. I did. I sniff and swipe tears from my cheeks. When we were at the Golden Canary, I told myself I could do it. But then, you were so convinced that none of the terrible things I'd done were my fault, and then I just couldn't, and they weren't. He pulls back so he can look at me. She made you do those terrible things. That doesn't matter. I still did them. So many terrible things, Ash. And I wanted all of them. That's what she does to you. She makes you believe that you want exactly what she wants. And afterwards, you don't forget. It's not as though it's a hazy memory. It's all still horrifyingly clear, and you're left trying to separate the threads of what she wanted from what you wanted. But it's all so tangled that you just can't. So in my memories, I wanted to kill you earlier. I remember how I pitied you, how cold I was. Then what stopped you? I don't know. I blacked out again. Like with the Sealy Court Guardians. I don't know what happened. There were flapping wings, and now Vivian's gone, and I don't know. Ash looks past me, a frown on his face as his eyes comb the forest.
I wonder if maybe it's one of the storm fae. They seem to be able to do all kinds of other things. Pass through shields, enter homes that are protected, change form, stop the fairy paths working. Maybe some of them can make people black out as well. I mean, I don't remember what happened either after you came at me with that knife. So maybe I blacked out too. Or maybe you just collapsed because I almost killed you. Well, I seem to be pretty much fine now.
He lifts a hand to his neck again, but he still has that frown on his face, his gaze directed past me.
Those weapons.
Those weapons, I repeat, softly, my eyes sliding shut. My fingers curl around air as if I could reach for them now. The feel of them beneath my hands is so right, so addictive, like a drug. I simultaneously long for them and hate them.
So much like a guardian's, Ash says. It's crazy. Do you only have access to them when...
He trails off, leaving the question hanging. When I'm under her control, yes. I open my eyes, swallow, and reach up to gently pull his hand away from his neck. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah. I feel almost fine. I think you hardly injured me at all.
I can't help the way my eyebrows shoot up automatically. That's not true. At all. Ash, I think you would have died if I hadn't given you a whole load of magic. His eyes narrow.
A whole load?
I mean, not too much. Just, Silver, what was I supposed to do? Keep all my magic to myself and let you die? That's incredibly dangerous. You know there are limits you're supposed to stick to when it comes to sending magic into someone else. Yeah, well, I'm not particularly good at following the rules. I rub my hands over my face again, but my tears are mostly dry now. Thank goodness, or we might not be having this conversation. He stands, pulling me up with him. For a moment or two, the world seems to tilt.
Are you kidding me? He says.
You can't even stand up straight? Silver, you gave me way too much magic. How are you going to defend yourself if that woman comes back? I can stand up straight, I say, a little defensively. He mutters something that includes the word stubborn, then shakes his head.
Okay, look. Obviously, I have a lot of questions about this whole assassin thing, but now is clearly not the time. We need to get out of here.
He pats his pockets until he finds a stylus. He writes a doorway spell on the ground, and for a moment it seems as though it's working. But then the doorway flickers and vanishes. Well, I say with a sigh, I guess there's nothing else to do except take the icicle pendant of the first silly queen down those steps and throw it at a really old door. Ash looks up sharply.
Are you saying that because it's what you think we should do? Or because some creepy ancient magic is pulling you down there?
I'm about to say that of course it's me. But is it? That urge is still there. That need to go down the crypt steps, to get closer to the door. It's been there this whole time, a nudging sense at the edge of my mind, a gentle tug in the center of my chest. But fear for Ash's life kept me from focusing on it. I think it's probably both, I say eventually. He straightens.
I don't think you should go down there.
I won't go inside with you. I'll just wait at the entrance. It hits me, as the last word leaves my mouth, that this is almost exactly what Mom said to Dad when we came back here that night to lock the door. This should concern me. It does concern me. But the feeling is outweighed by my growing desire to go down those steps. Ash looks around.
Honestly, I think we both need to get the heck out of here before...
Ash, it'll be quick. We're right here. He releases a frustrated breath. Fine. Let's do it quickly, and then get as far away from this area as we can. If that assassin woman comes back, stop wasting time, I say, catching hold of his hand and pulling him toward the opening in the ground that leads to the ancient stone staircase. We step past Bergenfell, still passed out on the ground with a pair of gold handcuffs encircling her wrists, and begin our descent below the earth. The last time we came down here, it grew darker the closer we got to the bottom of the stairs. This time, there seems to be a faint glow at the bottom. We continue down. Gone is the thread tugging at the center of my chest. It's more like a rope around my middle now, pulling me forward with far more force. I think I could resist if I really wanted to, but I don't. Don't ever come back here, Mom said. Her voice is so quiet at the back of my mind, so easy to ignore. Did she tell me this because she found it impossible to resist the pull and feared the same thing for me? I tell myself that I'm stronger than her. I can resist. Of course I can resist. We reached the bottom of the steps, and I suddenly remembered the gate that could very well have been locked. But Bergenfell was down here earlier, and it seems she left the gate open. It stands ajar, as if she pulled it behind her as she hurried from the crypt to see what was going on above ground, but didn't stick around long enough to ensure it was properly closed. What was she doing down here? Standing guard? Waiting to kill any storm fae that came through? I lift a hand and push the gate open, remembering the first time Ash and I crept down here. There are several things that are different this time. First, the inside of the crypt is illuminated by 2 lanterns just inside the doorway, one on either side. A flame flickers within each one. Second, there is an archway on the other side of the room. The archway I thought I caught a glimpse of the first time we were here. And third, I see the faerie door. It's set into the wall on the far side of the second room. A rich textured wood covered in intricate carvings, with a large round doorknob and keyhole of the same metallic gray I remember the key being made of. Lamplight dances across its surface, making the curling vines and flowers appear to come alive. The only imperfections are the holes, several of them, perhaps a little smaller than my palm, dull light shining through each one. But despite these flaws, the door is beautiful. So much more beautiful than Mom's drawing, and I want so badly to cross the distance and touch it. I'm moving forward without even thinking when Ash catches my arm in a firm grip and holds me back.
Nope, I don't know what's going on here. What kind of weird magic you and your mom seem to be susceptible to, but I'm not letting you any closer than this.
I almost fight him. Almost. Until I realize what an absurd thing that is. Am I seriously going to fight the person I love? The person I gave almost all my magic to, so I can get closer to a door? Besides, I'm probably too weak to fight him off at this point. I need a good night's sleep to replenish my magic stores. Right. Sorry. I clear my throat. Thanks. Now that we're here, he says, tugging down the zip of his jacket to reveal the icicle pendant. I'm not entirely sure how we should do this. We need to break the crystal, which probably requires a large magical force, and then if I remember what your mom wrote, the crystal's power will be released. But is that like an explosion? I mean, do you think we should throw this thing and then quickly conjure shield magic to protect ourselves? He removes the chain from around his neck and holds the pendant up. The tiny gold specks within it glimmer in the lamplight. Probably a good idea to... I pause. A sound reaching my ears. Snapping twigs, rustling leaves. Our heads turn at the same moment. Bergenfell, standing at the top of the stairs, hands raised. All I have time for is a surprised intake of breath before I shove sideways into Ash. He grabs hold of me in the same instant, and we tumble together inside the crypt between the 4 stone caskets. The crystal hits the floor and slides to a halt beneath the archway. Ash is up in an instant, weapons brandished. The perfect recovery. I, on the other hand, seem to be suffering the effects of parting with too much of my own magic. My limbs are sluggish, and my head is spinning again. I blink rapidly, scrambling backwards toward the crystal. Bergenfell is down the stairs already. She must have jumped or used magic, throwing herself into the small space. And then blades are flying, fists are swinging, magic is sparking. I grab the crystal and push myself to my feet, reaching for the edge of the archway in case the world starts to spin again. When I'm steady, I raise my hand, ready to throw whatever small spark of magic I can muster. And then, as quickly as it began, the fight comes to a halt. They're frozen. Ash, with a knife pressed against Bergenfell's side, and Bergenfell, with a blade curved like a claw against Ash's neck. "If you didn't want me coming after you," Bergenfell grunts, her eyes darting toward me, "you should have finished me off when you had the chance. Believe me, I wanted to," I tell her. "He's the one who stopped me." "Who released you from the cuffs?" Ash demands. "I did. Guardian cuffs don't work on counselors." "What? Since when?" "Since always. We have extra rights and privileges. I'm surprised you don't know that, Ash. You seem to know far too many other things, including things that you shouldn't know. Have you always been in the habit of murdering people for knowing things they shouldn't know?" I demand. I take a step toward her, but she presses the deadly point of her curved blade harder against Ash's throat, breaking the skin. "Come any closer," she says, "and I'll swipe this thing across his throat in the blink of an eye." Ash's breath is almost a growl. I see his grip tighten on his knife. "I wouldn't be so quick to—" "Oh, trust me, I'm in a better position than you are, Ash. Older, stronger, faster. You may injure me, but then why haven't you killed me yet?" Ash demands. "You must be afraid of something. Otherwise, you would have made your move by now." They both stare at each other, breathing hard. Then she utters a single word, too quiet for me to hear. Ash's brows draw lower. He doesn't respond. I can't handle this any longer. Simply standing here with the fairy door begging for my attention and my parents' killer right there and doing nothing about either. "You are not going to get away with any of this," I tell her, my voice shaking with suppressed emotion. "Even if you kill us both right here and concoct another story about it being an accident, there are people who know the truth now, people who know you murdered my parents. The other guilds will find out what you've done. Then the Seelie Court will find out, and the Seelie Court already knows." I pause, my blood growing cold as she confirms one of the fears Ash and I had. Those Seelie Court guardians weren't acting alone. They were acting on the orders of the Crown. You're lying." "I am not. The Seelie Court helped us cover up your parents' deaths." My throat constricts beneath the tightening fist of grief, rage, helplessness. I want to scream at her, hurt her, but I can't muster the energy. I'm just so tired of all of this. I trusted all of you, and look what you did with that trust. Her blade presses harder against Ash's neck, but she's fully facing me now. For a moment, I think I see something real and raw in her eyes, an unexpected agony, but then her expression hardens. "You think I'm the villain in all of this, but I've only ever done what I swore an oath to do. I have always kept my vow to the Guild and to the Seelie Court. I follow orders." "What about protecting people?" Ash demands. "What about that oath?" She swings her gaze back to him. "If you think obeying the Seelie Court doesn't come before everything else, then you're mistaken about who it is that you serve. I, however, am under no such illusion. If they said guard the door, that's what I did. If they said never allow anyone to open it or go through, that's what I—" "Are you kidding?" Ash interrupts. "You've been trying to get to the other side. You've been telling all your guardians to look for the key, because my orders changed," she shouts. Because the door isn't keeping the monsters out any longer. She looks at me again. Because your parents screwed up. Then she swipes one leg out and hooks it hard around Ash's ankle. He staggers backward, falling, a hand thrown out to catch himself against one of the caskets. He drives his other hand up, shoving the knife into Bergenfell's side. But in a single swift motion, she's discarded her weapon and grabbed a pair of cuffs from the air. Snap! Around one wrist. Snap! She's tugged his hand off the knife, still in her side, and cuffed that one too. Then she kicks him hard, and he goes down with a furious cry. "Damn you!" he yells. But she's whirling on me now, pulling the knife from her side and tossing it away as if she barely felt it. It vanishes with a faint sparkle. Your parents really messed up. When they came back to lock the door, they never should have opened. They didn't complete the locking enchantment. That's how the monsters on the other side were able to get so close to it, to start burrowing tiny holes that have slowly grown over the past 2 years. That's how they started coming through. And now, even if we knew where the key was, it's too late to properly complete the locking enchantment. That damn door, she points angrily past me, is magically disintegrating because your parents messed with the magic that's supposed to keep it shut. For several moments, I can't speak. This is the fear that's been growing in me over the past few days, that the presence of all these monsters in Stormsdrift is Mom and Dad's fault. But still, something else Bergenfell said doesn't add up. But you've had people looking for the key for years, since long before we moved here and my parents got involved in the search. Monsters weren't coming through the door then. It was still perfectly intact. You wanted the key for another reason that had nothing to do with my parents, so don't make out like you're the hero here. Not that I'm required to explain any of this to you, she says, advancing on me. But that reason was because we were given orders during Lord Draven's time. The survivors of the First Guild never planned for the key to be in the possession of any future guild or court. But during Draven's time, the Seelie Queen decided she needed it in her possession. I take a few hurried steps back as Bergenfell continues toward me. Then Draven was defeated, and the need to find the key became less pressing, but our orders have not changed. A new ruler sits upon the Seelie throne, and he too wants the key. So we kept looking. She's right in front of me now, and the door is inches from my back. Then your parents showed up and ruined everything. If your mother had just followed orders, remained loyal to the oath she made, don't you dare speak about my mother like you know I'm right. She should have given me the key. Instead, she and your father decided to play their own little game, and now the whole of Stormsdrift, and beyond, if we can't kill the monsters that have already come through, is in danger. So you killed my parents because they screwed up? You tried to kill me even though I had no part in any of it. You couldn't have, arrested us? Her hands are suddenly on my shoulders, gripping me tightly and tugging me closer, and I know I should fight back, but I also know I don't have nearly enough magic to call on right now. You know why I had to kill them, she says fiercely. Why I have to kill you. Because there is a spray of blood. Bergenfell is swept aside. Then, 2 sickening thumps in quick succession. Her body, her head, separate. I'm so horrified I can't move a muscle. I stand there, clutching the icicle pendant in both hands, staring at Bergenfell's lifeless gaze, until my eyes manage to slide slowly upward and land on Vivian. I'm disappointed, little bird. There was a time when you could have done that in your sleep. Chapter 41. Bergenfell is dead. Ash has vanished from the crypt. Vivian is here. Adrenaline kicks in, and I dart sideways, out of Vivian's reach. I slam into the corner of the room and use the last of my magic to cast a hasty shield in front of me. I'm stuck now with nowhere to go.
but at least she can't get close enough to activate the mark on my neck. Well, she cocks her head, watching me. That was silly. It's difficult to deny the pure terror she elicits in me. It's almost a tangible thing, but I force myself to swallow and speak. Where is Ash? Waiting outside. Waiting outside? Alive, dead? Still cuffed, but with Stormfae creatures prowling around him? I'm too terrified to force the questions past my lips. Oh, relax, she says. He's still alive. You know I don't kill unless I'm being paid for it. Her gaze shifts to Bergenfell, lying in 2 pieces on the floor. Well, not usually, but this woman threatened one of my own. I shake my head and shrink as far back against the wall as I can go. I never wanted to be one of yours. I know. She smiles at me. Silver Wren, little bird. Of all my students, you fought back the hardest. Students, I scoff, as the anger that hid beneath my fear for so long tries to make a stand. You kidnapped and brainwashed us. I think there's probably a more appropriate name for us than students. She leans against the wall beside the door, folds her arms over her chest, and continues watching me with something like curiosity. She's dressed simply tonight. No heels or fancy dresses for the forest. And yet, she's still the picture of perfection. Painted lips, flawless face, not a hair on her dark, glossy head out of place. Even under the influence of my magic, she says. You wouldn't part with the secret you held so tightly within your broken heart. And that secret, Silver, is the only reason I chose you. What secret? The key, Silver. That is what I want. That is why I took you in the first place. I tried my best to learn its location from you, but you fought back with everything you had. I don't remember that part, I say faintly. Odd, when so many of the other terrible things from that time are still horribly clear. Because I blocked that part out for you. Her lips turn up in a wicked smile. You were an excellent little killer, one of my best, but it was difficult to tame you. In the end, it was easier to let you go, easier to let you think you were free while keeping an eye on you from a distance. I knew that in time, you would be drawn back here. That's what happens with people like us. People like us. I didn't mind waiting a little bit longer. After all, I've waited a very long time already. What's another few years? Another few decades? I don't know what you're talking about. She lunges closer, suddenly fierce, her face right on the other side of my rippling shield layer. I will take this secret to my end, she hisses. That's what you used to whimper in your sleep, caught in the grip of another nightmare. This secret? I repeat shakily. The key. Yes. She looks at me as if I'm a bit slow. Admittedly, right now I kind of am. After a while, I had to admit defeat. You would never share this secret with me. And even if you did, you would then have to willingly give me the key. It can't be taken by force. If it were that easy, I could simply drag that boy back in here and threaten his life. But no, she sighs. The Guardians of the original guild were smarter than that. I knew I had to wait instead. I knew the magic on the other side of this door would draw you back here, eventually. I shake my head slowly. It didn't pull me back. Ash did. She leans away from my shield, resting her shoulder against the wall again. If he hadn't, the magic would have. Eventually. Now that you're here, you're succumbing to its power. I see you, edging slowly toward the door. She's right. Without even realizing it, I've been inching closer to my very weak shield layer. I'm almost touching it.
I force myself to retreat until I feel the wall against my back again. I grip the icicle pendant tighter against my chest. But, Vivian, why? I dare to ask. How do you even know about all of this? Did you... Oh. A memory leaps to the front of my mind. The guild. When they thought they were about to catch you, years ago, my parents were part of that team, and they ended up trapped inside a building with you long after everyone else escaped. Is that when you discovered all of this? Did my mom tell you? I remember my mother's haunted expression, my whispered fears to Ash that she may have been tortured. Did you force information out of her? Vivian gives me a pitying smile. You're looking at this the wrong way, little bird. You're so concerned about the things she may have told me, when you should be wondering what I told her. Would you like to know? I don't mind sharing the details with you. I don't mind indulging in a lengthy conversation while your shield magic slowly peters out and you find it harder and harder to deny the pull toward this door. I shake my head again. That's not how this is going to end. That is precisely how this will end. I won't have to convince you of a thing. You will unlock this door yourself, and we'll both walk through it. I'm still shaking my head. But inside, I'm terrified that she's right. After all, isn't that what happened to my mother? And I can't let that happen to me too. But I'm so tired now. I barely have any magic left, and I realize suddenly how silly it is that I'm wasting it on a shield. A shield that's so weak Vivian could probably obliterate it with a mere blink if she chose to. I look down at the glittering icicle-shaped crystal in my hands. If I only have a tiny bit of magic left, then I know what I should be using it for. I don't pause to think it through. I hold the crystal in one hand, and in the other I draw as much magic as I dare from my core. I'm vaguely aware of Vivian laughing. I hope you don't think you're going to fight me off with... I drop my shield, hurl the crystal past her, and then throw my magic straight at it. The crystal strikes the door, and my magic pierces it an instant later. It shatters. A bright burst of gold flares across the room, and then I'm on the floor, Vivian half covering me, a roaring in my ears and gold flames rushing overhead, rumbling, cracking, screeching, and then it all dies away. The flames are gone. Dust hangs in the air, and I see the faint ripple of something. Shield magic? Vivian's? She's climbing off me now, looking around, and I push myself slowly up. The room spins around me, but I see the cracks that now run through the walls. I would have expected this whole place to come down on us, but the walls must be reinforced with magic. On the other side of the archway, the stone caskets didn't fare so well. They lie in jagged, crumbled pieces. Bergenfell's body partially concealed among them. Not a single bone in sight, though. But I suppose this was never really an elven crypt. That was just a story the first guild came up with. I blink and turn my gaze toward the right, toward the faerie door, which is still perfectly intact. My last hope dies inside me. You stupid girl, Vivian snaps, shoving me hard as she climbs to her feet. What a stupid, unnecessary risk. That was never going to work. Don't you know how old this door is? What magic was used to create it? There is an ancient power here that is almost impossible to break. Only like can destroy like. What? Those words ring the vaguest of bells in the furthest reaches of my mind, but I can't grasp hold of what they mean. And the door, the promise of whatever lies on the other side, I have no strength remaining now to resist the pull. I stand and take a shaky step toward it. Yes, Vivian murmurs, so quietly I almost don't hear her. And I hate that she's right about this, about me. How do you know? I say in a faint voice, still staring at the light beaming through the holes in the door. That I even have the key with me. What if this is all a waste? We both just stare longingly at this thing, but we can't get through. Because, just like you and your mother, Vivian says softly, I have a connection to all of this. I've always been able to sense that you've hidden the key somewhere close by. No matter where you go, it always follows you. Perhaps you use the same ancient magic the guild used when they first figured out how to hide weapons in a space beyond sight. The same magic I stole from them so very long ago to craft my own hidden weapons. I shake my head. She thinks far too highly of me if she believes I have any knowledge of magic that complex and secret. Still, she's right about the key. It hasn't left me since the moment Mom gave it to me. And now, I can't resist any longer. I step up to the door. I close my hand around the doorknob. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think, desperately, wretchedly, as I break my promise to my mother and turn it. Along my collarbone, something begins to burn. I lift my other hand to touch the simple tattoo, the slender stem and tiny flowers, the mark that hides a faint scar beneath, a faint scar in the outline of a key. The burning pain intensifies, the same agony from that night. My head is splitting, my flesh is melting. My mouth is open and I'm screaming. But through it all, I don't let go of the doorknob. Then, power rushes from me in a pulse. A bright flash of light radiates across the door. I'm thrown backward, and the only reason I don't slam onto the pile of crumbled stone on the far side of the crypt is because Vivian is there to catch me. I breathe heavily, weak in the wake of all that pain, and the door is open. Well, Vivian murmurs, still holding me up. That's how you hid it. I certainly wasn't expecting that. I remember what Dad said to Mom that night. It isn't our kind of magic. He was right. That kind of agony doesn't belong to any sort of magic I've ever learned. Melding metal with bone? But it worked. It hid the key and the enchantment that went along with it, and it worked to unlock the door. An icy breeze curls across my face. The mist on the other side of the door shifts to reveal hazy shapes. Trees, rocks, glittering snow, the distant shadow of something moving. It shouldn't be possible. One should have to step into the nothingness of the fairy paths before reaching the other side of this door. But the Stormfae monster's magic has pushed so far. It's penetrated right through the paths to this door. Vivian moves to stand beside me. She sighs. Home. That single word lodges itself like a knife into my brain. Sudden clarity, sudden horror, sharp and clear and painful. Home? Then she grabs me and pulls. Silver! I hear the shout as Vivian tugs us both across the threshold. Suddenly, we're in a winter world. It is icy cold, a bone-deep chill that has me shivering within seconds. And yet, something here feels so right. It's the way I've always felt at home in Stormsdrift, but stronger. I look around at the snow-dusted trees. I turn my gaze toward the clear blue sky. Silver! I want to stay. I need to stay. But Silver, look at me! I turn toward the voice, toward the doorway. Ash is there, inside the crypt, Lennox and Iris just behind him, and his hand is stretched toward me. I stare at him, and in his amber eyes, I see our life together. I'm jumping from a rock, plunging into the river, and there are bubbles and lights, sunsets and laughter, the stickiness of marshmallows, training and sweat and pain and trust, hands touching, a dance, a kiss, a promise, I'll find you. I blink. And then I shove away from Vivian and lurch toward that outstretched hand. A blade spins past me, its golden edge glimmering, and behind me, Vivian cries out. An arrow follows swiftly, and it's Iris who has her bow raised. Vivian's second cry is more of anger than of pain. And then I grab hold of Ash's hand. He tugs me back inside the crypt, enfolding me in his arms and spinning me away from the door. My final glimpse of Vivian is her furious face, magic roiling suddenly in a sparking mass between her palms. Lennox shoves the door, and the last thing I see before it slams shut is Vivian's magic streaking toward us. Ash hunches over, his back to the door, as he holds me tight against him, and then the shock of an explosion flings us forward. His magic catches us an instant before we hit the floor, dropping us gently the final distance. Iris and Lennox tumble to a halt beside us, arms raised as splinters and dust rain down on us. I'm not sure if it's the magic or the fact that I'm so lightheaded now, but for a while, everything seems to shudder and spin. Then, it all grows still and quiet. Ash's arms loosen. I twist within his embrace and look over his shoulder. The door is gone, and so is the desperate longing to find my way through it. A sob of relief catches in my throat. How did she do it? How did Vivian destroy something that only minutes ago she told me contained the kind of power that was almost impossible to break? Only like can destroy like. Home. An idea whispers at the back of my mind, but I'm too mentally spent to try to pick it apart, to see if it makes sense. And does it even matter? She's gone. Trapped in an ancient land so distant that even the occupants of the Dark North apparently know nothing of it. Making no move to get up from the crypt floor, I wind my arms around Ash and let my exhausted head drop onto his shoulder, finally daring to believe, for real this time, that it's over. Chapter 42.
Dad, I think the potatoes are burning,
Flynn calls across the kitchen.
Quick, Silver, toss that oven mitt over here, would you? Not sure how it ended up there.
Here, Tobin says before I can remove my hands from the sink. He walks past, grabs the mitt, and throws it to Flynn. I turn back to the sponge in my hand and the pot Ash has just passed me. Lennox and Flynn are getting lunch prepared. Iris is busy making waffle batter for dessert, my request. And Ash and I are washing up as they go. Partly so that the kitchen isn't a dirty dish war zone by the time we sit down to eat lunch, and partly because standing next to him doing such a mundane, everyday task makes my heart trip over itself with happiness.
You guys are still washing those pots?
Connor says from somewhere behind me. I glance over my shoulder as he heads into the kitchen with 2 empty glasses and aims for the jug of fruity purple cocktail Rosie mixed up earlier.
You know there are spells for that, right?
Don't be such a lazy ass, I tell him.
It's called making productive use of your time, actually,
Connor corrects. I am making productive use of my time. I lean over, interlace my wet, soapy fingers between Ash's, and press a long, slow kiss to his lips.
Get a room,
Connor says loudly. Connor, please, Iris complains. We did that already, Ash answers. Ash, Iris and I exclaim at the same moment.
What?
He asks innocently.
I got Silver a room. My guest room, like you said.
Connor emits the loudest snort laugh in history, and Iris chases him out of the kitchen with a hand towel while her waffle batter keeps mixing itself. With cheeks burning, I toss a glass full of soapy water at Ash. He dodges back with a laugh, and the water slops across the floor. You are the worst, I tell him, but I'm laughing too. Hey, no water fights in this kitchen, Iris says, marching back in. Sorry, Mom. Ash loops an arm around my waist, presses a quick kiss to the side of my neck, and reaches around me for a dry towel. He quickly wipes up the mess, then returns to my side. It's been a day and a half since everything that happened down in the crypt, and I still can't quite believe it's over. Even the storm fae that should still be prowling around Stormstrift don't seem to be a threat anymore. Those that surrounded the Blackburns' house before dawn yesterday morning were gone by the time we returned, and numerous storm fae bodies have been found around the forest since then. Not in the prettiest state. No one knows who slaughtered them, though I may have my suspicions. But I suppose none of this is really over yet. Not with the guild in a giant mess because of Bergenfell's death, rumors that I didn't actually die 2 years ago, stories about a mysterious door being the source of all the monsters, and conflicting accounts all over the place from the rest of the council members. I heard Iris and Lennox muttering earlier about inquiries and other guilds getting involved, but I stepped away before the details could cause me too much anxiety. They know the truth now about my time with Vivian, about some of the things I was forced to do, and about how my mother hid something from the guild, literally within my bones. A long list of criminal activity and illegal magic. I know they're trying to figure out how best to keep me safe during the investigation that's about to unfold, and I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful I'm not alone in all of this. But for today, I want to enjoy my freedom from Vivian and Bergenfell without thinking about the guild. I don't want to worry about the details of exactly how I'm going to return to having a normal life in this world. I don't want to wonder why the Seelie court has been completely silent about all of this so far, and whether they still want us dead. Flynn suggested they might be backing off now because the door is gone, and there's no way through to the other side. And I'm hoping he's right. Perhaps, now that the stories about the door have spread so far, the Seelies will give up on getting rid of everyone who knows about it. They can't very well kill us all, can they? Well, I suppose they can. Banishing that unpleasant thought from my mind, I glance up at Ash and catch him looking at the flower tattoo on my collarbone. "Sorry," he says, flushing slightly as he looks away. "It's just, I keep trying to see the scar now, the key shape, but it's hidden so well. That was the point," I say quietly. When he doesn't answer, I add, "I would have told you about it at some point. I just hadn't gotten there yet." "I know." He leans down to kiss my cheek. "A lot's been going on. There are things I want to tell you, too." I remember what he said to me when I was under Vivian's control, about how if I'd told him, then he could have shared the things that haunt his nightmares, too. I remember Bergenfell uttering that single word to him in the crypt instead of just killing him immediately. "Fenrock," Ash told me late last night while we were talking. That's what she said. I wonder if there are things he does remember about his time there. Things he hasn't yet been brave enough to tell me about, just as there are things I haven't yet been brave enough to tell him. Before he can pull back, I turn my head and kiss my lips. "We have time," I whisper against his mouth. And I love this so much. The fact that I can casually lean over and kiss him whenever I want. We finish washing as many dirty dishes as we can gather up, while Tobin starts clearing books and ambers and random articles of clothing off the kitchen table. "Oh, don't touch that," I say quickly, as he aims for my jacket and Mom's journal. "It'll stun you, literally. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left that there. I thought it was wrapped up inside my jacket." I dry my hands quickly and swipe the journal and jacket up from the table. "When did you go back for that?" Ash asks. "Oh, Rosie was teaching you her cocktail recipe earlier, and I suddenly remembered we left some things at that cabin. It was just a quick trip through the paths, which are still working perfectly fine, by the way. I don't know if I'll ever see Teddy and Duke again. Who knows if that cabin even belongs to any real family of theirs." I shake my head. Though they broke my heart, I hoped desperately that Vivian didn't have any time to hurt them after they let me go. Now that she's gone, maybe they can get back to living whatever life they had before she roped them into spying on me. Anyway, the journal means a lot, so I didn't want to end up losing it. I'll leave it upstairs for now. I walk past Connor and Rosie snuggling on a couch in the living room and climb the stairs quickly. In Ash's old room, I drop the jacket and journal onto the bed. And then, because all the memories are so near, and because I miss Mom and Dad even more now that I'm back here, I lift the journal, open the clasp, and flip idly through it, watching Mom's words flick past. I'm about to put it down when I stop. There was something there near the end, on a random page, roughly halfway through the empty half of the journal. Well, the half I thought was empty. I sit down, my heart fluttering a little faster, determined to find it again. I turn the pages, one at a time. I did not imagine those extra few words. I reach the right page eventually. Mom's written at an angle across it, her letters slanted and half-formed, as though she scribbled this down in a rush. I read the lines, and my blood drains from my face. My hands go cold. Prickles crawl across my fingertips. An odd silence presses against my ears. Silver? I drop the journal and look up. Ash is standing in the doorway. The chatter and activity from downstairs flood my ears abruptly. "You okay?" he asks. "Yes, fine. Sorry." I force a laugh. His eyes move to the journal, then back to my face. "Are you sure?" "Yes." I shove the journal under my jacket and stand, tucking away my ice-cold panic to deal with later. Is lunch ready?" "Yes. And Mom just revealed that she whipped up 3 different types of marshmallow topping this morning, which I think is overkill, but she wanted to be sure the waffles would be perfect for you." I take Ash's hand and hold on tight. That sounds amazing. When the day is over, when I've savored every single warm, happy moment, and when Ash has fallen asleep beside me, I finally take a deep, shuddering breath and let the panic back in. I know what I have to do, and it's slowly breaking my heart into 1,000 pieces. I gently disentangle myself from Ash's embrace. Then I sit beside him for a while, memorizing the angles and contours of his face and replaying every moment from today. With feather-light touch, I smooth the hair away from his brow. His even breaths don't change. He won't wake. I hummed a sleeping spell earlier to be sure, the one Mom used to use whenever I woke from a bad dream in the middle of the night. "We did it," I murmur. "We made our home safe again. But if I stay," I shake my head, "it will be for nothing. Because no one is safe as long as I'm here." I reach for Mom's journal, which I left on the bedside table earlier. "I will take this secret to my end," I whisper, my lips barely moving, the words almost inaudible. Then I flip through the journal until I find that random page she scribbled on. My heart thuds painfully as I reread it. I remember now what happened when I blacked out. It was me. I killed Envy. I shut my eyes, letting this knowledge sink into me. I remember the times I blacked out in the last few days, and the things I found when I woke. With the ferry door and Vivian and Bergenfell gone, I was so desperately hoping I could hide from the terrible truth Mom whispered to me mere minutes before she died. But I can't. 4 simple lines, and the harsh reality of exactly what she was, of what I am, came rushing back in. I turn backward in the journal, I find the entry where she wrote about discovering something to do with Stormfae in the Guild's archives. Something she was going to go back and read more of the following day, but then the next entry was months later. I spread the journal flat, run my finger down the middle, and discover what I missed the first time I read this journal with Ash. The ragged edges of torn paper. This was the part she told me she removed. I will take this secret to my end. I close the journal and stand. Then I pull on my jacket, which still has a sleeve partially torn, tuck the journal inside it, and zip the jacket up. I know I'm taking the coward's way out by leaving like this, and I hate myself for it, but I can't let Ash talk me into staying. I can't risk something terrible happening to the people I love so desperately. I lean over him and press a kiss to the side of his mouth. "Forgive me," I whisper, my lips shaking as I try not to cry. And then, because I feel too guilty to leave without at least some explanation, I remove the journal from my jacket, tear a page out, and transform my stylus into a charcoal tip so I can write with it. "You'll never be safe if I stay. I'm so sorry. I love you." I leave the page on the bedside table, then remove my silver gilded canary ring and place it on top. Selfishly, I want him to have something to remember me by, and I don't have much else I can leave behind. I return the journal to the inside of my jacket. Then, before I can change my mind, I cross the room, open a doorway to the fairy paths, and walk into the darkness. And finally, after years of shutting out Mom's final words, of convincing myself that they don't matter, that they don't dictate who I am, I allow them to replay in my head. I allow myself to accept exactly what I am. I know the Guild's biggest secret, Silver Girl. Their biggest mistake. There are monsters on the other side of that door. Monsters that should have never existed. Monsters the first Guild couldn't get rid of. So they did something terrible. A horrible, awful mistake. They created a new kind of fairy. Fairies who were supposed to control these monsters. Fairies who turned out to be even deadlier than the creatures whose minds they could communicate with. Fairies the Guild thought they eradicated centuries ago, but they were wrong. Those creatures on the other side of the door, Silver, they are not the true monsters. We are. You've been listening to From Storm and Shadow. For bonus scenes from Ash's point of view, visit rachel-morgan.com/free audio. That's rachel-morgan.com/FREEAUDIO. This has been From Storm and Shadow, written by Rachel Morgan and narrated by Amanda Dolan. Copyrights held by Rachel Morgan, 2024. To find more of Rachel's audiobooks, go to rachel-morgan.com or search your favorite audio platform. Thank you for listening.